Defiance, a reverse harem vampire romance. Sever the Crown, Book 2. Written by Mysti Parker and Lindsey R. Loucks. Narrated by Melissa Schwairy. Chapter 1. Wren. I should have known it was too good to last. The first gig I'd had since finding out I'm queen of the Southern Vampire Clan had gone off without a hitch. No one questioned who we were in that dim, smoky underground bar called the Steak and Dagger that had a real Dungeons and Dragons feel. Even though the place was teeming with vampires, none of them recognized me, a.k.a. Melody Songsmith, or Ash, my vampire mate, whose gorgeous mug had been all over the news, accused of murder. They didn't even bat an eye at Zach, the only human there besides a few designated blood donors, a.k.a. DBDs, who did double duty as waitresses. All thanks to my vast assortment of makeup, wigs, and colored contact lenses. But let's face it, I rocked the shit out of the opening song. Janis Joplin's Little Girl Blue never failed to impress. I'd come off stage to meet some of my new fans and even sign some autographs. That hardly ever happened. Okay, so it never happened. Of course, I didn't get to bask in that glow for long. When what to my wandering eyes did appear? But a fedora-wearing vampire with a bloody beer. Yes, none other than Charles, not Charlie, Ford, who I had almost kinda hoped was dead. The one who was apparently meant to be number 2 out of 5 in my growing harem. And Ash was having none of it. He and Charles stood nose to nose, having a stare down with their blood-red eyes while Zach took a piss in the restroom. I stepped between them like I'd done in the woodshop where Charles had held me prisoner. One hand on each of their chests, I pushed them apart and glared them both down until they averted their eyes. Listen here, I will not be making this a habit. Is that understood? They both nodded, Ash more reluctantly. He doesn't deserve you, he hissed. Yeah, like you do, Charles hissed back. He owes me money, too, Ash added. Give me 5 minutes and I'll beat it out of him. Yeah, I'd like to see you try, Charles fired back. You'd have better luck squeezing rocks into diamonds. I really don't care who owes who money. Grabbing them by the shirt collars, I tightened my grip so they felt the fabric squeezing their necks like nooses. The red in their eyes faded, replaced with a hint of fear. But I swear I will beat the unliving tar out of both of you if you keep acting like children. A slow grin spread across Charles's face. Promise? I let go and pointed at the bar stool that Ash had vacated. Sit. Eyes narrowed and jaw tight, he did as I said. A twinge of guilt pinched my conscience. I wasn't used to ordering anyone around, especially someone I loved. And yeah, I loved Ash. Sure, it started as pure lust, but had grown into a bond that went beyond whatever hocus-pocus had ensured we'd be together. He was an incredible lover, and just wanted to protect me, even though I'd almost killed him a few times already. Oops. Which made it all the freakier that Charles, my kidnapper, now lit up a second point of the star-shaped symbol that glowed on my arm. Freakier still that I could already picture myself riding him like a derby horse. He picked up his blood-foam beer before I grabbed his arm and pulled him to a far corner of the bar. Not to ride him, mind you, but to grill him. I still had some self-control, though it sure had been a fickle bitch lately. You have a lot of explaining to do, I said as we both settled onto rickety chairs. First of all, how are you not dead? How are you not dead? Charles asked. Are we answering questions with questions? He leaned closer, giving me a once-over with a sweep of his warm amber eyes. Are you as horny as I am? Cut the crap already, I said, smacking him in the chest. Charles winced and shrank back in his seat. He rubbed the spot where I'd struck him. Either he was a big baby or he was seriously wounded. It's nothing, he muttered as he crossed his arms and pulled his fedora down until it shaded his eyes. No, it's not nothing. What happened? Did Ash hurt you?"
Charles huffed a laugh. "Hardly. Let's just say I'm a little slower to heal than some vampires."
"The motorcycle gang?" He didn't answer, just picked his beer up off the table and sipped it. "Show me."
"Here?"
He set his beer down and arched his eyebrow.
"I'll take my shirt off if you will."
I leveled a look at him.
"Fine."
He lifted his hands in surrender. After glancing over his shoulder, he unbuttoned the first few buttons of his shirt and pulled back the right side. A jagged red scar scabbed with black blood stretched across his shoulder and pec. From what I could see past the scar, he had impressive pecs, firm abs, and smooth skin that looked entirely lick-worthy. But that wound was ugly, and if it had happened just a few nights ago, it should have healed by now. Then again, what did I know about vampire biology? Even though I sounded like an idiot, I had to ask, was it a poison blade or
saw blade?
Like Friday the 13th? They had chainsaws?
No.
He lowered his head, clasping his hands in front of him on the table.
It doesn't matter now. What matters is that you have no business being in a place like this. We should get out of here. Let me take you somewhere safe.
The bar manager, a silver-streaked vampire with a thick mustache named Vinny, cleared his throat behind Charles. Charles shot to his feet and stood in front of me, clearly blocking me from whatever perceived danger he felt Vinny posed. Which seemed unlikely. Vinny looked like the vampire equivalent of Mr. Rogers.
"Excuse me,"
Vinny said, wringing his hands nervously. Vinny's gaze lingered on Charles for a few seconds.
"I do believe you are behind on your bar tab."
Charles sat back down and lit a cigar.
"I do believe you're mistaken."
"We'll see about that." Vinny frowned, then turned a warm smile on me.
"Miss Songsmith, everyone enjoyed your performance. We'd love you to sing a few more if you would be so inclined."
"I'll be very inclined, especially if the pay is right."
$250.
$500. He adjusted his necktie and twisted his mouth from side to side, considering the offer.
$400.
"A deal."
"Good. Shall I escort you to the stage?"
"Yes, thank you." I came around the table but stopped and leaned close to Charles. "We'll continue this conversation when I'm finished." He gently grasped my fingers. Electric pulses danced up my arm and intensified the buzzing sensation in the symbol on my skin. I could feel his confusion, his fear and desire. He smelled like brushed leather and expensive cigars mixed with exotic spices. Already a vision of me gripping a headboard had wedged itself into my mind. The fucking would be slow and deliberate. He'd take his time, wanting to savor me, bringing me to the brink again and again until he'd nearly driven me mad with the need for release. Then he would finally put me out of my misery, and it would be incredible.
"We should go,"
he whispered, his gaze flicking toward the door. I was sorely tempted to drag him into one of the restrooms and fuck him stupid, but my 59 Thunderbirds, a.k.a. Birdies, tank was nearly empty. Gas money trumped sex for now. Reluctantly, I pulled my hand from his. "When I'm finished, just stay put." With a full body shiver to shake away my baser instincts, I followed Vinny to the stage, but paused by Ash, who was still sulking on his stool. A foamy blood cocktail sat half drunk in front of him. "They want more songs, so it's time to show off your drummer skills," I said. He shrugged.
"It's been a while."
"I have total faith in you." I kissed his cheek. "Grab Zach, will you?" Ash nodded. Some of the hurt melted off his face, replaced with a smile that warmed my cold, dead heart. Detective Zach Palmer was getting cozy with a pretty red-haired DBD who was on break at the other end of the bar. They were all smiles and laughs. Ice clinked in his cup as he finished off his drink. I was sure his Jack and Coke helped him to relax, but it stung a bit, seeing him let his guard down enough to have fun with another human when he was all Mr. Business with me. But why not, right? Humans are meant to be with other humans, after all. And the way some of these DBDs disappeared into the dark hallway with some of the patrons told me they weren't all getting paid just for their blood. Thankfully, I cared more about this gig than draining her high-priced Type B positive blood supply. Applause rang out as I ascended the steps and took my place at the taped-up microphone. Ash and Zach soon followed. Ash settled on the squeaky drum throne and picked up the drumsticks, scowling as he wiped whatever nastiness coated them on his jeans. Zach produced a harmonica from his pocket and leaned in to whisper, "I have no idea what we're playing, nor do I have any music, so just follow my lead." I plugged my guitar into the ancient amplifier again and turned it on. After turning a couple dials and testing a few notes, I settled on a nice, mellow sound. I smiled out over the audience, deciding on an easy-to-play yet eerily appropriate song for the current situation. This one is a Janis Joplin hit originally recorded by Irma Franklin in 1967, but Janis made it famous in 1968. It's called "A Piece of My Heart." About half the faces in the audience lit up. I was counting on some of them being old enough to remember that era. Of course, the vampires could very well be old enough to remember the birth of blues music. I turned to the guys. "E major, got it?" Zach gave me a thumbs up. Ash nodded. I played a quick E blues scale riff to get the audience and my little band warmed up. It didn't take long for the guys to get the rhythm, though they were still a bit stiff with stage fright. Once heads were nodding and toes were tapping, I started singing. I channeled the late, great Janis's throaty, bluesy sound, letting my fingers do what they did best on my guitar between every verse. They found the notes instinctually and made love to the strings. I ventured a look at the guys, happy they were getting into it. Ash smiled from ear to ear, and Zach had loosened up again. The man could really move when he wanted to, and he played the hell out of that harmonica. It was oddly satisfying to have something in common with those two. I found myself hoping that Charles was musically inclined as well. Unfortunately, I could only see the top of his hat from his seat at the corner table. Two bouncers stood in front of him, arms crossed, while Vinny stood near them, holding a clipboard. He tapped it angrily, arguing between the bouncers and Charles. Zach slid me a warning look as we closed the song. The audience clapped, with some giving us a standing ovation and others tossing money onto the stage. No doubt some of the alcohol the DBDs had consumed had gotten to the vampire patrons and loosened their pockets. But the situation brewing with Charles had totally killed my mood. Vinny spun round and stalked over with one of the bouncers in tow, then waited for me at the bottom of the steps. I put my guitar on the stand and came down to meet him. Zach and Ash flanked me on either side, ever my guard dogs. "What seems to be the trouble?" I asked innocently. "Your friend over there has a huge bar tab," Vinny said, shaking his clipboard in my face. "He refuses to pay." "He's not my friend." "Really? You seemed awfully chummy a few minutes ago, and he says he's your manager." "My what?" "Your manager. And he says he has no money. So you either pay up, or you'll have to perform to pay his bar tab." No, that wasn't the deal. The bouncer, a 7-foot giant vampire with a hair lip scar, squared his feet, rubbing one of his fists as though he couldn't wait to cram it into our faces. Zach's hand slowly drifted toward where his gun would be, but then his fingers curled into a fist when he remembered he had to leave it at the door. The bar had a strict no-weapons policy. "That is the deal," Vinny growled, his once timid orange eyes turning bright red. I guess vampire Mr. Rogers had a temper after all. $1,200. That's what he owes. So, now you owe me 3 nights of performances. I looked over at Charles, who smiled and waved back at me. He sat with one booted foot propped leisurely on his knee and picked his teeth with a toothpick as though he didn't have a care in the world. "That son of a..." Ash whispered and started past me. I gripped his shoulder and shook my head. He groaned and crossed his arms, glaring across the room at his nemesis. Fine. We'll play. But one night, that's it. My manager can wash dishes to make up for the rest of it. Vinny shook his head. Charlie Ford is a habitual liar, completely unreliable, and you can all wash dishes tonight after closing. Charles stood from his seat, his smile replaced with a scowl. Don't call me Charlie. The bouncer that remained by him pushed him back down in his seat. I'd really hate it to get ugly in here, I said. Call off the dogs. A few of the sober patrons started clearing out, keeping their eyes on us as they slipped through every door they could find. They could feel the tension building just like I did. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. The symbol on my arm pulsed with an uncomfortable burn. Agree to the terms, and I will, Vinny said. His voice had taken on a deep, ominous tone. I wouldn't want to be Vampire Mr. Rogers' neighbor after that. No deal, Zach said, scratching the back of his neck. Then I noticed his fingers were working their way beneath his punk rock black wig. I'd bet Birdie that he had a weapon of some sort under there. I rested my hand on his forearm to keep him from doing something stupid, but there was something else brewing besides this bar-tab standoff. A chill ran through me like a thin layer of ice spreading beneath my skin. Every sense I had went into hyperdrive. Heavy footsteps thundered closer from outside the bar. My fangs emerged. We have trouble. You bet you do, Vinny said, waving his clipboard in my face. I smacked it out of his hand and got right in his face. No, I mean bigger trouble than a bar tab. You need to take cover. Now. His eyes lost their angry red, growing wider as he realized I was being serious. The bouncers ushered him away. No sooner had he and the bouncers slipped into his office than the lights went out. People burst into the bar. They came through the main door that led above ground and from a door down the hall. The few patrons who remained screamed and took cover under the tables. In a split second, we were surrounded. There were 5 of them. My night vision kicked in. 2 had the distinct blue aura of vampires. The other 3 were undoubtedly human. One of them carried a familiar smell that had burned itself into my nostrils. Ash and Zach positioned themselves in front of me on the stage. Charles slipped behind the bar and ducked down. Was he hiding? Fated mate or not, I wasn't about to let a coward anywhere near my vajayjay. But I had to focus. Since the streetlights didn't reach this underground bar, it was pitch black inside. I knew Ash could see, and figured Charles could as well, if we could count on him. Zach. I'm good. He turned his head and met my gaze with an odd green glow in his eyes. Night vision contacts? Ash whispered. No way. Zach chuckled and twirled whatever he held in his hand like a mini baton. I pointed to the redneck advancing on us with 2 silver knives. That one's mine. You got it. The redneck reeked of the usual rotting fish and old blood, and to my delight, fear. Just come with us and no one gets hurt. His voice trembled, but he tried to sound brave, poor thing. His 2 redneck companions remained behind him. One held a silver net, the other held a shotgun, pointed right at me. Their fear was almost palpable. Shotgun couldn't hold his weapon still enough to shoot the side of a barn. The 3 of them just stood there, a trembling trio, waiting for their vampire companions to do the heavy lifting. The vampires, 2 females, advanced, fangs bared. Even though I knew they could rush us a lot faster than the humans, they crept along. They had probably been warned about us, for good reason. Charles stood up from the bar. Well now, if it's not Sylvia and Sophia, long time no see. He spun 2 wooden stakes in his hands like a nunchuck maestro. One of the vampire women snarled at him. You pig. Thought you said she got away. Looks like we'll have to kill you this time. She looked a lot like the other one, blonde with dark roots, both wearing tight red bodysuits and black leather jackets.
Pity we can't end tonight like the last time we met up here. But I'm in a committed relationship now."
He tossed me a wink. I smiled back, almost ready to grant him access to my vajayjay, if we managed to survive. I ripped the taped microphone off the stand and tossed it aside. It was shit anyway. Then I broke the pole near the bottom and pointed the jagged metal end at the rednecks. With my other hand, I beckoned them to come on. Shotgun fired, but I didn't even dodge. It hit the amp, which sparked and crackled and caught on fire. No loss there. One of the vampires rushed Zack. The wand thing he held streaked out a blinding white laser and hit her dead in the eye, bursting it like a water balloon. She shrieked and leapt backwards. Charles impaled her on one of his stakes. She sputtered up blood, then disintegrated into a gooey mess. The 3 redneck musketeers flipped over a table and cowered behind it. "Oh, come on now. You're missing all the fun," I called out to them. One of them raised his middle finger from behind the table. Idiots. They'd die soon enough. Charles flung the nasty remains from his weapon. Her sister blurred into Zack, knocking him off the stage and onto a table, which broke from their weight. She reared her head back, fangs extended, but Ash leapt on her in the next split second. He grabbed her by the hair and threw her across the room, where she smacked against the wall and slid down. A deer head fell and landed on her lap, making her look like a deer in red spandex. The sprinkler system kicked on, thanks to the burning amplifier. Water blinded me, so I wiped it from my eyes. The rednecks took advantage of the momentary distraction and stood up from behind the table. Shotgun fired again. This time it hit me in the side. I cried out. "Silver bullets! Damn! They burned like hell!" The one holding the net threw it at me, but I knocked it away with my makeshift mic stand spear. He couldn't take any more and ran out the front doors. The few patrons left hiding under tables sped out behind him. Sophia, or Sylvia, threw the deer head off her lap and scrambled to her feet. She started for the door, but Charles planted his feet and hurled a wooden stake at her like a spear. It sank into her back and she melted into a puddle of goo. Ignoring the pain from the shotgun blast, I blurred off the stage and knocked one of the silver daggers from my target's hands. He slashed out with the other one, slicing into my cheek. I grabbed his arm and gave it a violent twist. The shoulder socket popped. He howled in pain and dropped to his knees. Shotgun aimed at me again, but Zack ninja-kicked his weapon from his hands. Ash closed in on Shotgun and knocked his feet out from underneath him. Charles caught him and broke his neck in one quick movement. The guy fell like a sack of potatoes. The lights flickered back on. In case they went out again, I wanted to make sure Knife Boy knew exactly who I was. His was the next name on my list. I knelt in front of the still howling redneck and pulled off my wig, then quickly popped out my contacts. He clung to his shoulder and trembled with terror, finally meeting my gaze. I remembered those eyes, the same ones that shined with unmitigated pleasure when he sawed off my mother's head. You were dead," he sputtered. "Oh, I know. I've heard that several times recently. See, the thing is, my mother is dead, and I watched you kill her." Your mother, yes. Bronwyn was my mother. Do you know what that felt like, being 8 years old and helpless watching my mother's head being cut off? He shook his head. "I'm sorry." "I bet you are, but unfortunately for you, I'm not helpless anymore." I grabbed his hair and pulled his head back, exposing the pounding pulse in his neck. "Don't kill me," he begged. Pitiful, useless. "Wren, you don't have to," Ash started. I slowly raised my eyes to his. He had to understand that I couldn't share this earth with anyone who had taken part in my mother's murder. He nodded and stepped back. "Just do it quickly." Not hesitating, I sank my fangs into the redneck's carotid artery and gulped down his nasty hot blood. But before he took his final breath, I grabbed one of his daggers and stood. Holding him up by his greasy hair, I sliced right through his neck until blade hit bone. The knife wasn't strong enough to saw through anything, so I snapped his head clean off. Screaming with vengeful rage, I threw his head against the mirror behind the bar. Glass shattered along with a few liquor bottles. Ash came close and took my hand while Zach retrieved my guitar from the stage. I let myself meet Ash's gaze, immediately overwhelmed with the love I found there. Why couldn't I be as solid and steady and merciful as he was? Charles cleared his throat.
I hate to break up your little twilight moment, but you may want to look at this. I found it under the bar when I got the steaks.
He held up a blood-splattered flyer, but then Vinny and the bouncers poked their heads out of the office door. Charles waved the steaks at them.
Thanks for these. Smart to keep them on hand, just in case.
Vinny slowly emerged, grimacing as he sidestepped the head I'd ripped off.
Are you really her? Her daughter, I mean.
I smiled, realizing why he and the bouncer had hid and not intervened. Yeah, and you can call Ravana back and tell her she's going to have to send better minions than that if she wants to catch me. Oh, and I gestured around the trashed bar. I think we're even. To punctuate my point, I walked up to Charles, grabbed him by the collar, and kissed him hard on the lips. His eyes were wide as moon pies when I pulled back. The pain from the silver shot that had lodged in my side would soon become unbearable, but I couldn't show any weakness until we were somewhere well away from here. Let's go. I need a long, hot shower. Chapter 2. Charles.
My dad once told me I thought too fast, too loudly. That if I wasn't careful, I would broadcast my next move, put people off with my colossal intellectual faculties. His exact words. The guy was a walking thesaurus. So to blend in a little better, I stopped voicing every single thought, pretending I hadn't plotted 5 steps ahead of everyone else, even though my thoughts still ran like mad. Now, though, while those lady hips of Wren's punched the air on her way out of the Steak and Dagger, her body flowing like whiskey, my brain shorted out for only the 2nd time in history. Done. Toast. The first time it shorted out was when I met her. Okay, kidnapped her if you want to get technical. Everyone thought she was dead. The permanent kind of dead. Not kissing me like she had a second ago. Not walking away from me. Not with a voice that could peel away the hardest layers of the darkest hearts. Definitely not branding me with a tattoo on my wrist that made me part of the true queen's royal harem. I didn't quite know what to make of that, but damn if I didn't feel honored as fuck. She disappeared out the door with Ash and the guy with the black punk hair that reminded me of a yoga instructor I used to know. And I turned back to the bar, my brain coming back online again in a surge of plans within plans within plans. Here's what's gonna happen, Vinny. I gave him the evil eye as I slammed back the whiskey shot someone had forgotten on the bar. The liquid fire destroyed every taste bud on my tongue, scorched the back of my throat, and ripped down my old dead pipes. My God, that was the cheap shit. My favorite. Ready? He nodded from behind the bar, his 2 bodyguards standing useless beside him. I'm gonna walk out of here soon, and you'll have no problem with that. Gripping the empty shot glass in my hand, I walked over to the stage. Wren's fans had left a lot of pretty pennies that gleamed underneath the multicolored lights overhead. Pennies and 20s and everything in between. I stashed the bills, shoved the coins into the shot glass into their new home called my pockets. Their temporary new home. This was Wren's, and as far as I was concerned, she'd earned every last bit of it. The woman could sing my dick off. I didn't know how, but I sure wish she'd try. I'll be coming back, too, and you'll have no problem with that either. I continued, crossing to the bar again. You will add my drinks to my tab like you've been doing all along. You'll wear your shit-eating grin like always. And you won't be calling more of Queen Ravana's minions here. If all that doesn't work out for you, I showed a little fang. I'll tell your wife where you were Thursday night with photo proof." Vinny shared a look with one of his bodyguards, beads of sweat breaking out over his porn stash. I threw the empty shot glass at the mirror behind the bar, not at Vinny, but damn near close, which shattered and flew the point of that threat in every direction. Sound good? Without waiting for a reply, I got on out of there. Outside, Wren and her two shadows were walking toward the road. Perfume, blood, sweat, and arousal trailing after her. The symbol on my wrist heated and pulsed like it was flashing runway lights toward her. "Message received," I muttered. Wren being alive changed everything. My new tattoo changed it even more. I was still reeling from all this, probably would be for a long time. But my brain was already 5 steps ahead of where I needed to be. I crossed toward my new pickup, keeping my gaze on Wren's backside. When I say my pickup, I mean that in the universal sense. The air, the earth, the keys I'd lifted from Vinny's pocket when he thought he'd had me cornered in the bar. I started the truck and peeled out of there, aiming for as dramatic an exit as possible to sell what I was about to sell. Squealing to a stop next to Wren on the road, I lowered the window. "You need to go." Her mouth puckered into a sexy, pouty frown. "We are." "Faster," I said. "You need to go faster." Yoga shook his punk hair out of his eyes. Had Wren called him Zach? Yoga fit him better. "Our cab will be here any second," he said. "Vinny called in more of Queen Ravana's minions right as I was leaving." I lied. "That could be them." I nodded toward a pair of oncoming headlights. Hell, for all I knew, it was them. No way. Ash glared at me, an angry tremble running down his clenched fists. I don't trust anything out that fucker's mouth. Wren glanced at the headlights, then at Ash and Yoga with a wince. "Could we just have one moment where we're not running or fighting for our lives?" I sighed heavily, like this was some enormous inconvenience. "Get in." "Hell no," Ash spat. "You got a better idea, Ash?" Yoga shoved him toward the pickup, with the headlights almost on top of us. He didn't, because they all piled into the double cab, Wren and Ash in the front with me and Yoga in the back. It was a tight fit, the side of Wren's thigh pressed against mine. I smiled, my eyes drawn to her lips, which I still tasted on my own, and then lowered down the column of her neck to her chest. Just a quick sweep, but long enough to flash about a dozen sexual fantasies through my head. My tattoo seemed to get behind all of them, 100% as it shot hot pulses deep into my veins. Before the car with the headlights met us, I adjusted myself and pulled back onto the road with a squeal of tires. "Try anything funny, asshole," Yoga said behind me, "and I'll rip out your—" I stomped on the gas so he slammed back in his seat. "Relax. Strike a yoga pose or something. I have this, remember?" I held up my wrist so he could see my tattoo. Or the outline of my wrist anyway, since it was dark in the cab and he had shitty human eyesight. The car had already passed us by, but another one came into my rear view driving a little too fast. "Where are you taking us?" Wren asked. "Well, you said you needed a shower." I looked at her and grinned. I remember that very clearly. Ash groaned. "Answer the goddamn question. Where, Charles?" "Back to my place," I said. "This time with less kidnapping." "Yeah," Wren's eyes narrowed. "About that." "Look, I speak in dollar signs and cheap whiskey. The Queen put a price on your pretty head. Better than Ash was trying to pay me for spying on his own sister. So what was I supposed to do? Ignore it?
Yes,
My passengers said all at once. Well, little did I know this was going to happen, I said, holding up my wrist again. You knew what it was beforehand? Ash asked. Can someone crack another window? Yoga opened his. The guy wasn't lying about the cheap whiskey. It smells like a desperate hooker in here. Ash, you gonna let him talk about you like that? I asked. Ash leaned around Wren. Fuck off, Charlie. A slow hiss escaped through my teeth as I gripped the wheel tighter, almost swerving to the side of the road again and demanding he get out. But the car behind us was coming up fast.
Okay, whoa.
Wren pushed Ash back to his side of the truck.
If we go back to your place, what's to say more of that biker gang won't show up too?
You saw my place from the inside of a cage in my workshop, little lady, I said. There's a lot more to it than that. How do you know about the tattoo on your wrist? Ash asked. Who told you? I didn't know I had one, but I'd seen them before. My dad was part of the Royal Knights for Queen Bronwyn and...
You knew my mom?
Wren demanded. I adjusted the air conditioning in the truck, only so I wouldn't have to look at her as I told a half-truth. Only through my dad. Now wasn't the time for the rest of that conversation. He wasn't part of her harem, though, just a part of her Royal Knights.
I thought the harem were the Queen's Guard. Queens need knights, too?
She asked. The more the merrier, right? But not for fucking. The harem takes care of that part. I stepped on the gas a little harder with another glance at the rear view. They were gaining, fast. The knights, well, they just knight.
All those men around my mom, her harem and her knights, and she still died.
She looked at me with an accusation in her eyes.
Where's your dad?
Dead. Even after all these years, that was a bitter pill to swallow. More so to say, but not because I was ashamed. He'd been one of the last of the Royal Knights cut down, serving to protect Queen Bronwyn until the very end. It had been a shock to have my superhero dad yanked out of my life like that, when he should have seen it coming. He'd seen everything coming. Had been known as an expert at reading people, at redirecting where they put their attentions so he could disarm them without them even knowing. All to serve and protect the Queen. My sleight of hand tricks had all come from watching him. Wren bit down hard on her bottom lip.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have implied that you're dead.
It's fine, I said and pointed at my tattoo. Because look, even though pretty boy Ash hates my guts, I'm part of the inner circle now. We really needed to lose the car behind us. It was riding our asses now. He's not the only one who hates your guts, Yoga said behind me and slapped my shoulder like he thought he was tough shit. I jerked the steering wheel toward a gravel road to the right just to watch him windmill across the back seat. And yeah, to get rid of the car on our asses. I flicked off my lights and plowed through the dark with nothing but vampire vision. Might want to put your seatbelt on back there. This dirt road is a doozy. Motherfucker, Yoga muttered, and followed it with a loud click of his belt. Wren looked back at him, her forehead creased with worry.
Behave. He's human.
There's no fun in behaving. I caught her eye and winked. She tried not to smile as she shook her head and faced forward again, her knees parting to rub her leg against mine even more. A growl rumbled deep in my throat, but I kept my focus on what lay ahead and behind. So far we were alone on this road. Time to keep it that way so I could finish putting my plans within plans within plans into motion. Speaking of humans, I pulled the paper from my pocket that I'd taken from behind the bar and shook it out. I found something that might point us in the direction of Queen Ravana. Yoga snatched it out of my hand. I've seen this. What the fuck are you playing at? Ash demanded. You point us toward the Queen and we get captured. We can't trust this guy, Wren, tattoo or not. Everything out of his mouth is a lie. He wants to turn us in for the cash. End of story. He's the moody one, isn't he? I muttered. Wren turned to me slowly, her lips pressed tight.
You kidnapped me, screwed Ash over by giving him a doctored photo of his sister and Devin, and now you want to help us find the Queen. How do we know we can trust you?
How do you know you can trust him? I leaned over the steering wheel and gave Ash a good long look. That one's got a potions degree, and is supposedly very, very good at it. Why don't you ask him what's in his front left pocket? Doubt flickered in Wren's eyes as she turned away from me and faced Ash.
What's in your front left pocket?
Ash glared at me. How do you know what's in my pocket? I make it a habit to know what's in the pockets of everyone who has the same tattoo as me, I said, and their yoga instructors.
Ash,
Wren said, her voice harder. It's silver in liquid form. He shifted his gaze to me, all sorts of angry vibes coming off of him. Poison. I was going to use it on Devin when some shithead lied to me and told me Devin was seeing my sister again. The same shithead who's currently driving. I made a new batch while we were at the Robinsons just in case.
Just in case of what?
She felt for the little vial in his pocket just as I had back at the bar when I knocked into his shoulder, redirecting his attention from my groping near his crotch. Believe me, I got no pleasure out of it. He hadn't even had any cash to steal from his wallet. But when it had been me groping Wren, the pleasure had just about ripped through my zipper. She sat back and stared at Ash, shaking her head, her jaw working but no sound coming out. So I filled in her questions for her. He's wanted in connection for 2 murders, one of which was your own mom. How do you know he's really what he says he is? What if he's planning on killing the last of the Delacroix bloodline by poisoning you, Wren?
Delacroix? That was my mother's last name?
I assumed you knew.
She never fucking told me anything.
Stop, Ash said to me, his voice like a whip. You're stirring up bullshit for no reason. I shrugged. That's like the pot calling the kettle black, isn't it? Guess how many murders I've been accused of. Guess how many vials of poison I have in my pocket. The answer's the same on both counts. None. Which goes to show that if you don't trust me, Wren, you probably shouldn't trust him either. She threw up her hands.
No, I do trust Ash. He didn't kill my mom. Or that Devin guy.
And now there's video proof, he said.
I asked my sister to take the video of 2 guys in my apartment planting the silver net, which cleared me of Queen Bronwyn's murder, to the police. Which she did, and she also turned herself in. I saw the news at the Steak and Dagger. She was behind Devin's murder, hired some guy to do it.
Wren gasped and rested her hand on his knee.
Your sister?
That sweet young thing you hired me to keep an eye on. Wow, I didn't see that coming. I swear to Vampire Jesus, Charles, I will end you if you ever refer to my sister as sweet young thing again. The sound of Ash's teeth gnashing filled the cab. Do you hear me? Sure. I winked at him just to put an extra spin on whatever had crawled up his ass. Wren sighed as she turned on me again.
You are Chaos's best friend, aren't you? We need to work together, not have you sow the seeds of discontent.
Ash shook his head as he stared out the window. No, what we need to do is dump this guy on the side of the road, He's trash, probably has a VVD, and I'm sincerely jealous of everyone who doesn't know him." "Nah, I'm clean as a nun's tongue," I said. "The only vampire venereal disease I know about is the flyer Yoga's got from my pocket." "Yeah, it's not good." Yoga passed the paper over the seat to show Wren and Ash. "I've seen that symbol before. The V with the triangle over it and a circle on top." "They who are truly served," Wren read from the paper. "What is this? I've seen this symbol before on the arms of the assholes I killed." "It's the master-slave cult where the vampires rule and humans are nothing but food," Yoga said. "So T.W.A.T.S, Wren said. "Fitting." I nodded. "It is, isn't it?" "The movement started back when your mom was queen, Wren," Yoga continued. "And she hated it. Wanted to eradicate the entire line of thinking." Wren looked over her shoulder at him, her forehead creased. "And now?" "Queen Ravana is 100% behind it," Yoga said with a sigh. "This flyer is for the next meeting tomorrow night, and sometimes she goes to speak to them and rally the supporters." "She might be there, good old Aunt Ravana." Wren's fists curled in her lap, crumpling up the paper, and she stared out the windshield with a look that could make a grizzly shit itself. "We should go." Ash shook his head. "Not happening. Not if the Queen suspects you're alive." "But if we had different disguises, we could go, get close, or as close as we can, and try to find a crack, a foothold," Wren said. "To grab hold of the Queen of Nightmares herself." In the rear view, a spark of anger flicked in Yoga's eyes. "To sever her crown," Wren said, a promise if I'd ever heard one. Well, damn. They took the words right out of my mouth.
Chapter 3. Wren. Considering the stench from inside Charles's truck, I had little hope that his house would smell any better. The pain in my side sure wasn't any better. Silver shot was lodged somewhere between my lower two ribs. I'd been a real trooper this whole time, not wanting the guys to freak out about it. I hated being fussed over. Being on your own for a couple decades will do that to you. But then we pulled into a nearly hidden driveway that reminded me of the one that led to the prison where Ash was held. For a moment, I thought maybe Charles had taken us back there to turn us all over and get a bigger bounty. Then I remembered we were in another state altogether. It was hard to keep track while on the run. I stole a peek at Zach in the back seat. His night vision contacts were glowing. He winked at me, ever my watchdog. Beside me, Ash's tension was palpable. I rubbed his thigh. His muscles twitched in response, but soon relaxed. He took my hand and squeezed it gently, then whispered in my ear, "Can I have you to myself just one more night?" "I heard that," Charles said. "How about we let the Queen decide for herself?" Ash tensed again. I interlaced my fingers with his and brought them to my lips, then kissed his knuckles until he settled down. "The Queen needs a shower, alone," I said. "Whatever happens after that is not up for debate until I get this disgusting redneck blood out of my hair." Charles laughed. "The Queen has spoken." Then we all were speechless as Charles pulled up to a tree house. I scooted against the dash to peer up at the wooden crossbeams that supported a hexagonal structure built into 3 huge oak trees. You've got to be kidding me. Ash and Zach were both glued to the windows as well, staring up at the unconventional structure in slack-jawed wonder. "It's like every little boy's dream times 10, Zach said in awe. "It's all right, I reckon." Charles pulled around behind the trees, out of sight from the driveway. "Your shower awaits." You have plumbing in there? I asked as we all climbed out of the truck.
Of course. Do you think I'm a savage or something?
He pointed at Ash.
Don't answer that.
Zach walked around the tree trunks. His night vision contacts glowed green as he inspected the arboreal abode.
No ladders. How do you get up there unless you can turn into a bat?
Charles shrugged.
Thought I was once when I accidentally drank from a meth head. Turns out I'm not. Also turns out broken ankles hurt like a son of a bitch and don't heal as fast as other vampire bones.
I laughed, which sent a stab of pain through my ribs. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep quiet, but Ash picked up on my discomfort. Maybe this mystical connection between us made him more sensitive to it.
What is it? Are you hurt?
He slipped an arm around my waist, but his fingers accidentally pressed into the wound. I'm fine, I said through clenched teeth and shook him off. Make with a ladder or whatever. I need a shower. Charles held up his wrist and punched a couple numbers in his smartwatch. A trapdoor thing slid down from the bottom of the treehouse, followed by a whirring sound, and then a wooden platform lowered. As it got closer, I could tell it was a sort of elevator, closed in with 3 wooden sides and held up with heavy chains. When it came to a stop, we stepped onto it. Charles typed another code in his smartwatch, and up we went. The takeoff knocked me off balance, knocking me over into him. He was solid as a rock and put his arm around my shoulders to steady me.
I gotcha,
he whispered against my ear, then caught my earlobe between his lips and gave it a gentle suck. Hot shivers jolted through me. My lady parts clenched as though they were trying to vacuum him up inside me. His section of the symbol flashed in time with the rhythm of how I imagined us fucking. If I didn't get away from him soon, it would become an awkward situation for everyone. The rest of the ride was smoothish. We ended up in a large unlit space. Charles stepped off the platform and offered his hand to help steady me. I could already tell before he flipped on the lights that this was one amazing house. As soon as Charles hit the light switch, a whoa from Zach confirmed that we'd stepped into a luxurious treehouse worthy of its own special on HGTV.
This is a great room,
Charles said.
Combined living room and kitchen.
The spacious room had polished wood floors and walls. Huge windows lined 2/3 of the space. Through the glass, lights twinkled from faraway houses. What made the place even more unique was that it was built around the huge oak tree trunks and limbs that stuck up through the floor like gnarled bark-covered pillars. I walked over to one of the trunks and touched the rough surface. It certainly felt like a real tree. This is great, all right. Did you build this yourself?
What do you think that wood shop is for? It's not really a kidnapping den.
Well, that was a relief. I wandered toward the big red leather couch sitting in the middle of the room and started to touch it, but stopped when I saw the dried blood all over my hands. The guys were at various levels of nasty. We'd all benefit from a shower. That thought brought a vision of all of us sharing a long, hot bathing session, 3 pairs of strong hands soaping me up. Then the pain in my side erased that notion and brought me back to an unpleasant reality. Can we do a rain check on the complete tour? I really need a shower. Oh, and I don't have any clean clothes.
Zach and Charles should go fetch Bertie so we'll have all our clothes,
Ash suggested.
I'll stay here with Wren. That's a no-go, Ashley,
Charles said, shrugging out of his trench coat.
I'll stay here with Wren. You and Yoga can go get the car. You think I'll leave you here alone with her? Hell no.
Ash moved himself between Charles and me.
And don't call me Ashley, Charlie. And what did you call me?
Zach took off his wig and threw it on the floor.
Call me Charlie again and you'll be smoking a cigar from your ass.
Charles opened a cigar box that sat on a small table behind the couch and retrieved a skinny laguito.
Listen, if I wanted to turn you in, I'd have already done it a long time ago.
Ash gestured around the room.
Why bring us back here, then? It'll be the first place they come looking.
No, it'll be the last place, most likely, Zach said, shaking out his hair. They'll expect us to go the opposite direction.
Yeah, what Yoga said.
Charles lit the cigar, drew the smoke in his mouth, and let it out in a sweet-smelling plume right toward Ash.
I can protect her best here.
Again with Yoga, Zach said. Why do I feel like a punchline all of a sudden? Ash waved the smoke away.
What's to keep someone from lighting this place up if they do happen to find you? And what about all the windows with no curtains? Unless they have an SPF 3000 coating, how would you keep the sun from burning us to a crisp? Flame retardant coating on all the wood. Sun-blocking steel panels timed to slide down of the windows before daybreak. And a whole host of other goodies designed to keep a queen safe and sound. Wren, are you sure he's your mate? He's awful wet behind the ears.
Yeah, I'm sure. I leaned as casually as possible against one of the tree trunks, but I didn't have a lot of time before the silver shot rendered me useless. It had to come out ASAP. While this conversation is riveting, I really need that shower now. Zach, Ash, go get Birdie. I'll be right here when you get back. Ash turned to me and gripped my arms. I'm not leaving you here. Yes, you are. I survived the past 20 years on my own. I'll be fine for a few minutes. But the last time I left you alone. Poor Ash. He still felt guilty about me getting kidnapped at the library. Though I wasn't 100% sure I could trust Charles, I figured there had to be a reason he was chosen as my mate, and that wasn't to get me killed. I cupped Ash's cheeks in my hands. I'll be okay, I promise. Go get Birdie with Zach so we can all have clean clothes. When you come back, all I want to do is curl up in your arms and sleep the day away. He sighed, then looked at me for a long moment.
Okay, Wren. But I still don't like it. Keep your phone close. Call me if anything at all seems off.
I will. He searched my eyes, then hugged me gently and whispered,
I love you.
I love you too. I whispered back, though it felt so surreal. I'd never said it out loud to anyone but my mother. Charles cleared his throat.
Soap operas are so 1980s. How about that shower, Your Majesty?
Yes, please.
As you wish, my lady.
Charles took his truck keys from his pocket and tossed them to Zach.
Toodaloo. I'll take right good care of our queen. I bet you will,
Ash muttered.
By the way, you should call on your way back before you turn into the driveway. I'll activate the perimeter defenses when you leave. My number's in your pocket.
Wide-eyed, Ash checked his pants pocket and pulled out a folded strip of paper.
What the?
He immediately patted his back pocket, looking somewhat relieved that his wallet was still there.
What kind of defenses?
Zach asked.
The good kind. This way, Wren.
Charles said with a chuckle and started up a spiral wooden staircase in the center of the room.
You boys go play. Mom and Dad need some time alone.
Ash's fingers curled into fists. Calm down, I told him. He loves riling you up. Don't give him the satisfaction. Charles had already blurred up the stairs by the time I started up. I had to go slowly, though, so I wouldn't bury the shot farther into my flesh. Ash's gaze lingered on mine until Zach tapped him on the shoulder.
She'll be fine, Ash. She could rip his arm off and beat him to death with it if she wanted to.
That's not what I'm worried about, Ash said, following Zach to the elevator. From upstairs, the strip joint anthem of Pony from Genuine blared from an impressive sound system. All I could do was smile and shake my head as I trudged up each step. Ash glared up the stairs with red eyes as he and Zach disappeared on the sinking elevator. Upstairs was a slightly smaller space with a king-size bed covered in a thick black comforter. Above the bed, a ceiling fan with wooden leaf-shaped blades turned lazily. Charles stood by a stereo and clicked the music off when I reached the top.
"I thought they'd never leave,"
he said, then walked to a door and opened it.
"Here's the bathroom. Plenty of everything in there, including a clean robe. I'll be right out here if you need anything."
"Thanks." As I walked past him into the bathroom, he leaned close and repeated,
"Anything."
"I'm good." Before I shut the door, I remembered to ask for something that was soon to be a necessary evil. "Do you have tweezers in there?"
"Plucking your eyebrows?"
Yeah, they're a mess."
"You ladies and your eyebrows. Guys never notice unless you have a unibrow, you know."
"Do you have some or not?" I had no patience for his snark now. Not when I had to hold on to the door frame because my side felt like I'd been injected with lava.
"Yeah, sorry. In the top drawer. I'll get out of your hair."
He tossed his fedora on a hook where it did a perfect spin before coming to a stop. Then he flopped on the bed with his booted feet hanging off and turned on the TV with a remote control. I was 2 hairs shy of asking him to join me in the shower, but I didn't want to bother him with what had to be done first. After I shut and locked the door, I had a look around the bathroom. It was big and had no windows, but the black clawfoot tub with brass fixtures was nice. It had a shower and a black and white harlequin-patterned shower curtain. The rectangular black sink had one of those modern trench-style faucets, where you could see the water flowing like a mini river that ended in a waterfall. The woman staring back from the mirror startled me. Charles and Ash wanting a piece of this had to be purely driven by the symbol's binding power. Blood matted my hair and covered my chin like a grotesque rust-colored beard. Blood streaked my neck and had dried stiff on my clothes. Sticky globs of what I assumed were dead vampire bits were stuck all over me. One even hung off my ear. I tore my gaze from the nightmare image and undressed. Underneath my clothes, I found a scarier sight. Where the silver shot had lodged in my side, black lines webbed out between the wounds. Red, inflamed skin ringed each hole. I pulled open a drawer and rummaged through an assortment of half-empty toothpaste tubes, hotel soaps, and a dirty dinner plate, of all things, until I found the tweezers. But before I started digging out the shot, I turned on the water in the tub so Charles wouldn't hear me if I couldn't keep quiet for my solo surgery. Gritting my teeth, I held the tweezers and went for the least inflamed one first. I got a hold of the shot easily, but pulling it out blasted pain through my side and down my leg. Shit! I closed the sink stopper and dropped the silver pellet into the basin. It clinked on the porcelain. The next piece came out easily, too, but that time the pain ripped up through my head and made me dizzy. I bumped into the sink and held on.
"You okay in there?"
Charles yelled from the bedroom.
"If you're having trouble reaching your back, I can wash it for you."
"Just fine." I tried to hide the discomfort in my voice, but did a shitty job of it. He went quiet, so I kept digging. The next couple pieces of shot were deeper than the others, so I had to dig around like a bad game of Operation. Bright flashes of light exploded in my eyes along with sharp pains in my temples. "Fuck," I groaned through gritted teeth.
"Still good in there?"
Charles called from the other side of the door. "Yeah, give me a break, will you?"
"Okay, sorry, Your Majesty."
"Stop calling me that." He went silent again.
Queens didn't live like this. They didn't have to fight and kill and eke out a living just to end up digging silver shot out of their ribs. I'd let it go for too long. The silver was poisoning me from the inside out. I had to get the last one. It was the biggest and deepest. Oh, the joys of being queen.
Stop stalling, Wren. I grabbed a rolled-up wash rag that lay on the shelf and stuck it between my teeth, then bit down on it. The whole oozed thick red blood that bubbled from the effects of silver. I plunged the tweezers inside and felt an agonizing, fiery stab, like I'd been speared in the side with a silver sword. My vision went black, followed by a whole different world that appeared out of dark fog. I was back inside that long-ago dumpster. It was freezing and dark, except for what I saw from the crack in the lid. The icy refuse I sat upon stank to high heaven. Each time I shifted my weight, a different aroma popped up. Rotten food, shit-filled diapers, cat litter, moldy cardboard. You name it, it was in there. But that's not what made me want to vomit. Out in the alley, my mother's head had just been sawed off. The last guy I'd killed tonight at the bar held her head up by the hair, laughing as it swung like a pendulum. Her sightless eyes seemed to lock on mine. I was 8. It wasn't like I could do anything, but rage pushed tears from my eyes that froze on my cheeks and filled me with foolish bravery. I lifted the dumpster lid. The squeal of hinges drew their attention, but before I could open it enough to be seen, a man screamed at them and started shooting. They ducked behind the dumpsters and shot back at him. Then they all ran after him. Their footsteps thumped through the snowy alleyway and around the corner. A horrific scream from the same man they were chasing pierced the air. Then all went quiet. The fog faded, and in the mirror I saw the reflection of the tweezers holding a big piece of silver shot with bubbling blood dripping from it. My legs went numb. I dropped the tweezers in the sink and went down, smacking my face on the wood floor. Charles banged on the door and shook the knob.
"Wren, are you hurt? What's going on?"
I tried to talk, but my mouth wouldn't work. I wasn't numb, but believe me, I'd have rather been. I still felt everything. Every nasty, sharp pain from the wounds, and the pain that spread like an electrified web through every muscle. I simply couldn't move.
"Wren!"
He pounded on the door so hard the whole frame shook. Next thing I knew, the door came crashing open. Wood splinters and pieces of the lock flew everywhere. He stared at me wide-eyed for a moment, then looked in the sink.
"God damn it, Wren. Why didn't you tell me you'd been shot?"
Charles scooped me up in his arms and negotiated us past the busted door, only to come face to face with Ash, who uttered just 2 words.
"You're dead."
Chapter 4. Charles.
"Not yet." Yuga leapt in front of Ash and faced off with me. His lips peeled back in what I supposed was meant to be a snarl. Looked more like he had to shit. He carefully took Wren out of my arms and then turned to Ash. "Now comes the death." Ash already had his fist flying, and while I looked helplessly after the trail of blood dripping from Wren, he barreled it into my nose. I stood there like a man and took it, but goddamn, that hurt. I wiped the blood streaming from my nose. "You done?" "The fuck did you do to her?" he shouted. "Take a closer look, Ash. She had a bullet hole in her, and you would have heard the shot if it came from me. And I would never do that. Kidnapper, yes. Shooter with a dart gun, yes. Shooter with a shotgun, not ever. Just looking at her bleeding out while Yoga laid her on my bed twisted my guts up in my throat. The tattoo on my wrist flared hot with pain like it was echoing hers, and I tasted silver on the air,
coated with the scent of Wren's sweet blood. Ash paled as he stared over his shoulder at her like he'd sensed it, too, and then rushed toward her. "Wren. She's not healing. It must have been a silver bullet." Yoga pressed on the wound with one hand and patted her cheek with the other. "Wren. She needs blood." Ash's fangs glinted before he bit into his own wrist, then held the flowing blood to Wren's lips. Even in sleep, they curved into a pout. In death, they might too. I screwed my eyes shut for a second. No, I couldn't think like that. Still, it would be my luck to find out I'd been tattooed into the true queen's royal harem, only to have her die soon after. This was what a sucker punch felt like, each second like another sharp jab while she lay there unmoving. And I couldn't do a fucking thing to stop it, or to help. It was the worst feeling in the world. I stood there staring like a creeper, useless. Not something I cared to think about often, but that one word scuttled inside my ear every once in a while like a parasite. A reminder with teeth that I served no important purpose in life, or in anyone else's except for being a liar and a cheater. Before my dad died, I'd had a purpose. I'd started training to be a part of Queen Bronwyn's Royal Knights, but when Queen Ravana took the throne, my exact words were, "Fuck that crown-chasing bitch." I wanted no part in anything to do with her since the smell of her treachery had first been detected by my dad. He once found false documents stating Bronwyn wasn't a Delacroix, and therefore shouldn't be queen. When that didn't work, Ravana escalated things quickly. See? Crown-chasing bitch if there ever was one. "Wren, drink. You have to drink," Ash begged and adjusted his wrist to her lips. Timing was everything when it came to silver poisoning and vampires. Wren should have known that, but had probably tried to beat the clock by getting the bullet out herself before the silver seeped into her system. But she'd been too late, and now she might die. "Come on, Wren," I ground out, moving to the foot of the bed. I reached out to touch her, wishing I could do more. My fingers brushed against the soft flesh of her toes. Yoga bowed his head over her, his hands still supplying pressure to her wounds, and slick with her blood that now stained the sheets and kept spreading. His dark hair stuck to the sweat on his face. Ash and I seemed to be holding our breaths, even though we didn't have any. The seconds ticked by, each one slow and twice as painful as the last. I didn't know how long I stood there waiting, every bone in my body ready to snap under the pressure. And then, movement. Her fingers fluttered. There, and then gone again. But it was enough to loosen the knot in my chest. All three of us sagged with relief. The muscles in her neck tightened, and she blinked her eyes open to stare at Ash above her. Bringing her hand to his forearm, she moaned, a raw, hungry sound that stirred my dick right the fuck up. Something would have to be done about that. Her body, still naked from almost taking a shower, writhed down my bed. God damn. She kept drinking from him, making these hot little noises that caused me to turn around so I could adjust myself. But also so I wouldn't have to look at them eyeball fucking each other. No, not even eyeball fucking. They looked at each other with trust. Love. "She's healing," Yoga said. When I turned back, he took his hands from her wound. They were covered in blood, but fresh blood wasn't seeping out of her anymore. He got up and crossed to the bathroom to wash up. Ash, still kneeling on the bed, paled from the blood loss. But Wren would likely need a lot more to flush the silver from her body. I flashed to his side before he did something stupid and passed out. "Let me take over, genius. She's going to suck you like a juice box." "Fuck off," he muttered. Wren's gaze cut to me, all sin and hunger now while she fed,
and she rolled her naked hips upward just slightly, like she was imagining riding my cock. Yeah, something needed to get done right now. Fine, I'll go get you some blood to keep you hydrated. Try not to pass out. I clapped Ash hard on the back and started for the stairs. I'd be quick. Too quick. No question about that. I hurried downstairs and headed straight for the cheap whiskey in the kitchen. It took 5 searing hits before the image of her unmoving on my bed blurred and replaced itself in my head with her fuck me look and the way she'd rolled her curvy hip. I cleaned up, took the whiskey, grabbed the blood from the refrigerator, and was back upstairs again in a minute and a half flat. I could be quick, but I could also be torturously slow. "Miss me?" I announced. No. That from Yoga and Ash, but I earned a knowing smile from Wren, who was still attached to Ash's arm, now with a sheet draped over her. She probably knew what I'd been up to, the vixen. I popped the top off the blood container for Ash and handed it to him. "You didn't microwave it?" he asked. "Not for you, I didn't." I tipped my chin up at Yoga before tossing him the whiskey bottle. "Think fast." He snatched out of the air and then slammed down near a quarter of the bottle in one gulp. "You're welcome." I turned to Wren and touched her toes hanging out from the sheet for an excuse to touch her. She pulled away from Ash and licked her lips, looking much better now that she wasn't preparing for death number 2.
Okay, I think I'm good now.
"Christ, Wren, you think you could tell us next time you get shot?" Yoga asked, jumping right into the Inquisition. "Take it easy, will you?" I snatched my whiskey from him, because he didn't deserve to have it, not with that tone. He frowned so hard that another dimple formed on his chin. "No, I won't. That was reckless." Ash drank deeply from the blood I'd given him while he gave her a dark look. She huffed and sat up in my bed, which looked so much more inviting with her in it, and pulled up the sheet to cover her more. It was then I noticed the rose vine tattoo that wound around her biceps and across her shoulders. I'd only seen part of it before, and the thorns made it look just as deadly and beautiful as she was.
I hate being fussed over.
She glared at each of us.
You all fuss.
"Too bad, Your Highness." I said the words much sharper than I intended. "Queens get fussed over by everyone. Time to get used to it." She closed her eyes briefly.
Easy for you to say. I grew up on my own. I took care of myself.
Not anymore. Ash touched her cheek, and she gave him that trusting, loving look again. To have her look at me like that, well, that would be something. But then her eyes hardened.
Wrong, Ash. Looking out for myself doesn't just end because I have you. My mom had a harem and royal knights to protect her, but it didn't work out so well for her.
Noted. Yoga sighed and ran his hand down his face. But if you're not even going to tell us you got shot, what are you going to tell us? Ash nodded. He has a point.
You're right,
she said.
Trust is a two-way street. I thought I could handle it myself because I have before, but I messed up. I'll try not to make it a habit.
I tipped back the bottle and drank, the liquor numbing the part of me that wanted to rip Ash's head off just so I could stand at Wren's side. First rule of being queen. When you fall, fall fast so you can jump up again. Ash stared at me. Damn, Charles. Did you just come up with that? I hadn't. That had been one of my dad's sayings, or the dumbed-down version with smaller words, but he'd meant everyone, not just queens. When I'd fallen, I kept falling. Still wasn't sure I'd landed yet either. When I didn't answer, Wren said, You guys haven't already gone and come back, have you? Ash shook his head. We got as far as the fence when my cymbal heated so hot it just about ran us off the driveway. Same as mine, then. We were both in tune with Wren, revolving like protective planets around our shared sun. I hated sharing, and I hated sharing with Ash even more. But it gave me a purpose. One that actually mattered more than picking pockets and being mercenary for hire. I had a purpose to the true queen. Even though I'd started training to be one of the royal knights when I was a kid, this was still scary as fuck. Being part of her harem was much more personal, required me to lower my walls a little, not just with her, but the entire harem.
We still need our stuff if we're going to this cult meeting tomorrow,
Wren said. I'll go get it, I announced, surprising everyone, including myself. I'll take Yoga with me. He shot me a look. Stop calling me that. Really.
Just call him Charlie if he does,
Ash said with a laugh. Wren smiled at me.
Why do you hate Charlie so much? It suits you.
Never you mind. I stroked her foot as I turned, catching the flare of heat across her face as I did. Try not to get shot while we're gone, or ever again.
Fair enough,
she said. Ash, you still have the keys? Yoga asked. I jiggled them in the air on my way to the coat rack in the corner of my bedroom. Nope.
Figures, damn it,
Ash muttered. Ash, take care of Wren. Little lady, you rest up. I flipped my fedora onto my head and threw a wink over my shoulder. Because we have a cult meeting to crash tomorrow night.
Chapter 5. Wren.
I thought they'd never leave,
Ash said when the rumble of Charles's truck faded into the night.
You really had me scared, Wren.
I'm sorry.
I know we haven't known each other that long in the grand scheme of things, but I really can't imagine life without you. I mean, if I lost you,
Hey. I put a finger to his lips, then took his face in my hands and kissed him. You're not going to lose me, but you may run away screaming if I get any filthier.
I'm on it.
He blurred into the bathroom and came back with a warm, wet washcloth. Then he sat beside me and gently washed my face. I had to resist the urge to yank the rag from his hands so I could do it myself. It's not like I was helpless, but he looked so sincere, like he actually wanted to take care of me. I couldn't take that away from him. Seeing how much ick came off on the washcloth reminded me I still had some serious hygiene issues to attend to. I took his hand and halted the sponge bath. You know what? This washcloth is kind of like bringing a knife to a gunfight. I'm going to need something a bit more substantial. Ash smiled.
I'm on it.
He whipped the sheet off me and carried me to the bathroom, then stood me gently in the tub and turned on the shower, adjusting the hot and cold until it was just toasty enough to feel heavenly. After retrieving a clean washcloth and towel, he started for the door.
Let me know if you need anything.
You. He turned, one eyebrow cocked.
What?
I need you. His slow-burning smile was enough to melt any cold, dead heart. In a couple milliseconds, he propped what was left of the busted door against the doorframe, then stripped out of his clothes and climbed into the tub behind me. He slid the curtain closed while I shut my eyes and let the hot water soak into my hair.
Here, let me.
Ash squirted some shampoo into his palm and started lathering it through my hair. I'd heard women talk about how nice it was to have their hair washed by someone else and chalked it up to girlish silliness. But wow, they were right. I kept my eyes closed as Ash's fingers massaged my scalp and worked the shampoo through every strand of hair. Then he guided my head back into the water stream and stroked the suds away. Bitter? He asked as I rubbed the water from my eyes. You should be a hairstylist. Women would pay you $100 for a wash job like that.
I'm only interested in pleasing one woman.
Ash pressed his body against mine, squeezing my ass possessively.
My woman.
Well, if you're that good with shampooing, how are you with the rest of it? I grabbed a bar of soap and slapped it into his palm, then turned my back to him and grinned over my shoulder. Ash chuckled and lathered up. He started at the back of my neck, his slick hands sliding along my skin. The soap smelled like Charles, some kind of spicy man scent, so it was a little like having him in the shower with us. That vision pumped blood into my lady parts and swelled them up until they ached. Ash slid his arms under mine and around my waist, pulling my body against his as he lathered up my abdomen, pausing at the tender skin on my still healing wounds. He bent to look at them and glanced up at me with eyes full of guilt. It's not your fault, I whispered. None of this is. He sighed, and I knew he still blamed himself for Charles kidnapping me. I'd have to let him come to terms with it on his own. If it meant letting him wash me from head to toe and letting him wait on me hand and foot for tonight, then so be it. To be honest, it was kind of nice, but I wasn't about to let any of them know that. Perhaps I'd inherited my mother's independence. I couldn't remember her ever letting anyone do anything for her. I tried hard to remember anything from before we were on the run, but I'd been too young. What were her mates like? Which one of them was my father? Did they dote on her like Ash did for me? Blood tinged the water, swirling down the drain while Ash washed my wounds as carefully as one might wash a newborn. Once we finished toweling off, Ash with a towel around his waist and me wearing Charles's robe, we emerged into the hexagonal bedroom. I hadn't fully appreciated the place before, considering the silver poisoning and all.
I'm surprised he can afford such a house with all the debt he's in,
Ash said. Maybe he's not in as much debt as we thought. I wandered to the window and looked outside. A pale line of yellow light spread across the horizon. Hopefully those window shades would come down like Charles had claimed.
The bed's been changed.
Ash looked back in the bathroom.
Our clothes are gone, too.
Footsteps by the stairs were followed by Charles's voice.
Yep, the bed's all cleaned up. Clothes in the wash.
I grinned at Ash, who wore an actual blush. He gripped the towel tighter around his waist, knowing as well as I did that Charles and Zach had heard everything. Charles appeared at the top of the stairs, carrying a tray with a silver teapot and 2 cups, plus a covered dish. He set it on the table at the foot of the bed.
Y'all really should pay more attention when you're fucking, though. I mean, any scallywag could have come in on you, and you would have had no idea. A scallywag like you.
Ash sneered.
Whatever. Seriously, though. Your #1 job is to protect our queen. How about we wipe the slate clean? I can train you to be a royal knight, and you can stop looking at me like you want to put a stake in my heart. Train me?
Ash balled his fist like he might throat punch Charles for such a notion.
What the hell makes you think I need training? It's not a half-bad idea,
Zach said, emerging from the spiral staircase with a sandwich in one hand and a soda in the other.
Charles has had some solid training, as have I and Wren had on-the-job training, so to speak. Ash hasn't, though it's no fault of his own.
Ash looked to me as if waiting for me to shoot down that idea. I hated to disappoint him, but I think you should let him train you, Ash. Before Ash could retort, Charles held up both hands.
No need to discuss it now. I brought you both some dinner, and I'm going to be a hospitable host despite my better judgment and let you two sleep up here together. We'll need our rest before tomorrow night. Now eat up, sleep, and then it's showtime. I watched him fix it, by the way,
Zach said.
He didn't poison anything.
Thanks, Zach. And thanks, Charles. I resisted the urge to go kiss my soon-to-be second mate. I didn't want to shake salt into Ash's wounded pride.
Anything for my queen,
Charles said with a bow. He and Zach retreated downstairs. Ash and I sat at the table. I uncovered the dish to find a small, rare steak. Ash poured steaming blood from the silver pitcher into our cups. Wow, I'm famished. I cut off a piece of steak and popped it into my mouth, savoring the juicy, bloody coolness of the beef. This is good. Maybe Charles isn't so bad after all.
Not so sure about that.
Ash took a sip from his cup, then tentatively tried a bite of steak and licked his lips. He shook his head and shrugged.
If the taste of this dinner is any indication, maybe he has a few redeeming qualities.
While we ate, yellow sunlight grew brighter across the horizon. Steel panels slid down to cover the windows just as Charles had promised. Bertie now sported a new wine-red coat of plasti-dip, and damn was it nice to be back behind the wheel. Ash rode shotgun while Zach and Charles rode in the back seat. I wore my mousy brown Martha Stewart-style wig and a dowdy gray dress to match Zach's suit. We needed to look as plain as possible to blend in. From what Zach could gather, it was a mixed crowd of dowdy and dolled-up vampires, interested in whatever this cult could do for them. Charles studied the flyer.
This address seems awfully familiar. I really don't like this color. It makes me look old,
Ash said. You are old. Older than me, anyway. The streetlights glinted off his silver-dyed hair. Makes you look distinguished, I think.
What about this silly mustache and goatee? It's itchy as hell. You look like Colonel Sanders,
Charles said.
But you're missing the white suit. Looking better than comb-over back here, though. I could really go for some chicken right about now. You vampires and your limited diets.
Zach adjusted his tie. The comb-over wig looked rather ridiculous on him, as did the baggy gray preacher suit and shiny black shoes, but only because I knew how fuckable he actually looked.
There's a drive-through up ahead. Let's get him some chicken so his stomach won't growl and draw attention,
Charles said. He wore a black polo and khakis, along with a dark brown curly wig which made him look like Jonah Hill in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Are you sure it's a good idea for Zach to be there? They'll be able to tell he's human, I said.
Sure, but there will be other humans there,
Zach said.
There are several who are heavily invested in this cult. Mostly politicians, lawyers, and those types.
Charles lowered his voice theatrically.
Playing the part of chin-dimpled lawyer tonight is Yoga, a.k.a. Zach Palmer. That's Detective Zach Palmer,
said the human in question.
My apologies. Playing the part of chin-dimpled lawyer with a stick up his ass is Detective Zach Palmer.
I burst out laughing. It kind of hurt my still tender ribs, but it was totally worth it. Even Zach chuckled. Charles looked plumb proud of himself, while Ash seemed happy that I was happy. At least it helped ease the tension. In just a little while, I could very well be looking into the face of the only blood relative I had left. A relative who most likely orchestrated the murder of my mother. How would I react once I saw her? Could I control my urge to rip her face off and tear her head from her spine? We arrived about 10:15 at a stone-walled estate about 10 miles north of Fairmont, Mississippi.
Shit,
Charles whispered. What is it? Are we at the wrong address? I asked, eyeing the valet or whatever he was standing at a crumbling guard shack. The iron gates were open, but on closer inspection I realized the gates were gone. But not just removed. Hinges appeared to be ripped away. Jagged pieces of metal glinted in the headlights.
No, it's the right place. We may have an issue, Ash said. Are we supposed to have tickets or a secret password or what? I got this, Zach said, handing the flyer to me. When he asks, just hand in the flyer. That's your ticket. Gotcha, I said, smiling at the guard as he approached the car. He appeared to be in a rent-a-cop uniform that was a size too small, but when he leaned down to the window, his yellow eyes told me he was a vampire. Ticket? He asked. I handed the flyer over, swallowing hard as I tried to hold my neutral smile. He looked it over and shined an ultraviolet light on a corner of it. There, a smaller version of the larger V symbol appeared. All right, you can go on in. You were late, though, so park wherever. Thanks. He made a V sign with 2 fingers and put it to his chin. To they who are truly served. All the guys repeated it back, and I joined in for the last couple words. Truly served. Okay, thanks. I gave the guard a little wave and continued down the long driveway. That was creepy as hell. Yeah, definitely. Charles shifted in his seat. Let's go meet the T.W.A.T.S. Park there. This far from the house? Yes. If we need to make a quick exit, we don't want to be blocked by cars or people leaving. Cars were parked in the grass all along the driveway. The place was packed. And the weird thing about it is that it looked like a run-down haunted house. It was huge, like you'd imagine a country estate might be. Many of the windows were busted out, and the ones in the lower level were boarded over. In the top level, they were just shattered glass and empty window frames. I backed into a spot at the end of all the cars, leaving Birdie at a diagonal facing the gate just in case. We quickly made our way to the house, passing overgrown flower beds and out-of-control rose bushes along the way. If they want to make a good impression, they're doing a shitty job of it, I whispered. Charles and Ash flanked my sides while Zach held the rear. Charles seemed as nervous as a squirrel sneaking into a dog pound. What's wrong? I asked and gripped his arm to stop him. He's leading us into a trap. Ash pulled me behind him. Stop it, Charles whispered harshly. This is not a trap. You have to trust me. I can't say anything else right now. He pointed to the bushes and to his ear, which I knew meant the possibility of bugs, and not the crawly kind either. We'll be fine. I have your back, Zach said, which usually meant he'd packed some crazy-ass weapon that might obliterate everyone within a square mile if he so chose. I certainly didn't want it to come to that. It's fine, I said gently, urging Ash onward. Let's go see what this is all about. He came along begrudgingly, but kept himself between Charles and me. We stepped onto the porch where a flickering light bulb buzzed from a shattered glass fixture. The front doors, like the gates, had been busted in. A sheet of plywood that may have boarded it up sat propped against the siding. We stepped across the threshold into a foyer scattered with leaves. Candles and rusted sconces on the wall provided enough light for Zach to see, thankfully. Above us, stars twinkled through holes in the high ceiling above the stairs. To our left, an usher dressed in a toga opened a large wooden door. He had fang marks along his arm. Welcome, he said in a breathy whisper. His eyes were glassy and bloodshot. His breath reeked of alcohol. He offered his wrist to us. Here, drink. Take what is yours. Charles took the initiative and held the man's wrist. He turned the scarred arm over until he found a relatively clean spot and bit in. The man sighed like he was about to have an orgasm. Charles let go and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The man offered his hand to me. Oh no, I'm full from my human here, I said, patting Zach's shoulder. Zach nodded demurely, making the V symbol on his chin like the guard had done.
The toga guy imitated the gesture and waved us in. We made our way into the crowd, finding a clear spot toward the back of what appeared to be a huge ballroom with a dais at one end. Candles were scattered about. Their yellow light danced across the people gathered here. The smells were almost overwhelming. Blood, expensive perfume, starched suits, leather shoes, and enough alcohol to blow up the place. I'd never been around this many vampires before, at least not that I could remember. It was beyond surreal. Zach leaned in and whispered in my ear, "Good thinking back there." Thanks. I had just gone with my gut on that one. Otherwise, I was clueless about what we were expected to do and say. On the dais, some bald guy in a bright blue suit was finishing up a speech about how well the economy was doing.
Our job rate has never been better. Homelessness is almost a thing of the past throughout Mississippi. All of this because of one woman who knew that the key to our survival and success is to accept the hierarchy of things.
The crowd all chanted, "Fangs rule."
"And teeth drool?"
Ash whispered. A female vampire in front of us gave him the stink eye. He stood up straight and scratched his Colonel Sanders goatee in an appropriately solemn frown. A male vampire beside her nodded at Zach.
"What's his blood type?"
he asked me. "Lawyer," I answered. The guy grimaced and turned back around. On the dais, the blue-suited guy continued. "Everyone, please, give a warm welcome to our magnanimous, benevolent, selfless ruler, Her Majesty Queen Ravana." My gut twisted in that familiar hunger brought on by vengeance, but I had to suppress it. I gripped my ugly beige mama purse in a white-knuckled death grip. Charles and Ash both sensed my agitation. They stood on either side of me and held my arms in a firm yet inconspicuous grip. And then suddenly, there she was. I caught a glimpse of blonde hair in a ponytail, but the crowd started cheering and waving their arms, and I couldn't get a good look at her. I tiptoed, and through the breaks and people waving their blind allegiance to a monster, I saw my mother's only sister. She wore a tight black dress and a strand of pearls. Behind her, 5 guys filed onto the stage and stood there, their feet wide, with their hands folded in front of them.
"Her mates,"
Charles whispered, scowling. None of them looked familiar to me, but Ravana resembled my mother. Her eyes, her nose, her high cheekbones, her build. The only thing missing was warmth, kindness, love. Oh yes, she smiled and waved and shook people's hands and all those things a seasoned politician does at a rally. But she lacked that thing that made my mother the kind of queen people had apparently died for. My mother had cared. Even the few times I had seen her speaking to random strangers, I could see that she cared. As little as we had while on the run, she still donated to homeless shelters and fed stray cats. Ravana, on the other hand, radiated cold-hearted callousness, all wrapped up in a pretty smiling package. "Please, please hold your applause. I can't stay long, I'm afraid. I have a flight to catch. But I had to pop in and tell you all how proud I am of you. We've had so many new investors over the past few months, thanks to you." She pointed into the crowd. "Councilman Davis for securing our human interests in Love, Georgia, and the Klan Representative Templeman. Without you, we wouldn't be celebrating our 10th homeless shelter closing in Mississippi this year. For a special treat, after the rally, we've provided fresh, never-bitten flesh just for you to feast on. Just remember to check for those with brands on their inner thighs. Branded flesh is to be left alive. You may venture anywhere in the home to feast or fuck to your heart's content. My assistants will help you with that. Please do enjoy the rest of the evening here in my dear sister's former home. I know she'd want you all to relax and partake of the night's festivities." The floor felt like it was falling away from me. This place had been my mother's home. That's why Charles had been so upset when we arrived. My mother had lived and loved and welcomed her subjects into her home, and these bastards had completely defiled it. The crowd was cheering again, and all I could see were brief flashes of Ravana leaving the stage with her mates filing out behind her. I started for her. Ash and Charles held me back. Zach stepped in front of me. "Let me go," I whispered, trying to struggle free without causing a ruckus. "I can end this."
"No,"
Charles said.
"Not here. Not now. You're not strong enough yet."
"Then why the fuck are we here?" Chapter 6. Charles.
"Follow me," I muttered, keeping a tight grip on Wren since she looked like she was about to make flesh soup of anyone standing between her and Queen Ravana. Couldn't blame her, but now really wasn't the time. The crowd was already pushing against us on their way out of the ballroom and into the rest of the mansion. We swept along with them, and then I led Wren and her two shadows into a semi-dark corner on the side of a giant staircase. "We're here to memorize faces," I told them, my voice low. "These vampires—" A loud moan interrupted from somewhere near the front door. I glanced over my shoulder and saw a flash of boob. This place was going from 0 to orgy fast, a good thing in any other setting. Cult orgies just didn't do it for me, though. "These vampires and the humans here are easily manipulated," I said, turning back to my audience of 3. "We can use them to do our own manipulating." Ash crossed his arms. "You thinking about starting your own cult?" "Who isn't these days?" I asked. "Mine will involve sex robots on spaceships, obviously. Maybe a few tentacles. Oh, and getting your own action figure, because why not?" Yoga blinked. "What?" "What?" Ash asked, giving me a look like I was nuts. Wren's eyes flashed. "Focus." I jerked my thumb over my shoulder at a guy with powdery yellow skin who wore an expensive suit. "See all the suits, the money? We can use them." "Use them?" Wren shook her head. "Charles, if I get involved in all the same games as her, how would that make me any different? I don't want to lie and cheat and kill my way to the throne like she did. Except her." Her face hardened into vicious lines, all of them deadly but gorgeous, and I was glad I was on her side instead of against her. "I will definitely be killing her." "Look," I said, leaning in and lowering my voice. "All I'm saying is these people will believe anything we tell them if we sell it well enough." Ash shrugged. "Okay, what are we selling?" "A choice." I reached into my jacket and pulled out 5 yellow happy face buttons, the kind with sticking pins on the backs of them to attach to clothes. These, though, had a black disc on the back as well. Keeping one for myself, I passed the others out one to everyone. "The button is a camera." I pulled mine apart to demonstrate, then pinned the happy face to my jacket and pocketed the disc. The red switch on the disc part snaps a picture. "Let's split up and take as many pictures of people's faces as you can." Yoga frowned at the happy face button in his palm. "How is this offering anyone a choice? I still don't get it." "We're not splitting up," Ash hissed. "It will look more natural that way," I said. "I go with Wren. You two go with each other." Wren eyed me as she pinned the button on her dowdy dress. She looked like a Sunday school teacher. Not that I knew anything about church, but church Wren made me think just as unholy thoughts as regular Wren did. "Why do we need pictures of people's faces, Charles?" I turned at the sound of a squeal and did a double take. Some human woman was doing a handstand over a vampire lying on the floor she was sucking off, while another vampire fucked the human's upside-down body, while yet another bit into her branded thigh while masturbating. Seemed like there were easier ways to have a foursome, too acrobatic for my taste. Shaking my head, I faced Wren again. So we can find the person we're going to offer this choice.
Which is?
She asked, perking an eyebrow. I lowered my voice even though the orgy was in full swing now. Die or help us get closer to the Queen without her knowing. 3 stunned faces looked back at me. Off you go now. I shooed Ash and Yoga away and took Wren's hand. Meet back here in 30 minutes. Got it? Nope, Yoga said and checked his watch. I'm still lost. Ash sighed loudly, and I could feel his glare piercing my back as I turned, leading Wren away from the side of the staircase.
Just 30 minutes,
Wren called back to them.
How much trouble could we get?
She glanced at me and pushed out her lips into a sexy pout.
Never mind.
Trouble's my job, I shrugged, leading her past the foursome and pressing the switch on the camera's disc to take all of their pictures. She stared at the 4 of them and wet her lips with her tongue. My tattoo fired up like a starving beast, an exact echo of the heat in Wren's eyes. The smell of blood and sweat saturated the air. Though the news of this being her mother's home had rattled her, this orgy turned her on. A lot. Not only was she hot, but she was also dirty. I could get behind that. As we walked toward the other side of the entryway past more fucking and biting, I let my gaze roam over her ass. I could get behind that, too.
Trouble might be your job, and yet no one hired you to do this. Whatever it is we're doing here.
She bit her lip as we passed a male human submitting to a female vampire by kneeling in front of her, arms behind his back and head bowed. Being yours is also my job. I wiggled my arm at her, but not enough to reveal my flaming tattoo underneath my jacket sleeve. Or have you forgotten?
No, I haven't forgotten that.
She ripped her gaze away from all the sex and smiled then. A full one that lit up the entire mansion, but that I claimed as mine, at least for now. While taking pictures along the way, I led her toward another wing of the mansion. Away from everyone else, the path familiar even after all these years. Outside, a dusty tapestry hiding a pair of weathered oak double doors that had once gleamed a polished brown. I pulled up my spine and prepared for the downpour of memories on the other side.
Okay, now there's no one around to take pictures of. You're going to have to fill in some of my holes about this plan of yours while we're alone.
Wren said. I snorted, because apparently I had the maturity of a 12-year-old, and Wren laughed too with a shake of her head.
Okay, so I walked right into that one, didn't I?
I will gladly fill in some of your holes. I took her hand and squeezed as I swept the tapestry to the side. We walked through the doors, and I wished I could prepare her for what was inside. It wouldn't be easy for either of us. It was pitch black inside, but I could still see the emptiness. Dead leaves rained down from small holes in the high ceiling. Some had collected on chandeliers hanging above, but most lay scattered across the floor and crumbled under our feet. It was so still and quiet that it was like walking into a tomb. Instead of looking at what was on the far side of the room, I turned to Wren to see if she recognized where the moon must have come out from behind the clouds because it shone through the holes in the ceiling, throwing a silver glow over the entire room. I knew exactly what she was staring at without looking at it myself. Why there were tears licking down her face.
This is...
She turned to me. The heartbreak cut deep enough across her face that it made me forget about fucking. Okay, not completely. I had 2 blue bags of disappointment for balls, but I'd live. This is your mother's throne room. I finished for her. And that's her throne.
I hated that the cult meeting was here and not the thousands of other places it could have been. This house held too many memories for me, almost all of them good, but so far in the past that they might as well have happened to someone else. I remember, she whispered. But I wasn't so sure she remembered it like I did. This house had been my home away from home. This room had been a playground for a naughty vampire kid like me. Even now, with the dead leaves falling through the holes in the roof, landing with the sound of brittle bones in the silence, I could still hear Queen Bronwyn telling me stories and singing. Arranging her dress back into place, Wren walked toward the throne. A simple thing, yet still royal enough for someone like Queen Bronwyn. At the bottom of the 3 steps leading up to it, Wren seemed to buckle at the knees, the loss of who had once sat right in front of her too much. Above the throne, a huge portrait still hung on the wall. Queen Bronwyn on her throne, surrounded by her 5 mates. But the painting had been clawed as though a werecat had used it for a scratching post. To add salt to that wound, paint thinner had been doused on their faces, so all that was left were detailed bodies with blurry heads of a once royal family. Wren stared at it, her eyes roving over the image, lips parted in shock. Then her gaze landed where I knew it would, to her mother's arms, where she held a tiny infant streaked with paint thinner as though the child had begun to melt out of existence. I started to go to her, but then she sobbed, her head bowed, while the moon spotlighted her grief. Her skin glowed silver underneath it, while her shoulders heaved, a broken beauty. I felt grief too, hers and mine, as raw today as ever. Dad's usual place was nearest the bottom step, while the other royal knights stood in 2 rigid lines on either side of the throne. When Queen Bronwyn wasn't holding court, and it was just her and me in here, I would stand in his spot and pretend to be him. "You're going to be a very special someone someday, Charles," she said once, the spectral memory echoing through the dark chamber. She knew I was meant to be with Wren. She must have. Pity no one ever let me in on it. "How could her own sister do this to her?" Wren asked, her voice choked with tears and rage. "Not only is my mother dead because of that bitch, but she was here, tonight, in this house, with her creepy human slave sex cult like she was rubbing it in." "Because she's a crown-chasing bitch." I crossed toward her and stood in Dad's place, standing guard over the true queen like he had done. But I would do more. I brushed my thumb over my tattoo, still pulsing hot, but heavy now, like it could feel Wren's sadness too. "I will put you on this throne, Wren. I swear it." She looked up at the throne for a long moment, empty except for dead, broken leaves. "I want to kill my aunt at least 10 times over, Charles. I really do. But then what? Take what's mine? But what if I hate it? What if I try to be like my mom, but I turn out worse than Ravana? There was a time when even Ash was scared of me." "The fact that you're asking these questions already makes you 50 times better than Ravana." I bent to touch her, mostly as an excuse to feel the silvery skin on her arms, pulled her gently to her feet, and moved her to my dad's old spot. "Now you're standing where the royal knights once stood." She gave me a sad smile. "Your dad?" I nodded. He'd bring me here sometimes because he had no one to watch me. He'd often have to stay late to strategize with the rest of the royal knights when your mom was about to travel, so I'd come in here. It was usually empty because it was so late, but occasionally Queen Bronwyn would wander in. In my kid head, I didn't understand her importance, so I just talked to her like I would anyone. And she listened and talked to me too, even after you were born.
She touched her chest right over her heart, her eyes soft.
What did you talk about?
Everything. She told me stories and sang me songs, treated me like an equal even though I was just some annoying kid. I'd sit right where you're standing while she did.
You weren't just some annoying kid,
she said, tilting her head. I shrugged, but even I knew I was pretty damn annoying. Still, though, it got to the point where I couldn't wait to see her. I'd hang around outside those double doors we came through while she held court, barely able to control myself so I could come talk to her. So she gave me a music box to play with. I nodded down at her feet. I bet the stone is still loose if you'd like to see it. Frowning, she knelt and slid the stone out from the side of the step, and soon the familiar notes drifted out from the silver box in her hands. It looked a lot smaller now and the song more haunted. She laughed as she stared up at me with wide eyes.
I know this song. You're a 5-pointed star. That's what you are.
Her voice trembled and then drifted into silence. I tried for a smile, but I didn't think it quite made it to my face. I was sitting right here when Ravana's brutes stormed in here and Bronwyn, holding you in her arms, ran for her life. I think you were maybe a year or 2 old. Anyway, while my dad called for me in a panic, I stashed the music box, thinking we'd come back, but we never did. Wren touched her fingertips to the music box that still played, her lips trembling.
She was like a mother to you.
I shrugged, never having thought about it like that, but I suppose she was right. My real mom put a stake through her own heart.
What was I like as a baby?
Wren asked.
Do you remember?
Very curious, as I recall. Chubby cheeks, drooled a lot. Wren laughed softly, which made me smile.
So putting me on the throne is just as personal for you as it is me,
she said.
So tell me how. Tell me why we're here taking pictures.
We find someone through facial recognition software who can get us close to the Queen. Someone who works inside her estate, a maid or a secretary or someone who has access to it. Like I said, the people here are malleable, easily manipulated, which is why I wanted to come here first. We find someone and then we offer them a choice. Help us or die. She pressed her lips together, seeming to process.
I have no problem killing those who deserve it, or get in my way. But these people, just for making some questionable decisions.
She shook her head. We're not actually going to kill them, I said, smoothing the neckline of her torn dress as another excuse to touch her. I was beginning to think I was addicted to how she felt, skin against skin. We're just going to tell them they'll die if they don't help us. I bet Potions Master Ash can whip up something non-poisonous with some of the same effects of silver poisoning that you familiarized yourself with last night. We stick our target with it, wait for them to feel sick, and then show up on their doorstep with the cure for their mystery illness.
Which we'll only give to them if they
plant a little listening bug in Ravana's mansion. We could learn her routine, her secrets, where she's going and why.
So we can be there first,
she added, a violent edge to her voice, one that made me glad my name wasn't Ravana. That bitch was so screwed. The double doors slammed open despite being locked, and in walked Ash and Yoga, both looking like they'd enjoy chewing through my face. Fuck, there you are, Yoga growled. Ash stalked across the room, his face twisted in a scowl. 30 minutes and then we'll meet by the front door, he says. Yeah, sorry about that, I said. We were enjoying the last few minutes of you not being here. Ash gave me the middle finger while his gaze zeroed in on Wren's torn dress and the dried tears streaking her face. But she held up a hand before his teapot temper blew.
I'm fine, really,
she said. Yoga's forehead creased as he studied her, and then the empty throne behind her, seeming to put it all together. We got pictures, some with faces and dicks at the same time. I don't think I've ever seen so many dicks in one place before. It wasn't pretty. He rubbed his eyes as if he wanted to gouge them out. The question is, what do we do with these pictures?
You're not going to like it, Ash,
Wren warned. He threw up his hands. Well, I can't wait to hear it then. I glanced at Wren as I started toward the doors. Second rule of being queen. Get used to doing things that make you feel like shit.
Chapter 7. Wren. As much as I wanted to linger in the throne room and try to piece together what was once my mother's life, we didn't have time. If anyone caught us in here, not mingling and not having our own private blood orgy, they'd know something was up. And I didn't want anyone defiling this place. It felt almost like a shrine to what might have been. Yes, I had been a second away from fucking Charles right here, but that was different. This had been my mother's home, her throne, meant to be my throne. I deserved to be happy here. I had been at one time, but could I trust the memory? There were feet, small feet, tap, tap, tapping across the parquet floor. 2 small hands enfolded in larger ones, shiny black shoes, a mustache atop a bright smile hovering above. And dancing. Zach, take pictures of that painting. We need to analyze it. I pointed without looking at it. It was burned into my retinas anyway. He did as I said, and I scooted out of there as quick as I could, slipping the music box down into my big mama purse. The guys were right behind me. Charles locked the doors and pulled the dusty tapestry back over them. A group of cackling partygoers rounded the corner in the hallway. It was 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was topless, with bleeding fang marks on both breasts. Dinner for the 2 male vamps. One was blonde, one brunette, like a young version of Siegfried and Roy, complete with shaggy hair and 2 tight skinny jeans. The woman's glassy eyes and red cheeks told me she was drunk as a skunk. Made for tasty blood and numbed the senses. I had no idea whether she had been marked for survival or whether these 2 hungry vamps would drain her dry. Leave it to my guys to pick up on that.
Hey, could we borrow her for a bit?
Charles said in a decidedly Cajun accent, pretending to adjust his polo shirt while aiming the smiley face button at their faces.
We've worked up quite the appetite, if you know what I mean.
Sure, one of the guys said, wiping blood from his lips as his gaze roved over Zach.
Can we trade? He been marked?
He is mine, I drawled like a true Southern vampire Bible school teacher and looped my arm through Zach's. I have a very delicate constitution, and only his blood suits me.
Looks like he has plenty to go around. Sorry then. No trade, no deal. You won't like it,
Ash said, rubbing his stomach.
He's vegan. Too gassy.
I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing at that one. Zach was the farthest thing from vegan you could get, just short of vampire.
You can have a drink,
Zach said, unbuttoning his shirt cuffs.
If you stop when my lady tells you to.
He swallowed hard as his eyes met mine. I sensed his unease. We could easily kill these numbnuts if we had to, but it still took a lot of trust for him to allow hungry vampires to drink from him. Knowing he trusted me that much was a bit humbling. Zach could be lethal, but he was way outnumbered in a house full of vampires.
Come here, Cher. Let's have a little fun,
Charles said, taking the shirtless woman's hand. Jealousy elongated my fangs and brought on thoughts of ripping her throat out. So much so, I had to turn away while Charles led the woman to a corner and spoke quietly to her. Ash followed, and both of them slipped into an open room with her. Were they planning on feeding from her or fucking her? Or both? Meanwhile, I had to stay here to ensure Zach didn't get drained. Both men licked their lips and came over while Zach adjusted his coat lapels and got their pics with his smiley face pin. They picked up his wrists and didn't waste time. Both of them bit in. Their fangs pierced his skin like a knife puncturing a drum. It was music to my ears and to my stomach. I had yet to fully recover from the blood loss from that damn silver bullet. Zach's eyes flared, but he barely flinched. I didn't know whether he'd been bitten before, but he seemed to react like any DBD who'd been bitten on a daily basis. This entire situation was foreign to me. I wasn't sure whether letting them drink from Zach was a good idea or where we were supposed to go from here. But while they slurped and gulped, I had to distract myself so I wouldn't be tempted to join in. It was up to me to keep Zach from losing too much blood. I looked around with a grimace. Pity we can't have this party at Queen Ravana's place. I mean, look at this dump. The brown-haired guy, the Roy of the duo, let go of Zach and licked the blood from his lips.
Isn't that the truth? I hear she's got several swank houses.
You've never been to one of them?
No.
And your friend? The blonde one, we'll call him Siegfried, lifted his head, letting blood dribble down his chin. I stared at the thick red trail of liquid. It smelled so hot and fresh. I could hear Zach's pulse, could feel the faint vibrations in the air. I had to eat again to build my strength back up. I sure as hell didn't want to eat from anyone here, but the hunger was slowly eating away at my self-control.
No, I've not had the pleasure of being in the Queen's presence besides tonight,
Siegfried said.
She's quite the recluse, they say, except at brief appearances in public gatherings.
Where does she live anyway? He shrugged.
I don't know. Don't really care either. I like what she's selling. We're predators. We should be allowed to act like it, to indulge in the carnal pleasures of life.
His eyes roved over me, while his hand reached for my breast. Ash blurred into the hallway and grabbed his wrist before it made contact.
Never touch a vampire lady without her permission. I'm pretty sure Queen Ravana would agree. My apologies.
The guy dropped his hand and took a couple steps back. Charles appeared beside Roy.
Your little dinner date done gave out,
he said in his newfound Cajun drawl.
I took her out back for you. Put her in the pit.
He glanced at me. Had he and Ash drained the poor girl dry? What did he mean by pit?
That's a shame,
Roy said, dropping Zach's wrist.
She tasted like old cigarettes, though. Not like your vegan friend here. But he tastes like fried chicken for some reason. I bet he's been sneaking meat on the side. Might hurt your delicate constitution, you know. But I'd be glad to take him off your hands. How much you want for him?
Zach bristled. His left eye twitched, no doubt tempted to whip out some vampire-exterminating weapon on these two idiots. I nipped my wrist and rubbed a few drops of blood on his wrist to heal his bite marks. He is not for sale, I said, but it sounded slurred from trying to cover my emerging fangs from my upper lip. The aroma of fresh blood permeated the air, crawled up my nostrils, and tugged on that part of my nature that my mother had warned me to keep on a leash.
Come on,
Siegfried said, taking Roy's arm.
They're the prudish type. Plenty of blood and fuckery to be had elsewhere. Good night.
They turned and went on their way. Zach relaxed a bit. I rubbed his shoulder. Are you okay?
I'll live.
He rebuttoned his shirt cuffs and muttered,
Thanks.
We need to get out of here before everyone thinks they can feed on you.
You look paler than normal. Maybe you should feed too.
I'll be fine. Unfortunately, the growl in my voice gave me away. My nose twitched. My ears throbbed with slurps, gulps, growls, and tongues lapping up blood. And screams. Delicious screams. Half pleasure, mostly pain. Prey succumbing to predators. I'm a predator.
He's right, Wren. You need to eat.
Ash looked around as though a blood buffet might magically appear in front of us. I thought we were finding a mole. Have you found anyone yet?
No, it's too crowded,
Charles whispered.
We won't be able to choose someone until the party's over. By then, my facial recognition app should give us a good lead. We can't wait that long,
Ash said.
I'll go find a DBD. There's got to be a decent one around here. No,
Zach said.
The less interaction Wren has with them, the better. And who knows what diseases or drugs they have in their systems.
He unbuttoned his collar and went to a bench on the opposite side of the hall. Tall potted plants with dead brown leaves stood on each side of it, partially blocking the view.
Come on, you can eat from me. Wait a minute,
Charles said.
How do we know you're not? Not what? Poisoned? Listen, asshole, I just let 2 vampires bite me, and without me, you'd all be piles of goo right about now. Come on, Wren. Either drink or don't. We don't have time to stand around arguing about it. You're about to go berserk in this madhouse.
My hunger wouldn't let me argue about it any longer. I sat down beside him as he bared his neck and leaned to one side.
Come on, Charles. Let's open up the app and see if we're getting any good results while Wren eats.
Ash said. They both flicked their gazes between me and Zach. A shared moment of jealousy? Sure, Zach was fuckable, but I didn't feel the insatiable need I had with Ash and Charles. Right now, Zach meant dinner. I waited for Ash and Charles to move along on their search for someone to infiltrate Ravana's inner circle, then scooted closer to him. I put a hand on his chest while I watched his carotid artery pulse beneath the skin. The man was built like a rock, but I still didn't want to risk taking too much of his blood. Are you sure about this? I can drink from your wrist, I whispered.
The neck will fill you up faster. Just do it before I change my mind. We need you to keep your strength up and stay focused so we can complete this mission.
Sure, the mission. I drew close to his skin and smelled his cologne mixed with salty sweat. You sure it's not anything else?
What else would it be?
Nothing, I guess. I just feel like I owe you something. His gaze dipped to my lips and then back up, his pupils dilating, and his tongue flicked out over his bottom lip.
You don't owe me anything.
A glance below his belt revealed that he was feeling more than just duty at the moment. One thing my mother had told me, bites to the neck could be quite painful unless the prey were sufficiently distracted. I licked his neck. He drew in a shaky breath. My fang.
Done?
Ash's voice caught me off guard. Zach's blood, however, was already supercharging me. I felt stronger by the second. But talk about hella awkward. Was this what it was like having your parents walk in on you making out with a boyfriend? I wiped my hand with the paper towel. Then I bit my wrist and rubbed some of my blood over Zach's neck wounds. They closed up quickly.
Okay, then,
Charles said, pulling his gaze from me to a gaggle of vampires and half-drained humans spilling into the hall from a nearby room. Among them were Siegfried and Roy. Their eyes were red, glossy, bulging like wild animals who'd been riled up with a cattle prod. Roy pointed at Zack.
That one. I want to drain him dry and suck on his greasy bones.
Not before I fuck him, a female vampire exclaimed, rubbing her hands together with glee.
That's our cue to go,
Charles said.
Follow me.
We hurried down the hallway in the opposite direction, past the tapestry that hid my mother's throne room, and through a door that led into what you might call a conservatory. A domed glass ceiling towered above. Dead, dry vines clung to chipped painted trellises and rusty wire frames. Stone benches covered with leaves sat along the paths. In the center, a tall statue of a woman commanded attention. Her arms were lifted to the heavens, and she held a large bronze sun in both hands. It was as if she was providing the light that our kind couldn't partake in. Was it supposed to represent my mother? Whatever it represented, it gave the place a spooky yet peaceful vibe. I could almost imagine myself roaming these paths, finding out-of-the-way nooks and crannies, a game of hide-and-seek. A little farther in, however, that atmosphere was shattered. Bodies writhed in a blood-feasting orgy on the other side of the statue. Perhaps, thanks to Zack's blood, it was repulsive to me. Not the act itself, but the audacity of these cultists to ruin what was surely meant to be a quiet place of reflection and happiness for my mother and her family.
Come on, Cher,
Charles whispered, gently holding to my arm as he ushered me past the unfazed dog pile. Stop the Cajun crap, I said, shaking him off.
What, you don't like it?
No. Okay, so that was a lie. It was actually kind of sexy and revived the desire to rip his clothes off and sate my need for him. He must have caught on. Charles flicked his tongue over his lips and gave my butt a quick, firm squeeze.
Whatever you say, Cher. I'm ever at your service.
We headed for a door that led outside, but a vampire guard holding a rifle stepped out from behind a rose trellis that formed an arch above the path and blocked the exit.
Marks? I'm sorry?
Ash asked.
Show me your marks, and you can go. We're really exhausted from all the festivities. Just let us pass,
Charles said, going for the door handle. The guard cocked the rifle and shook his head.
No marks, no pass. Look, we're kind of new to all this,
Zack said.
May I ask you what marks you're referring to?
A malicious grin stretched the guard's lips into a thin line.
If you have to ask, then you got no business being here.
He pressed a button on his watch. A wailing siren went off, along with flashing strobe lights. Screams and angry roars went up throughout the house. Shit. I knew this had all felt too easy. Well, fuck that. With lightning speed, I broke off a piece of the rose trellis and stabbed it into his chest. He managed to fire off a shot that broke some of the glass dome above before he melted into a gooey puddle. Shards of glass rained down onto the orgy pile, sending them screaming for cover back into the house. Let's go. I threw the impromptu stake aside, ripped the locked door from its hinges, picked up Zack and slung him across my shoulders.
What the
Shut up. I blurred down the sidewalk, over the grass, and to the car, with Ash and Charles reaching it a millisecond before me. Ash had the door open, waiting. I tossed Zack in the back seat and zipped into the driver's seat. Charles slid into shotgun position while Ash jumped in the back beside Zack. I started up the car and burned rubber, pulling out onto the driveway. Ravana's minions really should have thought before they ripped the gates from the hinges. The gate guard ran out of the guard shack and pointed a gun. Zack leaned out the window and shot him straight through the chest with a UV laser he must have sneaked in. The guard turned to a bloody heap of bones and ash, which exploded into a thick cloud as we drove through him. His remains covered the windshield, blinding me, so I turned on the wipers and washer fluid. It cleared the view just enough for me to make the turn out onto the road.
"Vampire Jesus,"
Ash said, gagging.
"It's everywhere."
I glanced in the rearview mirror. Zack wiped vampire remains off his face and slung them out the window.
"For a vampire, you're a real pussy, Ash. Step on it, Wren. Get on the interstate and don't stop until we need gas."
We had to book it out of here fast and put enough distance between us and this place to ensure no one had a chance to follow us. Luckily, we'd gotten out of there without a full-on brawl, but we had to be more careful next time we were on Ravana's turf. Clearly, she wasn't letting her guard down enough for just anyone to walk in and out of her cult dens. Now that we were out of there, I could finally ask a few questions. "Charles, did you and Ash kill that girl the skinny jeans twins were feasting on?"
"No,"
Charles said.
"I'd rather eat from a sewer rat."
Zack gave me a knowing look and a wink.
"We tried to question her, but she was too high to know her asshole from a hole in the ground. I gave her some fang away and tossed her in a closet. She'll wake up long after the vamps are out of there. Hopefully, she'll wise up and get away from the cult. Maybe we can come back and question her,"
Ash suggested. That was nice of them to try to save her from imminent death, though she was just one of many who'd be sacrificed here. "And the pit you were talking about?"
"That's a real thing, unfortunately. I heard people talking about it. It's where they dump all the ones that aren't marked."
"A mass grave?" Zack asked.
"Yeah. Something the authorities should be alerted to, then?"
Charles shrugged.
"I guess you could try it, but I doubt that'll go very far."
Ash huffed a laugh.
"Considering how many pockets Ravana has her fingers in, I guess it's no surprise."
"Where to now?" I asked, watching the speedometer climb from 75 to 90, headed north out of Fairmont. I had to be careful not to get a speeding ticket. Who knew how many cops around here were on Ravana's payroll?
"I know a place,"
Charles said.
"Just on the river near Memphis."
He paused and looked at me, lips tight as though he didn't know whether to say anything or not.
"It used to be your mother's cabin, a vacation place. Very few people knew about it, so it might actually still be intact."
Another place that belonged to my mother? The news wrapped its icy tendrils around my heart, but it was a feeling I'd have to get used to if I wanted to continue this quest to remove her traitor of a sister from the throne. The only problem? Did I really want to take my mother's place? Or was this just an excuse to keep feeding my need for vengeance? Chapter 8. Charles.
Wren drove like a church lady out of hell, my favorite kind of lady, it turned out. She was all decked out in her Sunday school dress while handling the twisting forest roads like a pro. The dress hung from one shoulder where I'd torn it, bearing the smooth flesh there, and it took all I had to keep from dragging the fabric down with my teeth. Maybe low enough to flash a nipple and then attach my lips to it. Fuck, I was hard. Wren sang along to the radio, the last notes of Nirvana's My Girl floating through the car. God, I could listen to her sing every song ever made and I'd never get tired of it. Yoga and Ash seemed just as transfixed in the backseat. Wren turned onto another narrow dirt road winding through the thick forest. Her eyes widened.
Is that it?
That's it, I said. Ahead, a 3-story cabin sat on the edge of a hilly river like a postcard image come to life. Even for someone like me who only admired beauty when it came to a fine ass like Wren's, autumn in Tennessee made me stop and stare. The moon lit the vibrant red and yellow leaves on the hundreds of trees and shimmered across the lazy river. I could only imagine what it looked like in the sun here, and it made me a little jealous that I'd never see it, honestly. Though I supposed if I wanted to see a tree that looked like it was on fire with nature's colors, I could just light a match myself. I'd done that once. Set fire to a whole mountain. Not my proudest moment, and one that had earned me my one and only beating from my dad. I had to come here once with my dad when Queen Bronwyn's mansion had a plumbing issue, I said. Not caused by me, in case anyone was wondering. We weren't. Ash and Yoga grumbled at the same time. Wren pulled up in front of the cabin and cut the engine.
It's in a lot better shape than her mansion is now, at least on the outside. How often did she come here?
Not often, I don't think. Wren nodded, a faraway look on her face as she carefully picked up the silver music box on the dash. She was never one to make much time for herself. We got out of the car, the cool air rolling off the river. An owl hooted in the distance, but other than that, it was that kind of quiet you could only find in nature's deep pockets. We were in the middle of nowhere, which was how I preferred it. I don't suppose you have a key? Ash asked, stepping up onto the wide porch. A key? Nah. I knelt in front of the door and fished out the lock-picking kit from my jacket. Thank goodness I've never met a lock I couldn't pick, huh? Yeah, Ash said, his sarcasm on full drip. Thank goodness. But it turned out I didn't need the kit. The door wasn't locked. It creaked open on rusty hinges, the noise like an alarm. As far as I knew, my dad had been the last one to lock it the last time we were here since he'd had a key. I'd stood next to him that night, noting his tense expression, his fists tight at his sides when he turned around, his sharp gaze roaming between the forest trees. Not at all like his usual calm, patient self. Something had been bothering him that day, and I'd always wondered if it had been something more serious than a plumbing issue we'd come here for. Shortly after that, Queen Bronwyn had run for her life with Wren, my dad and me at their side, and me stashed with a relative not long after. Now, though, the lock had been bashed in. I touched the splintered wood on the door, my muscles stiffening. Handy skill you got there, Yoga said, clapping me on the back as he passed me inside. I would have never thought to try the doorknob. Yeah, I thought so, I said, peering into the dark house. Hey, do a sweep. Make sure no one's here. Already on it, he muttered and flicked some lights on. I stepped inside the cabin after Wren and Ash. The place smelled musty and unused, like maybe no one had stepped foot here since the last time I'd come. I flicked more lights on and realized that wasn't quite true. Several rat prints trailed across the thick film of dust on the mahogany floors toward the kitchen. No human or vampire prints, though. The tension in my shoulders eased some. Wren bent to inspect the tracks and smiled at Yoga.
Maybe we can trap some dinner.
He laughed like they shared some private joke, which I hate to admit kinda made me jealous. These guys both knew her first, knew her more than I did. Hell, she'd even given Yoga a hand job and had barely copped a feel on me. Well, hopefully we could remedy that soon. I couldn't waste energy on jealousy, not with 4 other mates she'd eventually have at her beck and call. Looking around at this place helped tamp down the envy monster and brought back a lot of memories. The first floor was open and rustic-looking, with modern conveniences here and there. A large stone fireplace and a TV perched above it sat next to the front door, facing the couch. Crossbeams supported the vaulted ceiling, and hanging from the center was a macabre and strangely beautiful chandelier made of animal bones and red candles. I remembered clearly standing up on the couch underneath it, just so I could take a closer look at the incredible detail. Wren stood staring at it too, while Ash went to go help search the place out.
She tilted her head at it. It's not really what I expected. I didn't think my mom was a bone chandelier type of gal.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always liked it, which makes me a bone chandelier type of gal, I guess. She grinned and placed the music box on the large coffee table.
I like it too. Definitely an attention grabber.
No one's here. Yoga trotted down the stairs, which were located opposite the kitchen. He crossed over and sat on the couch, a massive rustic thing that looked like it had been carved right out of a tree. Dust plumed from underneath him, making him sputter, and he jumped back up again. God, never mind. I'm going to find a bed. That's what you get for breathing, I told him on my way to the refrigerator. How many bedrooms in this place? He called. I opened the fridge. Not much in the way of food or blood, unless we got supplies that looked like we wouldn't be staying here long. 4 upstairs, not including the loft, and 1 master down here. Ash came down the stairs. No signs of life or otherwise here. He crossed to Wren by the coffee table and pulled her to him for a kiss. Too much orgy for me, I'm afraid. If you need me for anything, I'll be dead upstairs. Wren nodded, and once he'd gone back upstairs, she strode to the sliding glass door near the kitchen, which looked toward the back of the cabin. I watched her, studying her graceful movements, her facial expressions. I was getting better at reading her. She had a flow to her like music, always on and tuned into her surroundings.
Is there a boat for the river here?
She asked as she slid the thick burgundy curtain aside. There's a boathouse out back, but I'm not sure how good of shape the boats are in.
I've always liked being out on the water, how calming it is. Until you get to the rapids, that is.
Without warning or so much as a blink, she peeled her ripped dress off and started kicking off her heels.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
About hiding all your clothes somewhere so you'll never find them? Yes, I am. Staring at her curves on full display, I slipped my hand into my pocket and snapped her picture with my smiley face button I still wore. Hey, no one ever said I wasn't a pervert. She stood there naked, her pale skin stark against the night behind her, and gazed over her rose-tattooed shoulder at me.
Race you to the river.
The dare curled her lips into a devious smile, tightening my entire body, and then she darted out the sliding glass door. Well, shit, that wasn't what I'd been thinking at all. Running was hardly even worth the effort when I could just stand still and wait for something better to come by. But this was Wren. I raced after her, chucking my clothes as I went. She was already halfway to the river, her long legs pumping, her perfect ass jiggling. I ran harder and made a sound like a chainsaw just to give her a little fright. Also because I'm an asshole who's seen one too many movies about the horrors of skinny dipping. Wren threw her head back and laughed as she neared the river's edge.
I'll save you from any psychopaths around here.
She toed the water and then waded in. Is it shriveled dick temperature? I came up behind her, now just as naked as she was. She eyed me over her shoulder, the water flirting with her breasts, and the sweep of her gaze caught on my obvious erection.
I don't think you have anything to worry about.
Chuckling, I stepped in behind her. It was cold as fuck, but it felt good, cleansing. Wren dipped her head under and then resurfaced, droplets clinging to her lips and eyelashes. She grinned as she began to tread water.
You're staring.
I blame you for that. The moonlight did things to her face, magical things, and I couldn't look away.
You're not half bad yourself,
she purred, swimming closer. She smiled a little, seeming to consider something.
What's your favorite childhood memory about your dad?
Is it already that time of night for daddy issue therapy?
No, I just think I would have liked your dad. He seemed loyal to my mom, and you, and a really good guy.
I nodded. He was a lot better than what I turned out to be. Favorite memory? Right, so once I found some matches, and to keep anyone else from doing anything stupid with them, I thought I had better use them up myself. I lit a whole mountain on fire with them. An adorable frown puckered her lips.
I said favorite memory, Charles. Favorite, not worst.
I'm getting to that part. I dipped my head under and then came back up, even closer to her. My dad was pissed, as was expected. He smacked me pretty good and didn't talk to me for a week.
Favorite.
Wren wrapped her arms around my shoulders, her body floating up against mine.
I mean, if that's your favorite, I'd hate to hear your worst.
Her touch sparked my developing addiction, and I stepped into her, feeling her. I slid my fingers over her hip bones, loving the way she was looking up at me, with trust, with interest, too, about the part of my life I never shared with anyone. When he finally started talking to me again, he acted completely normal, like what I had done was finally in the past, I said. We picked up and moved on, like always. That's my favorite memory.
He forgave you,
she said, smiling up at me. Yeah. My voice came out rough. It always did when I had to work through the ball of emotions I felt at his loss.
I have to be honest with you.
Wren smoothed some of the wet hair off my face, touching my jaw, then my cheek, the feel of her like a lightning bolt.
You're starting to grow on me.
Well, I guess I should be honest with you, too.
About what?
I kissed her then, slower than I wanted, but deep enough to taste her thoroughly. She melted into it with fiery heat, seemed to wrap her whole body around mine. Still holding her to me, our mouths exploring, I pushed her back to the river's edge because I needed to see all of her. Water rained down off our bodies as we stepped out, and then I knelt in front. The things I'd do for my queen. Still naked and covered in sand, we stepped into the cabin. Wren trotted in front of me toward the staircase on the left, her smooth, firm ass like a homing beacon. On her way, she looked over her shoulder and gave me a devilish grin.
I'll go pick out a bedroom, preferably one with a big shower.
Wicked, wicked woman, I said, following behind. But I was watching her and not where I was going, and my knee hit the edge of the heavy-ass coffee table. Pain flared, but before I could tell the coffee table to fuck off, the music box on the edge was already falling. I had a moment of panic, several actually, all of them freezing me to the spot before I could dive to save it. The box's bottom corner hit the hardwood first with a sickening crack, and then bounced and spun. Pieces flew from it and hailed around my bare feet. I stared at the broken mess, wishing I didn't feel each shard of it digging into my chest, surprised by how deep that went.
Charles,
Wren said softly.
I'm so sorry.
Same, I choked out. No amount of glue could save it. It was gone, just like Queen Bronwyn herself. Wren crossed over to me and put her hand on my arm before kneeling on the floor. Carefully, like she was scooping up a dead bird, she picked up the largest piece that had made up the bottom. As she did, a piece of paper fluttered loose from underneath it. "What's that?" I asked. Wren looked at me, a pucker between her eyebrows as she picked the paper up.
You don't know?
I didn't put it there. It must have been in the bottom. I stopped and stared while Wren unfolded it. A false bottom. I'd never even thought to check. I was too caught up in the music and to have given it to me that I... Wren moved closer to show me the paper, a sad smile on her lips.
She was important to you, too.
She was a hell of a woman to a troublemaker of a kid, I said, and then looked at what Wren showed me. It was a map of the southern clan states, something I'd seen 1,000 times before. What was so special about this one that it needed to be hidden inside a music box? There were no markings on it, at least that I could see. No dotted lines leading to a buried treasure. The only thing different about it was the paper. It was thick, and the individual fibers on my fingers were rough.
A map?
Wren shook her head.
Why hide a map?
I don't know, I said, taking it from her. But it doesn't feel like just any map.
The map was in the music box.
Wren looked up at me, her eyes wide and gorgeous.
Maybe because they're related.
I nodded. She used to sing the box's song. The words were something like... Wren closed her eyes and hummed the tune, and then I didn't have to remember the words. They were right there, waiting. You're a 5-pointed star. That's what you are. A lover, a joker, a thinker, a killer, a thriller, I sang. Wren's lips parted with something like awe.
You can sing?
I laughed. I can put notes together. I'm not you, little lady. She stood so suddenly that I thought she'd heard something outside that I hadn't, but she didn't have her old shit face on that I was already used to.
Holy shit, Charles.
Ah, so this is your holy shit face, I grinned at her. Got it.
Yes, it is, because the lyrics, I always thought lover and joker and all that were one person,
she said, staring at me. 5 men in your harem. I narrowed my eyes, following her train of thought, and then skipping ahead a little. 5 points on our tattoos and a map. I surged to my feet, compared my points on my tattoo to the map. You found Loverboy Ash in Brightwell. I guess that makes me the Joker in Fairmont, which is just slightly north and east of Brightwell. If we follow the points on the star in a clockwise direction from there, that leads us through to Silver Sage, Skillet Lick, and Timberlake. I looked up at Wren again, roughly. A slow, beautiful grin spread across her face.
I think my mom left you instructions for me to find the rest of my harem. Somehow she knew that I would need to find them one day, and that you would be here to help me.
How could she know that, though? I was just a kid when I knew her. If that was the case, I totally didn't see any of this coming. Well played, Bronwyn. Well played.
I don't know. She barely told me anything. But I think part of that was to keep me alive. But Charles, after Ash, after you, I felt a burst of power in my tattoo. stronger each time.
Her eyes sparkled with excitement.
I think I need a completed harem to have enough power to defeat Ravana and take back the throne.
Well, damn. I crossed toward her, cupped her cheeks in my hands, and planted a kiss on her mouth. Then let's fucking go do it. For her mom, for my dad, but mostly for Wren herself, because that crown was hers. She nodded.
I was fueled by revenge for so long that even when I found out about who she was, I never even thought about the crown. But now, after all this, after your music box, I think this is what my mom always wanted. For me to take the crown. I wasn't sure if that's what I wanted, but I do. After a lot of bloody revenge, I really do.
She'd found her purpose, just as I'd found mine. To help and protect her, even after she became Queen Wren. I smiled and offered her my hand, the tattoo above my wrist flaring with the determination behind her eyes. But first, bloody revenge.
Chapter 9. Wren. Not long after I declared my determination to win back the crown, the doubts started creeping in again. Not right away, but after Charles and I showered the sand off our bodies and enjoyed another amazing fuck in the shower, and then again in the adjoining bedroom. Curled up against him as he slept, the heavy drapes closed against the encroaching sunrise. I studied his face. It seemed almost boyish and innocent, except for the tension that still dug lines in his forehead. He and Ash were so different. Ash seemed more sensitive and vulnerable when we weren't making love, and totally confident when we had sex. Charles, on the other hand, was all swagger until we were skin on skin. He clung to me as though afraid I might evaporate at any minute. Even now, in his sleep, his fingers gripped my shoulder, holding me tight. He'd lost so much because of my family. He, Ash, and even Zach were putting their lives on the line for me. What if I failed them? Got them killed? All this would be for nothing. No, I couldn't think that way. That kind of thinking just bred failure. My own mother had taught me that. Even when I feared we might starve after days of eating nothing but rats or nothing at all, she'd say, "Never give up, Wren. Hard times teach us to appreciate the good things even more." Maybe she was right. Had I grown up in the luxury of being a princess, would I have appreciated these men who had dedicated their lives to me? Sleep wasn't happening with all these thoughts floating through my head. I eased out of Charles's grasp. He stirred and turned over, but didn't wake up, thankfully. I tiptoed downstairs. Zach had left his cell phone on a portable charger on the coffee table. I picked it up and sat on the dusty sofa. I had sneaked a peek at his PIN once and hoped that would be enough to unlock it. I tapped 0329 and was thankfully able to access it. In the Photos app, I found the pictures he'd taken of the ruined portrait of my mother with her harem and me. It squeezed my undead heart to see the melted faces of my family, but I wanted to study it for anything that might offer some clue, something that might spark a memory. All the men were wearing different clothes. The ones on either end wore matching navy blue suits. Another wore a white suit with a bright red silk vest. One had a pair of dark blue jeans, boots, and a solid black button-up shirt with a red tie. One even wore a black and red plaid kilt with a sword at his side. I couldn't help but wonder which one of them had fathered me. A shuffling sound startled me. Charles came over to the couch with a blanket wrapped around himself.
"Hey,"
he whispered groggily.
"What time is it?"
"I don't know. Just after sunrise, I think."
"Can't sleep?"
"Not really." He settled on the couch behind me, sliding his legs around mine, and cocooned his blanket around both of us.
What's that?
It's the portrait in the throne room. I tilted the phone's screen toward him. He glanced quickly away.
Oh.
The words lingered on my tongue for a moment before I forced them out. Tell me about them?
About your mom's hair?
Yeah. He shifted, wrapping me tighter in his arms. I lay back against his chest, smiling as his dick hardened against my ass.
I don't remember them really well, but that one,
he said, pointing to the guy in the white suit.
His name was Buck. He was a musician, played the violin in an orchestra. They often played at some of the parties your mom threw.
The flashback I'd had in the throne room of me dancing with someone flickered through my mind. Had I been dancing with him or one of the other mates?
Then there was Ethan.
Charles pointed to the man in jeans and a black shirt.
He was into horse racing, owned a horse farm, bred a couple Derby winners.
Isn't that a daytime thing?
Well, they had some night races with artificial lighting. He watched a lot of off-track races, as I recall, but he had human managers taking care of the daytime business.
What about the man in the kilt?
That one?
Charles hesitated, rubbing his cheek against mine. The thick silence answered the question before he could voice it.
He was your father.
As much as I wanted to retreat and let that sink in, I couldn't. I had to keep digging. The more I knew, the more power I would have to fight Ravana. How would you know that? I mean, how would my mother have known?
I don't know for sure, but it wasn't a secret. I assume there was a schedule of some sort.
A schedule for what? He chuckled. Oh! No one wants to think about their mother getting it on with someone, but there we were. I guess that sort of makes sense.
If you're going to put your harem on a schedule, I'd like every Wednesday.
Why?
Hump day, duh.
I laughed. It was a relief, this gift he had of making light of dark moments. My joker. What was his name?
Albert.
Really? Somehow I never figured I'd be the spawn of an Albert. But hey, why not?
Yeah, he was Scottish. My dad told me he'd been turned a long time ago, like in the 1800s.
Turned? Really? Does that make me part human?
I don't know. I guess all vampires are at least part human.
I zoomed in on the picture, on the scabbard at his side. There was a round brass emblem with the initials AMD. Are those his initials?
It looks like it. He was a McGregor.
But then he took my mother's name?
Of course. All harem mates take their queen's last name, just like Ash, me, and the rest will.
So you'll be Charles de la Croix, or will you hyphenate it like Charles Ford de la Croix? He nodded.
That last one actually sounds pretty good. Like I came from old money and have a driver and butler.
Another question rolled around on the tip of my tongue. It was something most vampire kids probably learned well before middle school. Pity I never had that luxury, or a mother who shared even the basics about our species. Well, fuck it. It wasn't like Charles and Ash didn't know how clueless I was. Can I ask you something else? I finally blurted.
Of course. Anything.
Okay. How are babies made? Charles grinned.
Well, when a mommy and a daddy love each other.
No, I know technically how they're made. But what about pregnancy and gestation? Is it the same with vampires as with humans? His smile faded like he finally realized I was being serious.
It's a little different. It's actually not as easy for vampires to get pregnant. Most will have only one kid if they have any at all. 2 kids are pretty rare. I've only heard of a couple instances of 3. There can be decades between siblings. But I think the low reproduction rate is one reason the harem tradition came about. It increased the chances of a queen having a biological heir, and a spare, if she was lucky.
Oh, in just a few words, Charles had shed light on something I'd wondered about since I was a kid. Thank you.
Don't ever be afraid to ask me anything. I won't judge you unless you ask me to dress up like a clown during sex. I fucking hate clowns.
I smiled and rubbed the back of my neck. Tension had become my constant companion. Charles sat back against the couch and brushed my hand away.
Let me help.
His cool fingers kneaded my tight shoulder muscles until I nearly melted under his massage talents. Then he moved down to my aching lower back and the slightly tender skin where I'd been wounded by the silver shot. I flinched.
Sorry,
he said and bent down to kiss that spot.
I thought I'd lost you that night.
You won't get rid of me that easily.
I never want to be rid of you.
He sat up straight again and whispered against my cheek.
Not ever.
You're kind of growing on me, too. I turned my head and looped my arm around his neck, then kissed him deeply, hoping to convey how much I wanted and needed. He held me tight and rested my head on his shoulder. Taking in his scent, allowing myself to feel, if only for a moment, complete and total trust in someone else. The second section of the tattoo now shined and pulsed as strongly as the first. Charles stood and carried me back upstairs.
My queen should get some sleep.
Only if you'll stay beside me.
I wouldn't dream of being anywhere else.
I thought about something then, as he lowered me to the bed. I hadn't asked about the other 2 men in the picture. Charles, who were the mates on either end of the portrait? The ones in the navy blue suits. He stiffened, jaw tightening.
We should sleep now and talk about that later.
What are you not wanting to tell me?
You need sleep, and I don't want you to stay awake worrying about the past.
If you don't tell me, I won't be able to sleep. I've gone my whole life not knowing jack about where I came from. Whatever you know, stop holding it back from me. As your queen, I command you. Okay, so that sounded weird and pretentious and totally not me, but whatever. I'd been in the dark about my past long enough. He laughed softly.
As you wish, Your Majesty. The guys on the end were actually brothers. Dylan and Devon.
That Devon? Hair prickled on the back of my neck. Surely not the one that Ash was accused of murdering. Charles nodded.
One and the same.
If he survived the coup, why wasn't he protecting my mother when we were on the run?
Because he was a filthy liar and cheater. He was having an affair with your aunt shortly before the rest of her mates were killed.
Was he in on it then?
It's highly likely, though Ravana kicked him out shortly after.
Soulmates aren't totally committed. I stared down at my symbol and the 2 points that cast a warm, pulsing glow on my arm.
If they're good mates, of course they are, but we still have free will.
This news opened the door for more doubts to creep in. It hadn't taken me long to start trusting Ash and Charles. Knowing that they could turn on me filled me with an unease that crawled along my skin like invisible insects. Charles climbed into bed and pulled the covers over both of us, then gathered me in his arms.
Wren, listen to me. I was born to protect you, trained to do just that in the Royal Knights. I will never betray you. I'd die 1,000 deaths first.
You did drug and kidnap me. A deviant smile crept over his mouth.
Before I knew you were really my queen. I'll regret that forever. I'm sorry. And as much as Ash is a thorn in my side, I know he feels the same about you. I don't know about the rest of your mates, but as far as the two of us, you have nothing to worry about. Now let's get some sleep.
We settled in for the day, but I lay awake for a long time. Why had Devon betrayed my mom? Had she distrusted him before he betrayed her? Had she loved him? Had he loved her before he decided to ruin her? We woke well after dark. Charles' phone read 12:19 a.m. He headed for the shower while I dressed in a clean black tank top and jeans and tiptoed to the other bedrooms, unsure exactly where Ash and Zach had slept. But both the other rooms were empty. One bed had the covers and pillows strewn about as though its occupant had tossed and turned. Downstairs, no one stirred either. I wondered then whether Ash or Zach had heard or even seen Charles and I getting it on. Chances were pretty high at least Ash had witnessed it. Could it be that he'd gotten jealous and left? Could jealousy have made Devon turn against my mother? I peeked out to the driveway around the back of the cabin. My car was missing. Charles came down then. Where'd they go? I asked. And in my fucking car, no less. Should I worry?
I'll text Yoga.
Charles typed up a message and sent it. His phone buzzed a few seconds later.
He says they're on their way back.
From where? He shrugged, but I could read him well enough now to know when he was full of shit. I gave him some serious side-eye from my place by the window.
You'll find out soon enough, little lady,
he said with a laugh. Satisfied for now, I settled on the sofa and picked up the map we had discovered the night before in the music box. So, Skillet Lick. I guess that's our next destination. You know anyone there?
Not that I know of, but we'll just have to find out.
I hesitated because bringing it up again made me slightly nauseous. Why do you think Devon betrayed my mother? Charles settled on the couch beside me.
I don't know. I don't know why anyone would have. She was an amazing woman, and a good queen. I never really spent any time around Devon, though. The other mates, from what I remember, seemed totally devoted to her.
He smiled and stroked my cheek.
Especially your dad.
Was it possible that Devon was jealous of the other mates? He shifted, propping his elbows on his knees.
I don't know. It's possible, I guess.
How do you feel, sharing me with 4 other men? Eventually, I mean. Shrugging, he held my gaze with an honest, sober expression.
If I had my way, I'd have you all to myself. But it's not my choice.
But is it possible that you and Ash could get jealous enough to...
Wren.
He took my face in his hands and searched my eyes.
I know what you're asking, but you have to stop worrying about things that may never happen. I am devoted to you. Jealousy will never change that.
The front door opened and in walked Zach.
Hey, you're up.
Yeah, I stood, forcing a smile. Where have you been?
Getting food and a new lock for the door.
He grinned, holding up 2 paper bags.
Hungry?
Now that you mention it, but you took my car. I told you no one drives Birdie but me.
Birdie's fine. I got you some takeout blood.
He set the bags on the table and removed 2 pouches of blood from one of them, then handed them to me and Charles.
It's still kind of warm.
Oh. Is there a drive-through blood restaurant or something? They came with stiff little straws, like one might find on a kid's drink pouch. I stuck the straw in and had a sip. It wasn't bad. A little plasticky, but not bad. Yes, as a matter of fact, but we also got you something else. Ash pushed the door open then, and I did a double take. In his arms, he carried a woman who appeared to be totally unconscious. She was wearing a maid costume. "Who's that?" I asked. "She's our mole," Ash said. "Charles found her from all those pictures we took last night with his facial recognition app." I cast a confused look between the maid and Charles. With all of our sex last night, when had he had time to sort through pictures? "Did you say she's our mole? She looks like she's dead." "Well, she's a vampire, so that's technically correct," Ash said, laying her on the couch. I followed him, keeping my distance. She didn't look familiar. "Okay, why do you have an unconscious vampire here in my mother's cabin?" "We went back to the mansion," Zach said nonchalantly as he took a burger from the other bag and started eating it. "Why did you go back without us?" Charles asked, jabbing the straw into his bag before taking long gulps of the fresh blood. "Just giving you some alone time. Is that a problem?" Ash's gaze flicked from Charles to me and lingered. I saw a mixture of anger and hurt in his eyes, which twisted the knot of worry that had wedged itself inside me. "Not at all," Charles answered. "We appreciated it, didn't we, Cher?" He wrapped his arm around my shoulder. I didn't answer. I'd have to speak with Ash later. But right now there was an unconscious vampire on the couch. "What did you do to her?" I asked, sitting on the coffee table beside her. "Just a little fang away," Zach said. "She was cleaning up the nasty mess the partygoers left behind, alone." "Hey, did you take my stash of fang away?" Charles slurped down the rest of his blood and wadded up the pouch in his fist. "No, I found my own," Zach said. "I have connections." "Spoken like a true drug dealer," Charles said with a distinct note of sarcasm. "You fools could have gotten yourselves killed." "Well, we didn't, so you can chill. She'll wake up soon." As if on cue, the woman stirred. Her eyes fluttered open. She blinked up at the bone chandelier, then looked around the room. When her gaze met mine, she gasped. "What the hell?" She stared at the men, her eyes growing wider by the second. "Where am I? Who are you? Why can't I move?" Charles knelt in front of her. "You've been drugged. Your body will be useless for a while. We mean you no harm." "What do you mean, no harm? You fucking drugged me. Are you planning on gang raping me or something?" "No, not at all. We just need your help." "Then you could have fucking asked me instead of drugging me." "True, but helping us could get you killed." "And if I don't?" "Then we will kill you." The poor woman went bone white. If her eyes got any bigger, they might have popped out of her head. I put a hand on Charles's shoulder, then smiled down at her. "What's your name?" She glanced at Charles, then rested her gaze on me. "Elsie Mae Smucker." "Like the jam?" Zach asked as he chomped down on his burger, casually leaning against the dining table. "Yeah, I guess," Elsie Mae said. "Who are you, and what do you want with me?" "She works for the Queen," Ash said, though the disdain in his voice for the word queen was palpable. "So what?" she answered. "What's that got to do with anything?" "You're going to help us spy on her," Charles said. "You're crazy. She'll kill me." Ash came over, holding a vial of liquid silver up for her to see. "Not if you don't get caught.
But if you don't help us, all I have to do is inject this in your vein, and you'll melt from the inside out."
"Whatever," she bit out with a fierce glare. "Do as you say or you'll kill me. Blah, blah, blah. I hear it every damn day. You don't scare me."
"Maybe not, but the tiny implant we injected in your body might."
Zach walked over, holding his phone up, a sly gleam in his blue eyes.
"All it takes is a tap of this app, and boom, instant UV light explosion. It'll kill you before you can blink, and everyone around you, including your queen."
Elsie Mae's jaw trembled. "You wouldn't." "Oh, he totally would," I said, even though I had no idea if Zach was telling the truth or not. "But it sounds like you're not that happy with your job. Has Ravana threatened you?" "When hasn't she? I used to be tight with her until my sister became her favorite. Now all I get are shit jobs like this, cleaning up after orgies at stupid events like last night's. It's not worth the trouble." I take it you don't care for the parties?" I asked. "Aren't you the perceptive one?" She laughed sarcastically. "I knew I should have stayed in Miami last week when Ravana dragged me here. Plenty of seniors to go around. They can't outrun you, and hell, some of those old perverts love it when you drink from there."
"Fascinating story, but we don't have a lot of time,"
Charles said. He pulled a tiny plastic bag from his pocket and held it up for her to see. Inside the bag was a clear plastic disc.
"We need you to plant this somewhere you know she'll be often."
"She's always on the go. I'm talking new purses, new shoes, a different mate every night. It's impossible."
"Is there anything she keeps with her more than others?"
Zach asked.
"A purse, a suitcase, a pet."
"She does have this annoying little fuck of a dog. Pompey Doodle or some mixed up shit. You want me to cram it up its ass or what?"
"Does it have a collar?"
"Yeah, looks like the crown jewels." Charles nodded.
"Good. Just stick it on the collar. It's just a clear piece of plastic. Clip it onto the fabric and no one will ever know it's there."
Elsie Mae stared at the object, then met my gaze. "I don't know you people. Why should I help you? What's in it for me?"
"We let you live,"
Charles said with a shrug. "Yeah, and if she finds out, she'll make sure I beg for death." This chick wasn't buying it. I had to appeal to her disdain for her boss. "It's like this. Do you like working for the Queen?" She narrowed her eyes at me and opened her mouth as though she were about to protest, then sighed. "Look, I used to, okay? Back when she first turned me."
"Turned you?"
Ash said, not bothering to hide the shock in his voice.
"That's illegal."
Elsie Mae laughed. "Tell Ravana that. She does what she wants. At first it was all-night orgies with me, her, and her ABCs, and whoever else she chose. All the blood I wanted, too. Those homeless people she likes to brag about getting off the streets, let's just say they're permanently employed now." "Wait, what do you mean, her ABCs?" I asked. She blinked at me as though I should have known that. "Her mates. She calls them that. Alessandro, Bartholomew, Cordero, Disaster, and Erasmus." Charles snickered. I shot him a look that slid the smile off his face. Now wasn't the time to make light of things, even though my aunt's nicknames for her maids did seem ridiculous. I was dying to ask more questions, but couldn't keep showing how clueless I was about vampire culture. Then I realized what angle I needed to take. "And now here you are cleaning up body fluids because she got bored with you. Don't you think you deserve better?" "I guess." She shrugged. "I mean, she promised me I'd have everything I never had with a mortal life." "I think she promised lots of people lots of things. I'm sorry for what she did to you." Her eyes searched mine. "Who are you? You seem so familiar." "I'm just someone who cares, that's all." I squeezed her hand. Her fingers squeezed back. The drug was wearing off. "I'm sorry for the extreme measures, but Ravana's hurt a lot of people. This will help us figure out how to make things better for people like you. This is important." "Important enough to threaten my life?" I nodded. "Yes, unfortunately. But if all goes as planned, I promise you will be rewarded very, very well. You'll never have to work a day in your life again unless you want to." That seemed to appeal to her. She nodded. "Fine. Then how do I contact you?" "You don't. Do you have a cell?" Zach asked. She nodded. "Good. Give me your number. We'll text you when we need to contact you." "Okay. So what are you going to do with me?" Ash pulled another pouch of blood from the bag. "You can eat, and once you've regained your mobility, we'll take you back so you can plant the plastic chip on the Queen's dog. Deal?" Elsie Mae stared at the pouch of blood and licked her lips. Deal. Chapter 10. Charles. "We're live." Those 2 words from Yoga started a very tense 3-night stretch of listening to Queen Ravana from the chip on her dog's collar. Tense because the annoying little furry fuck kept barking. Tense because the slightly nasal sound of the Queen's voice sent everyone's fangs on edge. Tense because she spent most of her nights bashing Wren's mom, like the first night. "Singing, always singing, aren't you?" she said once, in passing to a female plumber fixing her toilet. "You have the voice of a dying eel, just like my sister did." The glass of blood Wren held shattered in her grip, and her gaze lit with fiery fury. "She's dead, you fucking bitch, and that's how you talk about her? Your own sister?" Yoga and Ash shot to their feet on either side of her on the couch and guided her to the kitchen to clean up to get her away. I didn't blame her. It was hard as hell listening to the woman responsible for both my dad's death and Queen Bronwyn's, but I forced myself to sit here and take it. A loud gulp sounded through my phone, which was recording everything the chip picked up. I'm sorry, Your Highness." "Damn right you are," the Queen hissed. "Enough with the singing, or I'll shut your mouth for you with silver screws." What a dick. A dick with tits. A real piece of work, this Queen. Since that first night, Wren had been vibrating with anger. I knew she wanted to listen in, but Ash kept her distracted. I could hear her moans all the way down here from one of the bedrooms upstairs, the thud, thud, thud of the headboard against the wall. I had to hand it to Ash. He seemed able to fuck the anger right out of her, because sometime after they were done, she'd laugh. And then, thud, 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 the headboard would start up again. My tattoo lit up with heat every time they went at it, pulsing in time with my throbbing dick. That right there was why I stayed seated, listening. To them and to Ravana. The sting of jealousy went bone deep, but I needed to get over that shit fast. Ash and I were both serving a purpose at the moment. As part of the true Queen's harem, we would serve that purpose forever. Time enough to get over my jealousy. The rest of the first night, while Yoga dozed by the fire, I listened to Ravana drone on and on about purses for her terrible excuse of a dog through my earbuds. Did dogs really need a purse? I had no fucking idea. "Look at this bedazzled one," she demanded. A deep hum sounded. A male, someone who seemed just as interested as I was in dog purses. "The one who enters by the gate is the shepherd of the sheep," he intoned. John 10:2. "What?" "Exactly. You're not even going to pretend with me anymore, are you?
She hissed, then much, much louder.
Get me another of my ABCs. One who actually cares, like Alessandro.
He's busy.
Well, make him unbusy and send him in here.
The second night, she mentioned Wren. Yoga and I froze from our seats on either side of the couch and stared at each other.
Remember when you told me she was dead?
Ravana accused someone named Rand. A member of her Royal Knights, maybe?
It's a wonder I kept you alive after that bald-faced lie.
My apologies for the 1000th time, Your Highness. I am truly a disgrace for leading you astray, but I thought she was dead. She seems good at hiding, just until recently when this Ash character broke out of jail and no one can find them again. Not that I'm trying to make excuses, Your Highness.
And yet you are,
she said, her voice as lifeless as her cold, dead heart. A slight rustling, and then,
show me why I keep you around again.
And the guy did. The blood sloshed in my stomach. I almost felt sorry for him, having to go down on her. No visuals needed for me to know that, thankfully. The sounds were terrible enough. Ravana had complained about dying eels, but she sounded like one when she came. Fucking disgusting. Yoga shook his head and then stood to refill his whiskey glass. The third night, someone came to visit her. Someone with a gravelly voice that rubbed like sandpaper over my skin. The stage has been set, he said.
Tell me more,
Queen Ravana demanded, and I didn't miss the hint of excitement in her tone. It's the biggest concert the Southern Clan has ever seen. Tickets sold out the first night, and 40,000 vampires are expected to be in attendance, including you and your mates, Your Highness. Boxed seats.
And you're sure the VIPs will be in their seats at the appointed time?
Yes, Your Highness. They'll be well distracted by DVDs.
Good. You'll make sure we have plenty of advance notice to leave quickly, won't you?
Yoga and I shared a look. Advance notice to leave quickly, why? Before what? Dread crawled over my shoulders because I seriously doubted I'd like the answer. Yes, of course.
Is our star performer ready?
I filled Miss Bravo in on exactly what to say afterward. She'll deliver, make it look like it was an act of jealousy, that the two had a past. She can even cry at the drop of a hat to make it look believable.
Good. She was always my favorite, unlike her slovenly sister.
Some chomping noises followed, as though she'd fed her pooch a doggy biscuit.
Bronwyn was our mother's favorite. Did you know that?
No, Your Highness.
If Mother had only known.
More chomping noises. The concert starts at midnight, the man said. The timers are set for 12:30. I swallowed my throat suddenly too dry. A timer? Nothing good ever came from a timer at a concert. Yoga shifted uncomfortably on the couch and rubbed his jaw.
And the evidence?
T.W.A.T.S asked. Planted, though that took some doing. She doesn't have a police record despite all the crimes she's committed and has lived mostly off-grid. So it took some creativity at the Sundowners Bar in Silver Sage, Alabama. I got the bar's manager to let me on stage to sweep for prints. There are several on the microphone and in her dressing room all the same. Since she was the only one who sang there, I'm sure they're hers. Wren. They were talking about Wren. My gut dropped and bottomed out somewhere below my kneecaps. Yoga jumped to his feet so fast that he knocked into the heavy coffee table and didn't even seem to notice. he immediately started tapping on his phone, hopefully not blowing up our mole. Timers at a concert. That could only mean one thing: an explosion. Mass murder of thousands of innocents. And a plan to pin it all on Wren so she couldn't take the throne from Queen Ravana. Even if the plan failed and Wren's fingerprints were still discovered around these timers, it would plant the seeds of doubt in the Southern clan about Wren. Make them reject her even though the throne was hers before she even had a chance to take it. I picked up my phone off the coffee table and looked up concerts, my sweat-slicked hands sliding over the plastic and nearly dropping it, even as the Queen's voice slipped through again.
I killed the last guy I hired to do a job like this, you know. I wanted that Ashley guy framed for murder, and all I got was his lousy sister taking the rap for it and providing proof.
Liar. The last guy she hired to do a job like this was sitting right here, very much alive, or as alive as I could be. She'd never admit to that failure. The kidnapper she'd hired, who ended up being part of the true Queen's harem. If she could find me, though, I was sure that would change.
But you, though,
she continued.
You're different, I can tell. You will be rewarded handsomely for this if it all works out like I hope it will.
Like hell he would. I would make sure. Yoga too, judging from the way his knuckles cracked as he formed fists at his sides. But how many timers were we talking here? Was the concert tonight? Would we even be able to get there in time to stop it? You are my queen, the gravel-voiced guy said. Not some orphan with a death wish who thinks she can take your place because she's the daughter of a queen who failed. A creak sounded from the staircase, followed by a sharp hiss. Wren stood on the steps, still as a statue with a blanket wrapped around her naked shoulders. But instead of the savage anger I expected to see written across her gorgeous face, I saw sadness. As brutal to my heart as any kind of second death I could imagine.
Good,
the Queen said from my phone.
If the little bitch wants a war with me, let's see how she handles this battle. Chapter 11. Wren. Orphan with a death wish. Had there been times I wished I was dead? Sure. I'd even planned to accidentally on purpose fall on a wooden stake once I had eliminated all my mother's killers. But that was before I knew there were more lives on the line than just mine. I had 2 mates, and 3 more out there somewhere, counting on me to set things right, and thousands more who deserved a fair and just leader, rather than a tyrannical murderess. The transmission went quiet except for whistling snores I assumed meant Ravana's dog was napping. I threw off the blanket. It fluttered like a wilted parachute to the floor below. 3 pairs of eyes locked on my naked body. We are going. Find the location. I turned and marched back upstairs past Ash, who stood riveted on the landing.
Hang on a minute. What? Where are we going?
He missed most of the part about the concert.
Can you fill me in?
I didn't answer, but went straight for the shower. The guys would try to stop me or insist I stay here while they go and check it out, but that's not what a true queen would do. If Ravana really was trying to pin a terrorist attack on me, if I just sat here like a scared rabbit, she could convince everyone I was guilty. Convince them to turn their backs on me. I finished quickly and dressed in a robe. They were arguing as I came down the steps.
We can't risk taking her in the middle of another big crowd. We're lucky we were able to escape the last one, and it was small compared to this,
Ash was saying as he paced the room.
The bigger the crowd, the better,
Charles said.
We can wear disguises again. It's really easy to blend into a big crowd.
Ash shook his head.
We don't have tickets. They're sold out,
Zach said, scanning his phone screen. Where is the concert? I asked. Their attention snapped toward me as I rounded the couch and went for the fridge. Inside were 6 more pouches of blood Zach and Ash had brought for us to have later.
Nashville.
Ash zipped over, his hand on my back. He wore only his jeans and looked dead sexy with his mussed-up hair, barefoot, and without his shirt.
This is too dangerous. It could be a trap for all we know. It most likely is a trap,
Zach said.
But it's an older stadium on the outskirts of town, once used by the Tennessee Titans, now known for hosting lesser-known performers, rodeos, and the like. I've got some colleagues in the area. They're on their way to check the place out. If there are bombs, we'll find them. That is, if they find them in time,
Charles added. Zach nodded and pulled out his laptop from the case that lay on the coffee table.
The main attraction is a vampire singer named Vivian Bravo. Initial reports from my colleagues say she's desperately trying to make it into the mainstream entertainment industry. She probably thinks Ravana will help her do that.
So she's willing to sell out to Ravana's demands to make it happen. I found a small cooler under the sink and put the blood pouches in it. We'd need to stay fed to keep our wits about us. Figures. Too many people in this industry willing to be slaves to whoever can boost them to the top quicker.
I think someone should tell her that playing with Ravana can only get her burned,
Charles said. I think you're right, and that someone should be me, I said, grinning as the idea snowballed into a plan in my head.
I don't like that look,
Ash said.
What are you planning?
What if we pay my aunt a visit?
We can't risk it.
But you want to risk thousands of lives. I will not be blamed for the deaths of innocent people. I have yet to kill someone who didn't deserve it. I won't start now. Unfortunately, I didn't have the plan worked out completely yet. I didn't know the layout of the stadium, so I'd have to play it by ear somewhat. What else was new? If we can get to Ravana before the show, we may be able to take her out.
I wouldn't count on that. She'll have a ton of vampire security around her, including her mates. You're not strong enough to handle them all yet, since you only have 2 mates.
Then we keep them distracted enough to get the spectators out and let her and her mates get blown to bits.
We don't even know if the bomb threat is legit.
Zach tapped a few more buttons on his laptop.
Aha.
Aha, what?
I just did a little website hackery. Whoever's not already there will soon receive emails and messages that the concert has been canceled.
He sat back with a huge grin and cracked his knuckles.
They'll even get refunds. Holy shit, how'd you manage that?
Charles asked. Zach shrugged.
Degree in computer technology, among other things. Hopefully this will thin the crowd a bit, but that doesn't mean everyone will check their messages, or that there aren't already people there. Plus, once the suits find out it's been canceled, they'll uncancel it, hopefully frustrating people enough so they don't want to go. Wren, do you have a disguise that will match Miss Bravo's look?
I can get close enough. Why?
I think the better plan is to get to the singer. We switch her out for you. You can sing, and we'll whisk you out before anyone knows the difference. Once Ravana finds out, and she will, it'll send her a clear message that you're not afraid of her. Then we could offer Miss Bravo the same deal we did for Elsie May, except this time we make her speak to the press and tell the truth about her benefactor.
Okay, fine. What about the rest of you?
I'm not going as Colonel Sanders again,
Ash said.
I'll dress however you want me to, Cher.
Charles chimed in with his Cajun accent, drawing a dirty look from Ash.
I'm good for now. It's a 3-hour drive,
Zach said.
And it's already 8 o'clock. I suggest you get dressed in a hurry so we can get going. We'll discuss our plan on the way.
About an hour into the trip, Zach got a text from one of his men at the arena.
They're doing a sweep. No bombs detected yet.
Well, that's good. One complication out of the way. We arrived at the Hightower Arena about 10:30. The parking lot was about half full.
Still no bombs detected,
Zach said, scanning his phone screen.
So they're not going to evacuate anyone yet.
Ash spoke up from the back seat.
Maybe Ravana knows we've been listening, and she thinks this will draw us out of hiding.
Unlike the Hump Fest we attended before, this event seemed almost entirely populated by vampires. And unlike most big events at arenas, only a handful of streetlights were lit. The closest one flickered with an annoying buzz. That left the parking lot in near darkness. Besides the cool blue vampire auras from those who were still arriving, the only human heat signatures I picked up on in the parking lot were Zach's and a couple of roaming security guards in golf carts. One of them rolled right up to us and tossed a paper bag to Zach, then drove on by.
"You know him?" I asked. "Maybe." He grinned and got back in the car. "Stand guard while I change, will you?"
"Okay, just hurry up," I said. A vampire couple neared, so I grabbed Charles and pushed him up against the window, kissing him wildly. They threw us amused glances but didn't seem to recognize me. I doubted anyone could tell the difference between me and Miss Bravo from a distance, but up close it would be obvious. We were dressed in some old clothes we found in the cabin. I wore a pair of ripped skinny jeans over my black leggings and a gray Tennessee Volunteers hoodie with a worn-out orange T printed on the front. The closest wig I had to Miss Bravo's hair was a blonde, curly wig that reminded me of Dolly Parton minus the boobs. Ash and Charles had a grunge brother look going on. Moth-eaten white t-shirts, faded jean jackets, and gray beanies, which both men hated. Zach had said he'd take care of the special vampire cell signal to prevent videos and pictures from the concert and my not Vivian Bravo face. Charles gripped my butt cheeks and growled as I licked his earlobe. Ash cleared his throat.
"All's clear now. You can stop playing tonsil hockey."
"Sorry." I pulled away from Charles, but he gave my ass one good squeeze before letting me go. Zach opened the car door. We stepped aside as he emerged in a security guard uniform and a bushy mustache and goatee that hid his chin dimple.
"Let me guess. You're going as one of the village people,"
Charles said, laughing.
"Fuck you. I have a job to do."
Zach shrugged into a navy blue jacket and zipped it to cover the guns he had strapped at his sides.
"Take it easy, Yoga. We're all on the same team."
The security guard in the golf cart came around again.
"Are we?"
Zach glared at Charles, then turned to me and handed me a watch.
"Put this on." "What's that supposed to mean?"
Charles demanded. Zach ignored him. What was that all about? I chalked it up to tensions being high. I couldn't afford to let doubt get in the way now. I fastened the watch on my wrist. It was digital with a big square screen. He handed Ash and Charles one too. Then he took 3 wireless earpieces out of his pocket and passed those out.
"Those are smartwatches. Work just like a phone. You can speak quietly. The earpiece will pick it up and transmit it through the watch to all the other earpieces. You can also text on the watch if you need to be silent. Right now, they're set on walkie-talkie mode, so we're all on the same channel. Ash, Charles, you know what to do."
The golf cart pulled up and Zach got in beside the other guard. They sped off. Zach and his human partners would provide extra security now that the bomb threat seemed to be non-existent. Meanwhile, Ash, Charles, and I had a singer to find. My watch buzzed. I clicked the text from Zach. It contained a map of the facility. He had gone over it in the car on the way, but it was nice to have it there for quick reference. The guys also studied their watches, as they must have gotten the map too. Then another text from Zach. "Stay alive."
"Good advice,"
Ash said, pulling his beanie down over his earpiece. Yet another text followed. All entrances guarded. East entrance by bus is least guarded. That was our cue to go. I pulled the hood of my sweatshirt over my head and double-checked my look in the passenger side mirror. Fake beauty mark in place at the right corner of my mouth. Check. Aviator sunglasses with pink mirrored lenses. Check. Sparkly nails. Check. Now if I could just get her voice right. I'd listened to some of her YouTube interviews and songs. She had a slight lisp in her speaking voice, which was annoyingly high-pitched. I thought her singing voice sounded like a dying cat, too, but whatever. We zipped over to Miss Bravo's bus, parked near the arena, keeping it between us and the armed guard who stood by the entrance, labeled No Admittance. "We're here at the door," I said softly, unsure whether Zach had heard me. But his voice came through on my earpiece. "Go for it." We stumbled around the bus, laughing, my arms looped through Ash and Charles's arms. The guard took a step toward us, one hand up. "Hey, you have to use the main entrance." I glanced at his name tag. "Reggie, come on, seriously?" She said seriously a lot in her interviews. "Do you seriously not know who I am?" He blinked at me, then regarded Ash and Charles. "Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Bravo. But I don't know these guys. If they're not on the authorized list, I'm not supposed to let them in." "Look, I am seriously stressing about this concert. I had them on the bus with me, but it's too cramped in there. I'm taking them to my dressing room. They're rentals, if you know what I mean. It won't take long. I'll have my assistant escort them out." He stared at Ash, who gave a nod in return. "Yo, sup?" "She's a good fuck, yo," Charles added. "You know what? I think I'll escort you to your dressing room myself," the guard said, his gaze flicking between us. Damn, this could either be a good or bad thing depending on luck. But we couldn't let him see me and Miss Bravo together, that was for certain. "That's really not necessary," I said in a sickeningly sweet voice. "Seriously." "No, it's my pleasure." He opened the door and gestured for us to go in. Inside was a large corridor with an elevator on one end and stairs on the other. He headed for the elevator and pushed the up button. "I'm a really big fan. Could I get your autograph?" "Catch me after the show. Seriously." "Sure." The elevator opened, and we followed him in. He pressed the button for the third floor, and the door closed behind us. I didn't notice him tripping any alarms, but that's not hard to do. He could have secretly been in communication with someone like we were doing. It had been easy to get inside. Too easy. What if the doors opened to an ambush? Shit, this was a stupid idea. Zach's voice came over the earpiece. "No explosives found in the basement level. Moving to main floor. The Queen and her entourage have arrived. They're in a private box on the 3rd level. If you get Miss Bravo alone, make the switch as quickly and quietly as possible." I obviously couldn't answer him now, but Ash pretended to be checking his watch and replied, "Roger." Ash and Charles stood rigid on either side and slightly in front of me. The elevator came to a stop and the doors opened to an empty hallway. One side was lined with windows that showed the twinkling lights of Nashville in the distance. The guard stepped out and turned right. We started following him, but then I recalled the map of the arena that I'd memorized. "No, that's the wrong way. The dressing room is down there." I pointed the opposite way. Either he was testing us or had just forgotten where the dressing room was. "Oh, silly me," he said with a stiff chuckle. With an uneasy prickle winding down my spine, we started the other way down the hall. He walked behind us for a little while and then stopped. "You know, you're right about the dressing room, but the problem is that dressing room is being renovated to remove asbestos. I don't know why vampires would need to worry about asbestos, but that's not the point." Charles, Ash, and I stopped and slowly turned around.
The point is, you should know very well where the temporary dressing room is. I just escorted you there an hour ago."
He bent his head and pressed a button on his collar microphone.
"She's here. 3rd floor dressing area."
Charles didn't hesitate. He pulled a pen from his jacket pocket and clicked it. A whisker-thin dart shot into the guard's neck. He went down like a sack of potatoes. More fang away, I assumed.
"What's going on?"
Zach said through the earpiece. "Cover's blown," I said, watching as Charles dragged the guy into a closed concession booth and dropped him there.
"Come on,"
Ash said. He grabbed my hand and we ran the direction the guard had started going when we got off the elevator. A few doors down, 2 guards stepped outside a door that had a gold star taped to it. They already had their guns drawn. Charles popped off 2 more darts. They both went down. Charles removed the darts and then we left them there and stormed into the room. A woman who looked like a slightly better version of my disguise spun around from her seat at a dressing table. 2 human drag queen assistants were with her. They rushed me, one with a pair of scissors and another with a curling iron. I knocked the scissors out of the first one's hand and delivered a swift punch to his forehead. He flew backward and hit the wall, then slid down, out cold. Then I high-kicked the other one right in his 5 o'clock shadowed jaw. He fell into a rack of clothes and onto the floor in a pile of sequined fabric. "Happy, Ash? I didn't kill anyone yet," I said, grinning.
"We don't know that for sure, but yay?"
He shrugged. "Seriously?" Miss Bravo shrieked. "Guards!"
"Your guards are taking a break, and so can you."
Charles fired another dart into her, and she slumped in the chair. I caught her before she slid out. Footsteps pounded down the hallway. There was only one thing we could do. I just hoped for all our sakes that it would work. Seriously. Chapter 12. Charles. "Quick."
Wren grabbed a small jar off the dressing room table.
"Lay Vivian out on the floor with her head pointed toward the door and then hide."
The footsteps outside in the hallway drew closer. More guards, probably. Ash moved to the slumped-over Vivian Bravo in the chair. "What's this we're doing?"
"Just do it,"
Wren hissed and shoveled some thick white cream out of the jar. While she slathered it all over the bottom half of her face below her aviators, I helped Ash with Vivian. Still not quite sure where Wren was going with this. My plan had been just to catch them off guard once they barreled into the dressing room and take them out with my handy dart pen and fists. This could work too, I supposed. With Vivian unconscious on the floor, Wren tossed me the jar.
"Smear this all over the floor and her shoes. Hurry."
Roger that. The guards were seconds away. Ash and I made quick work, smearing the cold, globby cream all over the linoleum floor, including the bottom of Vivian's sparkly pink slippers. Wren knelt next to Vivian with a wet towel and wiped most of the makeup off her face, so she looked completely different. Fucking brilliant. Just before the door slammed open, Ash and I darted behind a rack of clothes on wheels with sequins, fur, and feathers on hangers. The bottom half of one of the drag queens was sticking out from under the clothes. He had impressively hairless legs, but his skirt had gotten bunched up, revealing his hairy junk. I held in a laugh and quickly looked away.
"Oh, thank the Lord you're here,"
Wren wailed.
"I was just going to call for help. This woman just took out 2 of my guards, then barged in here and attacked me, screaming all sorts of seriously terrible things about me and threatening my life. I had just spilled my $1,000 face cream all over the floor. Then she came in, and she must have slipped and hit her head."
She started sobbing then, and if I hadn't heard Wren cry for real, I would have been fooled. Not only was she hot, smart, and had the voice of an angel, she was one hell of an actress. "No one else came in with her?" a rough voice demanded.
"No, just her. Please, Can you take her away or something? I have to be on stage in like 20, and I haven't even done my warm-ups yet."
She belted out several me's, her voice too nasal and pitched in no key that should exist to vampire ears. The guards couldn't get out of there fast enough, taking the real Vivian with them. As soon as the door closed behind them, Ash bent double with laughter, carefully stepping over the sprawled-out drag queen. Wren shoved the clothes rack aside, a smug grin on her face.
"You think they bought it?"
Chuckling, I picked a feather boa off a hanger and looped it around Wren to pull her against me. "Yes, but if you sing like that again, I'm pretty sure you'll raise the dead."
"Like you?"
she said with a wink. "Yeah." Using the end of the boa, I wiped most of the goop from her face so I could lean in to kiss her hot and deep until she melted against me with a moan. Then I pulled back. "I'm always raised around you." Ash groaned from over by the table in front of the brightly lit mirror, wiping his hands on a towel. "Really, dude? You're a giant cheese ball with your pickup lines." I held up my hands. "Hey, I'm here, ain't I? In the inner circle. Guess those lines worked." Wren laughed as she plopped down in the chair.
"All right, you two, settle down."
She quickly brushed on some makeup and redrew the beauty mark on her mouth, having lost it with the cream. Then she added a shiny pink color to her lips.
"We have bigger things to worry about than pickup lines. How long will your dart pen last on Vivian, Charles?"
"A couple hours at least," I said. "Enough time for the concert." Ash dropped a kiss on top of her head. "Enough time for you to fake it until you make it."
"Seriously?"
She jumped up and chose a black lace one-piece shorts thing from the clothes rack and black thigh-high boots from the shelf underneath. Completely uninhibited, our queen undressed right in front of us. Of course, I stared. How could I not? Hell, she was a work of art. Perfectly proportioned with a rose vine tattoo that circled both biceps and wound across her shoulders. I didn't dare glance at Ash, as I guessed his pants were just as tight as mine were in the crotch region. We'd have to get used to communal lusting. Once she'd dressed, her black bra and panties underneath were clearly visible. "You might as well be naked," I said. She shrugged.
"Welcome to the music industry."
More footsteps sounded in the hallway outside. "Fuck, this again?" I ground out. Ash grabbed my jacket and dragged me behind the clothes rack. We almost tripped over the drag queen, whose junk was even more exposed now that we'd bumped into him.
"I think it's just showtime,"
Wren whispered as she straightened her pink aviator sunglasses.
"Ready?"
"Only if we don't blow up," I muttered. A quick knock and the door opened. In barged a human woman with a clipboard who looked like she'd never been without a clipboard a day in her life.
"Miss Bravo, we're on in 5. We need you backstage. The crowd is already fuming mad about the fake cancellation, so we need you extra happy tonight. Ready? Let's go." "Totes ready."
Wren followed the woman out into the empty hallway. The conscious guards must have taken care of the unconscious ones. Ash and I slipped from behind the rack and went too. Ash barely avoided the creamy mess on the floor and just about took a nosedive. I slapped him hard in the chest and hissed, "Act natural, would you?" He leveled me with a look that probably should have sliced off my head. "Fuck you, you psycho kidnapper." The clipboard woman gave us a stern glare over her shoulder.
"Where are your backstage passes?"
"They're backstage, of course." I threw her a grin that usually melted panties right off. Not hers, though.
"They're with me,"
Wren assured her. "Listen, guys, still no indication of a bomb," Zach said through our earpieces. The three of us stiffened at once, just from hearing the word bomb. But none of us lost a step as we entered a waiting elevator. It sounded as though we were in the clear. Either that, or there was still a very well-hidden bomb. It wouldn't be hard to hide one in a place this big. Something told me that maybe we shouldn't chance it. There was a fire alarm just ahead on the wall. I could pull it, get everyone to safety. Zach blew out a tense breath. The arena still has the all clear. Carry on with the plan. I sagged against the elevator wall with relief as it lowered to the ground floor. The bomb squad doesn't see any reason to call off the show, Wren. He continued. You're Vivian Bravo for tonight, if you want to be. The cell signal there has been scrambled. Wren pushed her lips together into a thin line and nodded. We stepped off the elevator into the backstage area, packed with equipment, groupies, roadies, and the constant buzz of the nearby crowd. A human man in dark sunglasses and a suit sauntered over to Wren, a grin on his face that made even me uncomfortable. There's my girl. He wrapped his arms around her and held her to him, too fucking tight, while he gazed down her back at her ass. Ash and I growled low. At least we had that in common, protecting our queen's beautiful ass. Hey, you. She pulled away awkwardly and swept more of her blonde wig over her face. The guy frowned at her. Now, don't do that. Don't try to hide them. You know what our contract says. Of course, she said like she really knew. No sunglasses on stage, he said, playing with a lock of her wig. Remember to take them off and smile more. Last concert, you looked like you were near tears. I wondered why. This punk had to be the real Vivian's manager and was about as sleazy as they came. People aren't paying to see you cry, or to see you cover your perfect face, he said. And if they're not paying, that's a real problem. Give them a show tonight, sweetie. Whatever you have to do. I'll have a limo take you to my hotel afterwards. We'll celebrate. As he strolled away, Wren visibly shook with rage. Slimeball. Ash glared after him. I'll go castrate him. No, I shook my head, seeing a much bigger problem. Look at me being all reasonable for once, and then look at the stage. What do you see? Shit. Wren pointed at the two huge screens hanging on either side where she would be performing, now blank. But that would likely change. Those will show close-ups of my face. Zach said he'd scrambled the cell signal, but regular cameras will work just fine, I bet. Yeah, I'm on it. Searching the highest part of the stage, I backed away and pointed to Ash. Stay here with her. The farther away I moved from her, though, the more unease grew inside me. So heavy and thick that I stumbled into the path of a migraine, also known as a squealing group of girl vampire tweens with backstage passes running toward Wren. I needed to be with her, to protect her. Even though Ash was there, I needed to be too. She needed both of us. Just in case the night went south despite what Zach said. Just in case, bomb or no bomb, this was still a trap with Wren as the target on stage. With Wren as the target anywhere, really. I needed to hurry. While Wren signed autographs for the squealing tweens, I pocketed some wire cutters lying on top of one of those giant speakers, then searched the backstage area until I found a ladder leading up to a catwalk that stretched all the way across the stage. I lifted my foot to the first rung like everything was cool, like I knew exactly what I was doing, which couldn't be farther from the truth. I didn't even know if the two screens were hanging with wires or if a wire cutter would do any good. At the top of the catwalk, heat from all the equipment and the overhead swirling lights pressed down. Luckily, the lights shone away from me onto the stage. I walked through thick shadows toward the top of the first screen. The metal plank narrowed enough that I had to concentrate where I put my feet. To my left was a guardrail. To my right was a whole lot of nothing, and then the stage 50 feet below. I neared the first screen. Oh, yes, wires.
A whole tangle of them, shooting from the top and coiling deep into the shadows above. I suddenly felt like part of the bomb squad, myself. Which wire did I cut to shut the power off to it but not make it crash to the stage? Wren would be on any minute. Fuck it. I cut through all of them. The screen was already blank and it didn't fall. Good enough for me. Just as I took a step toward the other screen, the catwalk shuddered under my feet. I had a feeling I was about to have company up here. One more to go. Maybe I should have taken Ash with me to do this. 2 screens, 2 of us. It'd just make good math. Too late now. The crowd roared as Wren Vivian took the stage. The second screen, the one I hadn't cut yet, flickered to life. It showed her walking toward the mic with her head bent down, sticking to the middle of the stage and away from the front row. She aimed a shy smile at her feet and waved at the audience. She wasn't wearing her sunglasses now, so as soon as she looked up and the giant screen captured her face in HD clarity, the crowd would know it wasn't really Vivian Bravo. I'd better be quick. I readied my wire cutters and focused on the placement of my feet so Wren wouldn't get a surprise guest performer falling on top of her. The catwalk shook violently below me, threatening to spill me over the side as someone else quickly climbed up, likely to investigate why the first screen wasn't working. Almost there. Through the shadows ahead, some guy stepped onto the catwalk. Hey! But Wren was already belting out the first notes to the song with the crash of drums and a loud cheer right after. The back of my neck prickled and I turned. A second vampire crested the ladder. I was surrounded. They were closing in fast. I reached up and snipped the wires of the second screen. It blacked out just as the guitar's first wails rang across the stage. The 2 guys were near enough that the colored overhead lights spun across their scowls. I charged the one at my right first, careful of my feet. Behind my back, I readied my dart pen and then thrust it upward. The guy, who was as big as a linebacker, blocked it. His forearm was about twice the size of mine, and the force behind it just about knocked the pen from my grip. He swung again with a meaty fist, and I ducked barely in time. I paid him back with an elbow jab to the sternum, and then a swift uppercut that probably hurt me worse than it did him. He punched me right in the face, and I swore I saw stars. I staggered back, nearly misplacing my feet. Hey, this was not a good idea to do this 50 feet above a live concert on a rickety metal catwalk. Behind me, the other vampire fiddled with the wires on the first screen. Could he fix them? Shit. Time to play dirty. I let the guy in front of me hit me again, just one more time. Right in the eye, hard enough to make me think he'd cracked the socket. I pitched backward and staggered to my knees, looping my arm behind me around the guardrail. He came at me again, his size 13 ass-kicker boots beating toward me and making the whole catwalk bounce. A quick glance behind me, and the second vampire thudded toward me too, as big as a bear and looking pissed as hell. I stayed down until the last second. When the first guy fisted his hand into my jacket collar to drag me up, I slammed the pen down into his boot, high enough on his foot so I could puncture above the steel toe in his boot. He went down on his back, springing the platform up and down like a diving board from the force of his fall. Without missing a second, I pivoted on my toes, took the other pen from my pocket, and jammed it upward. I aimed for the other guy's reaching arm, but in the last second, he snatched it back, so I got him right between the legs. Shit, dude. Fighting 101. Don't leave your balls vulnerable during an attack. His mouth opened in a horrified "oh." Mine opened in a "fuck," because he was falling toward the stage. I reached out, my stomach launched into my throat. Time slowed as it tends to do when a bear man is tumbling toward an oblivious drummer below. My fingertips grazed his belt and caught around the buckle. I hauled him back to safety, the muscles in my arms straining, and then laid him out so he straddled the catwalk face down. There. Problem solved.
I never wanted to do this again. Now that I was able to focus on something other than another man's balls, I gazed down at Wren. She was fucking owning the stage now that the two screens weren't showing her face. Even while singing teeny bop songs or whatever, her voice dominated every lyric, every note. She was holding back her usual huskiness to sing like Vivian, and she did sound like her, only 10 times better. And the crowd adored her. Their constant roar nearly drowned out everything else. I stood there gazing down at her in total awe when I thought I heard my earpiece crackle. "Yoga, you there?" I said into my watch. Even with my vampire hearing, I couldn't hear Jack over the concert, if he'd even answered. I looked at my watch. No texts showed up either. I walked over the guy on my right since there was no other place for me to step, and I probably dug my heels into his stomach harder than was necessary. I needed to get somewhere quieter so I could hear if there was a problem. Wren's song ended in eardrum-shattering applause, and then, once it died down, she said,
"You all are seriously the best."
The vampires obviously agreed and raised their volume even more. She held her hand to her forehead to block out the bright lights as she scanned the box seats.
"This song goes out to a special someone sitting on the 3rd level in a private box. They know who they are, and they know I'm still here, and they're seriously afraid. This one's called Shut Your Mouth."
Damn, I would love to have seen Queen Ravana's face when she'd heard that, so I could see the karate chop disc split her from head to ass crack. When I reached the ladder, I discovered someone else climbing up. Fuck. I didn't have time for another bear man battle, so I whipped out another dart pen and stepped into the thick shadows next to the far wall. As soon as the guy's head appeared level to the platform, I dove for his neck. The guy slumped and lost his grip on the ladder, falling 50 feet to the ground below behind the edge of a curtain. But he was a vampire. He'd be fine. Except I wouldn't be if I couldn't get off this damn catwalk. That was the last dart in both my pens. Surely someone had seen him fall and was coming to investigate, so I rushed back across the platform, stepping over the 2 unconscious lumps toward the other side. As fast as I could, I climbed down, skipping several rungs on the ladder altogether. I jumped the rest of the way and slammed to the floor in a crouch behind the edge of the curtain. Right in the path of a roadie who looked like she could bench press the linebacker bear man I'd just fought off. So I surged to my feet and ran, because that's what smart vampires do. I ripped toward where I'd left Ash, scanning the area. Where was he? He was supposed to stay within eyeshot of Wren, unless he'd gone somewhere to hear what Yoga had said. A huge locker with a pink silk scarf poking out over its lid sat up ahead, and I dodged around it, slithering into the space behind Vivian's slimy manager's back. The roadie barreled right past. Sucker. The manager was slapping his scrambled cell phone, trying in vain to get it to work. So he didn't even notice me relieving him of his wallet. Tonight's after party would be on him. I pushed out of the door into a relatively quiet hallway. "Yoga, are you there?" I hissed into my watch. The earpiece crackled again. As soon as I reached up to wiggle it in hopes of a better signal, a loud explosion, louder than the concert itself, shook the walls. It tore the ground out from underneath my feet. I went down hard on my tailbone. A bomb. Oh, fuck. Wren.
Chapter 13. Wren. Chaos, pure and simple. The arena erupted into screams. Fleeing vampires formed blurred paths throughout the seats as they zigzagged to the exits at lightning speed. Plaster rained down from overhead. I lay there on my back, stunned from where the blast had thrown me against a speaker. Metal squealed as a light fixture swung loose from its framework. It broke free and fell straight for me. I watched transfixed for a moment as it dove like a sparkling orb. Then I came to my senses and rolled out of the way. It crashed onto the stage. Glass shattered, some of it hitting my face as the light emitted one final burst of sparks before going out. One by one, lights and other overhead fixtures tumbled down. Some kept swinging by a thread of bent metal or straining wires. The speakers emitted ear-splitting feedback that almost drowned out the screams of those who were trying to escape. I rolled off the stage and sheltered beneath the metal stairs leading up to it. Peeking out, I knew I had to get my bearings before my own panic set in. I couldn't tell how much damage had been done to the arena. There was too much smoke and movement. The power went out, plunging the arena into darkness. My night vision kicked in, but with the smoke and broken overhead fixtures scattered around me, it didn't make much difference. I still couldn't tell where the explosion came from or how bad it was. The speakers no longer squealed, but now all I could hear was shouting, sneakers squeaking on the floor, little ones crying. To my left, at one of the closest exits, a writhing mass of vampires pushed and shoved through a bottleneck of their own making. "Zach!" I yelled, hoping our signal still held out. But then I felt for my earpiece. It was gone. It must have fallen out in the chaos. On my smartwatch, no texts came up. After a few attempts with my shaking fingers, I texted, "Are you all okay?" and stared at the screen, hoping beyond hope that Ash, Charles, and Zach were all still alive. No one answered. Ash and Charles had a lot better chances than Zach unless they got caught in the explosion and resulting fire or were impaled in the heart by falling debris. I pulled up my sleeve. The 2 points of the symbol on my arm still glowed as they had before. I hoped that was a good sign. My wig had gotten lopsided and had fallen into my eyes, so I just tore it off and tossed it. I didn't care if someone recognized me. I had to go find my guys. A woman screamed a few yards from me. I could see her trying to crawl out of the crowd on her elbows as rampaging feet trampled her back down. She kept reaching out, screaming, her fangs fully extended, but helpless under the strength of the vampires treading all over her. I started to go the other direction, but the fear in her eyes and screams wouldn't let me. I darted out from under the stairs, grabbed one vampire after another, pushing them off of her, and then took her by the hands and yanked her up. "Thank you," she wailed as I led her over to the stairs. "Take cover under there." "No, my little girl, I have to find her." "Is she in the crowd?" The bottleneck was narrowing as traffic finally started flowing through the door. If the vampire child had been among them, chances are she'd already been trampled. Not that it would kill her, but the pain could be unbearable for a little one. "I don't know. She was with me, but we got separated. She's only 7. Orange light flickered from the opposite end of the arena. Flames lapped up the wall near another exit. No wonder everyone was trying to get out of this one. A small silhouette stood still in front of the fire. I wasn't sure if she was this woman's kid, but that didn't mean she didn't deserve help. "What's her name?" "Rhiannon." Like the Fleetwood Mac song, I thought sardonically. "Will you ever win?" "Stay here," I told the woman, hoping I could reach the kid in time. I negotiated an obstacle course of overturned chairs, broken light fixtures, twisted metal, and shattered glass. I almost slipped in a gooey pile of what once was a vampire. All that was left was the rebar sticking through the Vivian Bravo t-shirt he'd been wearing. But I finally made it to the other side. The kid stood on an upper level. The stairs were blocked with broken concrete that had fallen from above. A quick glance told me that the debris came from the private box that had held my aunt and her entourage. Whether they had been in it at the time or not, I had no idea. With any luck, she'd be dead, but then again, I wouldn't have the pleasure of killing her. With a giant leap, I scaled the bars and landed where the child stood frozen in fear. The fire's heat scorched my skin. The child's cheeks were already blistered. She stared up at me with huge eyes, with irises the color of tangerines. In her white-knuckled fist, she held a scrunched-up, empty blood pouch. I couldn't help but wonder if vampire concert snacks were as overpriced as human concessions. "Are you Rhiannon?" She nodded. "Okay, I'm here to help you. Your mom's over there. Come on." I picked her up, holding her tightly as I jumped back down to the ground level. We wound through the obstacles again. Another hulking piece of metal and lights came crashing down in front of us. I turned her away, shielding her from the impact of glass shrapnel. The tiny projectiles pierced my back, stinging like I'd fallen into a bed of cacti. We had no time to waste. From the sounds of cracking concrete and squealing metal, it sounded as though the roof might cave in. I ran as fast as I could without tripping over all the debris and handed the girl off to her very relieved mother. She clung to her daughter with one arm and grabbed my shoulder with the other. "I can't thank you enough." "You can thank me by getting the fuck out of here while you still can." She nodded but then stared me in the eyes. You look like Queen Bronwyn." "Oh, fuck it, why not be honest? That's because I'm her daughter." The woman let go of me, her jaw dropping as her eyes widened. I tried to sound like a confident queen, even though I felt anything but. "This bomb is Ravana's doing. I won't let her get away with it." "Then I hope you take the crown back from that bitch. She doesn't deserve it." To my surprise, the woman bowed, as did her daughter, though she looked terribly confused as to why. "That's not necessary." My watch buzzed. I glanced down to see a text from Ash. "Wren, where are you? Are you okay?" Relief flooded through me and made my eyes well up. I texted back, "I'm by the stage." He replied, "I'm coming to get you." "You need to get her out of here," I told the mom, who had finally stopped bowing. "I think this place is coming down." The exit had finally wound down to a steady stream of fleeing vampires. Some were limping, some had bloody wounds. One young girl's arm was mangled into tattered shreds at her elbow. I wasn't sure if that would grow back or not. I'd never lost a limb. I ushered the mom and kid to the doors and watched as they disappeared in the remainder of the crowd blurring out of this concert-turned-hell. On the other side of the stage, I heard people yelling, "Vivian, where are you?" It must have been her handlers or band members. I didn't see where they had gone once the bomb went off. They'd be looking in vain. Hopefully my aunt's minions hadn't roughened Vivian up too bad, thinking she was me. I rubbed off the beauty mark and sparkly lipstick, then ripped the long sleeves off my one-piece lace bodysuit. It had been a while since I had exposed my tattoos in public. It seemed fitting in this environment. The lady with the clipboard and the slimeball manager ran past me. The lady was missing a high heel and an earring, but she'd managed to hang on to that clipboard like it was part of her body. I was tempted to hurl a piece of rebar at the manager and make a shish kebab out of him, but whatever. I had to find Ash. Near the exit on the other side of the stage, I saw him standing there scanning the area. His gaze locked on mine finally. The immense relief and worry I saw in his eyes summoned a sob from my throat. We ran to each other and folded ourselves into an embrace that said 1,000 things we couldn't put into words. He held me tight, stroking my hair. "I'm so glad you're okay. We have to get out of here." "Yes." Before we could make a break for it, a weak voice came from the rubble under where the private box used to be. "Help me, please." Was it Ravana? I couldn't be sure. All I could see was the pile of rubble. Someone could have been trapped under there besides her and her mates. There had been several concert-goers sitting under the box. "We have to help," I said, starting over to the area. "No, we don't have time." Ash tried to pull me the other direction. "Yes, we do. There could be innocent people and kids under there." I jerked away from him and ran to where I heard the voice. I didn't see anyone. "Hello? Can you call out again so I can find you?" "Here. Under here." I grabbed broken blocks and plaster, tossing them aside. "Wren, we have to go," Ash said frantically, pointing at the exit. "Not yet. Help me." He growled in frustration, but helped me pick up huge chunks of concrete. We threw them aside. I waved away a big cloud of dust and finally saw a woman sticking out from under a huge slab. Not just any woman. Her eyes widened when she saw me staring down at her. "Wren?" she squeaked. "Ravana," I snarled. She shook her head vehemently. "No, I'm Arlene, her double." I peeled back my lips and extended my fangs, shaking uncontrollably. "You expect me to believe that?" "Please." Tears leaked from the corners of her eyes. She seemed genuinely frightened. The more I looked at her face, the more I believed her. I'd like to say that my first thought was to rescue her. It wasn't. My first thought was to rip her head off her body and mail it to Ravana. 1,000 questions swam past my instinctual vengeance before I settled on one. "Did you know about this?" She shook her head again. More tears made tracks in the dirt on her face. "She's lying," Ash said and lurched toward her. I held him back. "No, I don't think so." A few weeks ago, that Wren wouldn't have hesitated. She would have offed this bitch and been done with it. But this Wren wanted something different. To break away from the murderous legacy my aunt had exemplified. I'd stick to killing only those who deserved it. Sure, this chick had made some bad choices, but she might not have had a choice in the matter either. More cracking and creaking from overhead. Another huge chunk of arena fell in front of the exit where the mom and kid had escaped. "We have to go. Leave her to her fate," Ash said and tried to pull me away again. I yanked my arm away from him. "No, I am not like my aunt." I squatted down and got as good a hold as I could under the concrete and tried to lift it off her. Ash stood there, quaking in anger with both fists balled tightly at his sides. The concrete started to budge while Arlene wiggled backward, but I was losing my grip. "Come on, get out. I can't hold him much longer," I said through clenched teeth. I could feel it giving. She had barely moved a few inches, and I could see why. Her pelvis was nearly flat. Those injuries would take a long time to heal. But she could lose her legs if I dropped this on her. "Fuck," I groaned. But then Ash swept down beside me and wedged his shoulder underneath the slab. Every muscle in his body strained, and he cried out as he pushed himself up against the massive slab. His fangs glinted in the light from the fire that was edging closer to us. But with both of us lifting, we were able to raise the slab up enough for Arlene to drag herself out. Then, once she was clear, we dropped it. A thick cloud of dust whooshed out. I waved it away to see Arlene staring in horror at her smashed pelvis and shattered shins. She slowly raised her eyes to mine. "Where are your guards?" I asked. "I don't know." She leaned to the side and peered behind us, then looked up with urgency in her eyes. "Go, hurry, one of them is coming this way." I glanced over my shoulder and saw a hulking brute of a vampire heading for us, albeit with a limp and a bloody gash on his forehead. This time Ash took my hand in an iron vice grip. "Come on." Though I longed to whisk Arlene out of here and interrogate the shit out of her, I knew we'd overstayed our welcome. We ran for the one clear exit and into the parking lot where we barely missed a car that flew past us. It joined a big line of taillights leaving the scene. Sirens and lights flashed as emergency crews pulled off the nearby exit and sped toward us. Ash and I ran to Bertie. "Where's Charles and Zach?" I asked. "I don't know, but let's get in and drive. We can't stick around here any longer. Who knows what Ravana's already told the police? Your face could be all over the news as we speak." Before we made it to Bertie, I stopped and looked back, every inch of me aching to go to Charles and Zach. We can't just leave them here. "They're big boys, and they're good at getting themselves out of trouble. And I'll be in trouble with them if I let anything happen to you. Now drive." He opened the car door, hopped in, and slammed it shut, indicating the conversation was over. But he had a point. Charles and Zach could handle themselves. Once inside Birdie, I revved the engine and hightailed it to the open gate on the other side of the parking lot, away from the encroaching sirens. As we pulled out onto the side road, I watched in the rearview mirror as the shadowy roof of the arena collapsed. A dust cloud choked out the moonlight. Guilt settled like a lead ball in the pit of my stomach. It was all I could do to not turn around and to go back. Were Zach and Charles still inside? Were they even still alive? And if so, for how long? Chapter 14. Charles. I shot to my feet, my thundering panic louder than the creaking, swaying arena and falling debris crashing all around me. So far, the ceiling held, but I doubted it would stay that way much longer. Wren. I had to find Wren. I dodged a free-swinging light that threw sparks like bolts of lightning across the floor, a fire waiting to happen. Once I cleared it, I sagged against a barely intact wall to blink the dust from my eyes, to clear my throat of the worried knot so I could talk again. Wren, Ash, Yoga, talk to me, I said into my watch. But then I glanced down. The screen was cracked all to hell. I must have smashed it when I hit the linoleum. I tried my phone, but I couldn't get a damn signal. Shit. Back to the old-fashioned way of finding people, the slow, painstaking chore of searching through rubble, which was too much for my impatient ass. But for Wren, I would do anything. What if I found her and she was already dead? Worse, what if I didn't find her and she was just gone, eviscerated into nothing from the blast? I screwed my eyes shut and buried that thought deep, then forced myself to stagger forward. I had to trust that she was okay. She'd taken care of herself long before Ash, Yoga, and me. Besides, our tattoos were in sync with each other, so I would know if something happened to her. Now I just felt a prickly sensation. No fucking idea what that meant, but it was something. My boots hit a wall of support beams, fallen ceiling tile, and other parts of the building. And on the other side, through the door that led to the stage, screams. Terrified and hurt, they were an exact echo of when Ravana and her minions had stormed Queen Bronwyn's castle. From when I'd hid in the throne room as a boy until now, that sound visited my nightmares. They'd come for a slaughter, and that was exactly what had happened. I could still remember my dad telling me to cover my eyes as he led me out, but I'd already seen the blood tracing the cracks on the floor and dead eyes staring back. And the screams. They were too loud to block out. A long shudder dragged down my back as reality clashed with my memories. It was like I was reliving it, and after we'd escaped, after some time had gone by where nothing else happened, Queen Bronwyn had died. But I wouldn't lose Wren. I plowed through the hellscape hallway, flinging debris out of my way and leaping over the rest. When I finally made it to the door, I tried to rip it open, but something must have held it shut from the other side. Wren, Ash, I shouted, then pressed my ear against the surface. More screams, closer this time, high-pitched and hysterical. The tweens that had been backstage, it had to be them. A sick feeling tightened my gut. They were probably too young to help themselves. I slammed my fist against the door. What's blocking the other side? Not that I was expecting an answer, but it would sure help if I knew what I was dealing with. I spun around and searched the pile of debris for something thin and sturdy enough to use as a wedge. There, a flat piece of steel. I jammed it below the top hinge of the door and pushed toward the wall, hard, until the hinge popped off. 2 more to go. When I finished with the second, I grabbed both sides of the dangling door and ripped it free. A large chunk of twisted metal speared through the doorway, nearly taking out my knees. Behind it, the backstage looked like a war zone. Fire licked at the stage from the fallen lights and the catwalk I'd been on moments ago. The same chunk of metal that had been blocking the door had crumpled like an accordion. The tweens flooded out, their cheeks stained with dust, soot, glitter, and tears. Some of them wailed loudly and some cried so hard that their sobs caught in their throats and choked them silent. All of them swarmed toward me and threw their arms around me. "You saved us," one with braces on her teeth and fangs cried. "Not quite." I squirmed out of their grips, searching the hallway from hell for an exit sign. "Follow me. Stay close, all right?" Before I'd taken one step, they clung to me again. I tried not to growl in frustration, since they had every right to be scared. We picked our way over debris carefully, with me constantly giving warnings like, "Watch for nails," or "Don't touch that." Finally, up ahead, a red exit sign glowed like a beacon for vampire kind's last hope. When we got there, I held the door open to freedom, and they flung themselves out into the night with their arms spread wide like little glittery bats. "Thank you, Hottie McMuffin Pants," one of them shouted behind her. You're welcome." I let the door shut behind me and whirled back the way I came to find Wren, and then froze. Through the haze of smoke and dust, about 30 feet down the hallway came Queen Ravana herself, her red gown fluttering over the arms of a limping guard. He used a corner of her dress to wipe at the bloody slash on her forehead as he made his way over the fallen rubble while carrying her. I stopped and stared, amazed at the balls on this dick with tits, and also mighty pissed off at her. "Ravana," I barked, curling my hands into fists. Her guard whipped out a gun from underneath her dress and aimed it at my head. I had no more dart pins, but for her sake I'd sure get creative with weapons and take as many chunks out of her as I possibly could before I fell. "No," a wobbly voice that didn't belong to a queen said. She turned her head to face me, and something about her looked wrong. Several things, actually, but my mind snagged first on the way her dress caved in around her middle. She was hurt, badly. Tears streaked her face as I studied it more. There were subtle differences to the one I'd marked for death. It was slightly fuller, less severe. A lot more shaken than Ravana ever could be. This wasn't Queen Ravana. Of course it wasn't. I just thought it was because of the epic crash of my past when I had seen her at the castle that horrible night and my present shit show. My dad had thrown me behind him, but not before I'd seen the smug look on her face. Her lips splattered in someone else's blood. Dad, who'd already been staked too close to the heart and was bleeding badly, had tried to get her to stand down. When she'd refused, he'd picked me up and ran. "Doppelganger," I said to the woman in front of me. She nodded like it was an effort.
"Arlene, I swear I didn't know this was going to happen."
"Well, Arlene, I find that hard to believe you didn't know since you work for a fucking cunt," I spat. Anger bubbled up into an almost uncontrollable inferno, but most of it wasn't directed toward her. Her guard bared his fangs and tightened his grip on his guns. "That's your highness's name you're soiling." "Shut up," I snapped, too far gone to care if he shot me or not.
"I swear it,"
Arlene said, fresh tears shining in her blue eyes.
"I didn't know. She sent me here as punishment. I'm sure of it now."
"What are you talking about?" I demanded.
"One of her harem kept looking at me while she held court. He kept cornering me in the halls, wanting—"
She glanced at her guard and then shook her head while he stared at her in shock.
"I didn't do anything to prompt or encourage him, Calvin. You know how I feel about you. You know it."
He took a step back as if her words had struck him with a physical blow. "She tried to kill you because one of her man-whores looked at you?" "Doesn't surprise me a bit," I muttered. From what I'd heard, Queen Ravana's harem had about 2 brain cells between the 5 of them and were super impressed with themselves, so much that they thought others should be impressed with them too. And their cocks, apparently. Since the queen seemed to have reached the fatal attraction jealousy level, might as well make sure Wren doesn't take her crown at the same time with a bomb. 2 birds, 1 stone and all that.
I remembered the comment we'd heard over the bug we planted in her pooch's collar about the VIPs being in place. How many other special guests had she planned on blowing up tonight? You have someplace to go? I asked, because she will come after you if your body isn't found here. I know a place. The guard's voice was rough and tense as he stared at the doppelganger. A mix of hurt and anger creased into his forehead. Not aimed at her directly, but at the Queen. The woman made enemies without barely lifting a finger. Somewhere behind my back, a rapid banging began, loud and insistent. Good, there's no time like the present to get there. I stalked back to the exit door, and for the second time that night held it open for those who couldn't wait to get out. The Queen's double squeezed her guard's arm for him to stop just outside, and she peered up at me.
You might not believe this, but I think I just met Queen Bronwyn's dead daughter, Wren.
My chest loosened with a surge of hope and relief that she was still alive, but I kept my cool, my face blank. I didn't want to trust just anyone with who I was to Wren yet, whether they appeared to be on my side or not. You don't say.
If anyone deserves the throne, it's her. She found me. She helped me. I'm telling you this because I can tell you want the Queen dead just as much as I do. Maybe this Wren could be our future.
With that, her guard carried her off into the night. Maybe so, I said, watching them for a moment, my eyes stinging not only from dust, but from awe in knowing Wren helped people even when she had no reason to. Maybe fucking so. I closed the door behind them and then followed the banging sound farther down the hallway. Outside the stage area, the place was a maze of long corridors, and I imagined they all led back to the stage eventually. If Wren had made it out of there, she could be anywhere. "Ash!" I shouted over the banging. To my right and up ahead, someone barreled through a closed door like they were in the middle of an indoor football game. Their shoulders were even slouched protectively over something tucked in their arms. Wood went flying, dust blanketed the air around them, but through it the person stopped and stared at me as though I might be a ghost. Familiar. And the thing tucked in their arms was also familiar, but impossibly fragile and limp. Curly blonde hair flowed to the dirty floor with too much blood spiraling through it. "Wren," I choked out. "No." Yoga strode toward me and adjusted the body in his arms. "No, it's not Wren, it's Vivian. She's hurt badly. She's the first person I heard screaming when I came in the building, locked up in a silver room, and she fainted when I found her." He walked closer and nodded down at the bloodied face so I could see for myself. My throat locked up tight at the roller coaster of emotion surging through me. I just wanted to hold Wren, touch her, make sure she was all right or would be all right. The fact that he wasn't carrying Wren both gutted and relieved me. Nodding, I looked away and posted my hand against what remained of the wall, not sure my legs would support me anymore. "Where is she?" I ground out. "She's safe, I'm pretty sure. Bertie's gone." I sagged against the wall while I rolled that over and over in my mind. She's safe. Bertie's gone. "I haven't seen Ash, though. But listen," Yoga said. "I need to get Vivian some blood so she can heal faster and then get her someplace safe. Think you can drive?" It was his question that set my fangs on edge. His failed job to keep us updated on the risks here that tightened my fists, and his stupid chin dimple that made the perfect target. I punched him. His head swung back and he staggered back several steps, but luckily for Vivian, he didn't drop her. "Dick move, Charles." His tongue poked out to taste the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I was too focused on whether or not to kill him to take much notice of it, or the resulting growl in my stomach. "You couldn't have waited for that?" "What the hell happened here tonight?" I demanded, and then noticed his watch was missing. "Where's your damn watch, genius?" The strap broke in the commotion and it fell off. "I will tell you everything, but Vivian's not healing as fast as she needs to."
He turned and nodded for me to follow down the hallway. The girl has her faults and definitely can't sing, but that doesn't mean she needs to bleed to death. Fine. By the time we made it to one of Yoga's friends' cars parked near the middle of the parking lot, the place was swimming with police, fire trucks, and rescue crews. Lights flashed in the hazy, smoky air, just as a slightly different sort had on stage. EMTs hurried gurneys in all directions. Some with zipped-up body bags. Others carried plastic bins filled with bloody goo or charred bones. How many had died here? How close had it been for Wren? A deep shiver crawled up my back. We knew this could happen, which was why we came to prevent it. Key word, prevent. Where did it go wrong? Yoga tossed me the keys, stuffed Vivian into the back seat, and then we were off, speeding back toward the cabin. It seemed the most likely place Wren would go. I now had a signal on my cell, so I dialed both Wren and Ash. No answer. Shit. Okay, I said, trying to calm myself. I glanced back in the rear view where Vivian lay across the seat and Yoga sat next to her, ripping open a bandage with his teeth from the first aid kit he swiped from somewhere. Start talking. This area was clear. He started and placed the bandage on one of Vivian's head gashes. Cleared by bomb-sniffing dogs and bomb squads with experts from both humans and vampires alike. Then how did it go to shit so fast? I asked, keeping an eye out for Bertie or anyone who might be following us. The arena was crawling with security, right? When Yoga nicked his wrist on one of Vivian's fangs, the smell of his blood filled the cab. I growled low, the hunger in my stomach growing sharper. He held his arm to her lips. There was a huge deadly bomb found at an art museum around 12 miles from here. It was disarmed before it detonated, mostly because it was sitting right out in the open. A distraction. More like a trigger. As soon as it was disarmed, a 5-second timer started and the bombs at the arena went off. I shot him a disbelieving glare over my shoulder. Curious thing to happen when the arena was given the all clear. He sagged against the back seat, no doubt feeling the effects of blood loss with his wrist draining into Vivian's mouth. She was conscious enough to latch on now, sucking and swallowing loud enough to prod my hunger into a gnawing stomachache. That's because they walked right through the front door of the arena, through security and metal detectors with no issue. They. He'd said they. I swallowed hard. Vampires. Vampires were the bombs. He nodded. When the art museum bomb was disarmed and the 5-second timer lapsed, something inside it triggered the detonator inside the vampire's abdominal cavities to go off, which exploded the plastic explosives that were also suspected to be in various vampire cavities. The police already found them. What was left of them, afterward. What the hell? This was some fucked up shit. You're saying someone shoved plastics. Not shoved, surgically inserted. That makes it even worse. I sat back in my seat, amazed at the lengths people would go to ruin lives. This coming from me, the kidnapping, womanizing liar and thief. But still, there was a huge difference. I'd killed before, but not like this. And not just plastics, but the detonator too. Yoga continued, all undetectable with a simple pat-down and metal detector. And something like that, I guess I have my answer, but can that really be powerful enough to take down part of an arena? It doesn't seem possible. Sadly, it doesn't take much to make a powerful bomb. He pulled his wrist away from Vivian, who still hadn't woken up, and put another bandage over his wound. And I have a feeling whoever they were, political or cultist zealots probably, were paid well. Or their families were, since there's not much left of them. I caught his eye in the rearview mirror and nodded.
There's only one person I know who has that kind of wealth and would ask something so terrible of someone to do that.
It's enough to make you sick, he grated out.
Yeah, that we could agree on. I was pretty much done with this whole night. What do you want to do with the pop star there?
Take her with us.
He leaned his head against the window and sighed.
I didn't get a chance to ask her what she knows.
Nodding, I smashed my foot even harder to the gas. We made it to the cabin in record time, fast enough to have beaten Bertie and Wren, which did not make me thrilled. Where the hell was she? Had something else happened? This feeling of not knowing for sure was fucking terrible. When we pulled up in front of the dark cabin, I knew right away something was wrong. I just didn't know what yet. I cut the lights and shut off the car, homing in on the darkness and silence all at once. Yoga stayed quiet in the back seat, likely feeling the same thing I did even with his shitty human senses. A sigh of movement through the trees nearby, the moonlight rippling on the lake. Nothing else. Nothing out of the ordinary. Yoga, I whispered, and leaned over to check the glove box for a gun. I found one with a box of bullets next to it. I'm leaving the keys in the ignition. He didn't say a word, but I knew he got the meaning. Haul balls and get Vivian to safety in case things went south. As silently as I could, which sounded like a fucking gunshot in the still night, I slipped out of the car but didn't close the door all the way. I still wasn't sure if I'd seen something that didn't belong, or if it was just this feeling buzzing up and down my neck. This feeling that we weren't alone. In a slow circle, I scanned the woods, the dirt road we'd just come from, everywhere a car might have been parked and camouflaged by shadows. But of course, I would have seen that right away, thinking it was Bertie, and this didn't feel like Wren. It felt wrong. The crunch of gravel sounded not from footsteps, but tires coming up behind us. Wren. It had to be because my tattoo tingled and warmed. A brief spark of relief caught in my chest and then faded out because Wren was driving straight toward this wrongness. Time to go. I spun back around the car, my hand already reaching for the door handle, when I spotted the front door swinging slowly open, its hinges screaming, into a cabin filled with darkness. A cabin that we'd locked on our way out, and only the four of us knew where Ash had hidden the key. The tires behind us crunched closer. A voice floated out from the front door, beautiful and perfect.
Charles.
Dread filled what was left of my soul. I whirled toward the oncoming car. No headlights. There should have been headlights by now. Back inside, now. I hissed toward the cabin and wrenched open the car door to see Yoga twisting his head to the front door and then to the road behind him. Yoga, get Vivian inside.
Is that Wren in the cabin?
He demanded. Inside, I answered and peered through the back windshield. A car appeared, definitely not Bertie, and stopped at the curve in the road just 20 yards away. Just stopped and waited. I might have thought it was Ash in a different car, unsure who we were, if Ash had cloned himself 3 times. 3 people occupied that car, faceless shadows, and none of whom were named Ash, I'd bet. I hadn't been followed. I'd been sure, which meant these 3 people knew about this cabin. Innocents maybe, but innocents typically used headlights. Still standing outside the car, I ducked low behind the front seat and started to load my gun. Yoga was already scooping up Vivian, still passed out cold. I glanced at the front door of the cabin, now closed. I'll cover you, but I can't help drag the dead weight up the steps. He shot me a warning look as he positioned his elbow on the handle. Give me a little credit. I gripped the gun tightly. On the count of 3. The 3 in the car shifted, as if sensing what we were about to do. 1. A crash came from the cabin's second-story window. A body hurled from it and landed in front of the car with a loud thud. I stared. Not a body I recognized. Inside, someone was already inside with Wren. 3, I barreled out of the car.
Chapter 15. Wren. About 5 minutes earlier. I thought it would be a good idea to park off the road in a hidden cove behind some shrubs and walk the rest of the way to the cabin in case someone had found it. Ash wanted to keep driving and hide out in another shitty hotel. I refused. Ash tried texting Charles and Zach, but neither of them answered. This was the first place they'd come looking for us if they were still alive. We stopped at the edge of the bushes surrounding the property and crouched down to have a better look. The door was wide open, no vehicles inside.
Think it's them?
Ash whispered. No. Something felt way off about this. It was too quiet. Even the cicadas and crickets were keeping it down to a murmur. Let's go see.
We don't know who it is. We can't just waltz in there.
Of course not. I'll run. I took off, dodging Ash's hand, trying to grab me, and blurred through the bushes and onto the porch. Flattening myself against the wall, I smiled as Ash joined me a millisecond later, mirroring my position, though he seemed a little stiff and awkward. He hadn't spent years learning to be virtually invisible, after all. I peeked around the corner of the open door. Nothing stirred. No heat signatures either. Sniffing the air, I detected something I didn't expect.
Cookies?
Ash whispered. Smells like it.
You're saying someone broke in and baked cookies?
That would be nice of them, but no, it's different. A rustling sound came from upstairs. Come on. We crept inside, no cookies in the oven, much to our dismay. I started up the stairs, but Ash intercepted me.
Me first, just in case.
It wouldn't do any good to argue. We were already wasting time. I motioned him to go ahead. As he stepped onto the landing, the cookie aroma intensified. Ash stiffened, holding his arm back as though to ward me off.
Who are you?
He demanded. A female voice echoed from one of the bedrooms. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to speak with the Queen.
Not until you tell me who you are.
Wheels crunched on the gravel outside. Headlights flashed through the open door. Either we were getting more unwelcome company or Zach and Charles had returned. The buzzing sensation and glow from Charles's part of my tattoo grew a little stronger. I hoped that was a good sign. But I had to resist the urge to run to him. We had a trespasser to deal with. The trespasser sure sounded sincere. Please, I need to speak with Queen Wren alone.
The Queen speaks to no one without her mates present.
I really wanted to step in and demand that this chick shit or get off the pot already, but I didn't want Ash to feel like I didn't trust him to handle things. Plus, I was trying out this new thing called wait 5 minutes before killing anyone, since Ash tended to frown about that. I'm sorry, but it's urgent. A flash of light like a small comet hit Ash squarely in the chest. He flew backwards into the wall and slumped to the floor. Ash! I zoomed to the top of the stairs, sparks like mini streaks of lightning encompassing him. He groaned and shook all over as though he were being electrocuted. Queen Wren, please! The stranger pleaded as she stepped out of the shadows. She had blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail and wore what looked like army green combat fatigues. Sparks orbited her hands. I need you to come with me. I'm not here to hurt you. Your actions would prove otherwise, I hissed. She opened her mouth to speak again, but I didn't give her a chance. So much for waiting 5 minutes. I flew at her as fast as the lightning blast she'd hurled at Ash. With the heel of my hand, I hit her right in the sternum. She went flying backward through my bedroom and straight through the window, glass shattered. A thump soon followed. I might have killed her. I really didn't care. Running back to Ash, I hit my knees and skidded to a stop at his side. He was no longer covered in sparks, but lay there limp. I shook him gently, guilt tugging at me from every corner. Ash, can you hear me? His eyes fluttered open. He groaned and finally met my gaze.
"Are you okay?"
he whispered, voice strained through his gritted teeth. Of course, he asked me that when he was the one who'd been hit. "I'm fine. We have to get out of here. Obviously, it's not safe anymore." Footsteps thundered up the stairs. I got to my feet, ready to kick ass and take names later. But to my relief, it was Zach, holding an unconscious blonde lady. I thought for a moment it was the chick I'd thrown out the window. Then I saw the beauty mark and sequins and realized it was Vivian. "Are you going to make a habit of bringing unconscious women in here?" I asked, but couldn't hide my smile at knowing Zach was okay. Bloody, dirty, and bruised, but still standing.
"Only if necessary. Are you okay? Is he?"
He glanced down at Ash, who was slowly getting to his feet. "Yeah, we're fine. Where's Charles?" Downstairs, the voice I needed to hear rang out.
"Wren, where are you?"
"Up here." Zach stepped out of the way and carried Vivian into his room just down the hall. I ran downstairs where Charles slammed the front door and locked it. He kept his body pressed against it and opened his arms to catch me as I melted into him.
"Wren, shit. I'm so glad you're okay,"
he said, his voice rough, and squeezed me tighter. "Ditto. I'm sorry I left you there." He gave me a firm but quick kiss and shook his head.
"Don't worry about that. We have company."
"I know. I just knocked her out of the window."
"No, not that one. 3 more in a car."
Limping somewhat, Ash joined us just as a thud came from upstairs, then another. Charles whispered,
"They're in the house."
"What? Did they fucking fly up there? You have any more darts?"
"In Bertie's trunk,"
Charles grumbled. He and Ash both positioned themselves in front of me. "Figures." I gently pushed them both aside. "I may be a vampire princess, but I'm no damsel in distress. Maybe it's just Zach moving around."
"I don't think so,"
Ash said as 3 dark male figures appeared at the top of the stairs, all of them covered head to toe in combat fatigues, with sparks orbiting their hands just like the woman.
"Come with us,"
they all said in unison like some cheap-ass knockoff of The Shining.
"Door,"
Charles whispered, but I was already sliding open the locks behind my back. The heat signatures were warm like humans, though they were obviously something else. "Now," I whispered, whipping myself around. I flung open the door, ready to make a run for it. Instead, I came face to face with the chick I'd knocked out earlier. "I'm sorry," she said as sparks flew from her fingers. Every muscle in my body seized. I fell to the porch and could see the same thing had happened to poor Ash and Charles. The lady stood over us, the sparks on her hands morphing into hypnotizing swirls of color. My eyes followed the spinning lights until they turned wavy like water. The woman's face came closer. It wavered as though it were underwater too. "Sleep now. You'll be safe." I awoke in an annoyingly familiar state, lying on my side, groggy, aching all over, except my hands were bound in front of me with iron shackles. That was new. And stupid. I'd be out of those in about a millisecond. But they sparked and burned my skin when I struggled to break them. Damn it. Wedging my back against the wall, I sat up and looked around. At least I wasn't alone. Zach, Ash, Charles, and even Vivian were all here too, shackled just like I was. They were all still unconscious. Vivian drooled on the floor, smacked her lips, and settled back into sleep. The room rocked, then shook, and I realized we were in a truck of some sort. The entire compartment had solid walls covered with what looked like rich red velvet upholstery you'd find on fancy furniture. I scooted around, drew back my foot, and kicked the shit out of the wall. What felt like an electric current shot up my leg and gave me a serious Charlie horse. Damn it to hell and back. My life had become a cycle of getting caught and released. Like a goddamn bass, I muttered.
"Fish sounds good."
Zach groaned, pushing himself up to sit. Leave it to you to think about food at a time like this. He grinned, then stared down at his shackles. They sparked just like mine did when he tried to get out of them.
This makes no sense. How can they be electrified? There aren't any wires.
Charles growled himself awake and sat up.
They're not electrified. They're magic-fied.
Magic-fied? Zach arched an eyebrow.
Yeah, with magic. A warding spell, pretty much unbreakable.
He stared at the walls, his gaze flicking side to side as though recalling some distant memory.
Fuck me,
Zach whispered, shaking his shackles in frustration.
No thanks, I don't roll that way.
Charles winked at me. Zach rolled his eyes. Vivian was the next to wake up, which she did with a start, bolting straight to her feet. She backed into a corner, her eyes wild. She stared in disbelief at her shackled hands and cringed. Then she screamed like an actress in the bad horror movie we'd found ourselves in. The sound hurt my ears and blurred my vision until I saw someone else entirely sitting in that corner, hunkered up against the wall. Crying, so much crying. A tiny hand wiped tears from a cool, wet cheek. Don't cry, Mama. A man sat close by, holding a young boy tightly in his arms. So much hopelessness on the man's face, and guilt. The boy turned his head, and I looked into his eyes. They were a warm amber color with flecks of brown and shined with more fear than I'd ever seen before. The memory wobbled and faded as Vivian screamed again. "Oh, shut up already," I yelled as I jumped to my feet, then loomed over her. She crouched, covering her head. "Don't hurt me, seriously." "For fuck's sake, if I wanted to hurt you, I'd have already done it. Now shut up so we can think. Charles, you seem to know a little about what all this shit's about. Care to share with the rest of the class?"
Witches,
he said matter-of-factly.
Specifically 1 witch and 3 warlocks. Witches are usually more powerful, so it makes sense that there'd be a 3-to-1 ratio.
Witches, I repeated. Yet another thing I'd been woefully ignorant about. I turned to Zach. He usually knew more than he let on to, but he just shrugged.
I don't know much about them, not my department.
So now we have fucking witches after us as well as Ravana's vampire and redneck minions.
It would seem that way, yes,
Charles said. Poor Ash still hadn't woken up. No wonder, having been struck twice. I knelt beside him and stroked his forehead. He was still alive, but I hated that he had suffered so much on my account. I sat beside him and put his head on my lap. At least if he woke up in here, he'd see my face first. Vivian started bawling. "Witches? I can't even. Seriously, just let me go, please." I glared at her. "You know what, honey? I'd love to let you go, but in case you didn't notice, we're all in this shit creek together, without a paddle. Unless you can offer us some useful information, I'd suggest you shut the fuck up." She went silent, her bottom lip sticking out pitifully. Ash finally stirred. Heavy-lidded eyes stared up at me, followed by a slow smile.
"Hey, beautiful."
"Hey, yourself. You okay?" I held his shackled hands with mine. He squeezed my fingers.
"I think so, though I really hope my deck didn't get fried."
I laughed. Me too.
Fried chicken would be really good right now.
Zach mused.
"Yoga, I don't know if fried dicks taste like chicken, but you could try it,"
Charles said, winking at him.
"Fuck off."
Well, at least some things hadn't changed. Zach patted his pants and shirt.
"Great, they took everything."
"So who is this witch and these warlocks?" I asked Charles. She seemed, I don't know, less of a bitch than my aunt and her minions, as if she really didn't want to hurt us.
"It's possible they're working with someone else."
Charles said with a shrug. Who?
As long as they're not on Ravana's side, I don't really care. But Wren, there's something you should know.
What now?
This truck, it was built for a sudden escape.
For who? I knew the answer as soon as the words left my mouth.
Your mom, her mates, and her knights.
I processed that for a couple seconds before I connected it to the memory I'd just experienced. You were there that night, and your dad?
Yeah, I honestly never thought I'd see the inside of this truck again.
Where did we go?
I don't know exactly. I woke up in a cousin's house and never saw my dad again.
He averted his eyes, blinking rapidly. My chest ached for him. We'd both had some shitty times in our childhoods. Reaching out with my shackled hands, I held his face and kissed him tenderly. I'm so sorry you had to go through that.
It's not your fault. I wish I had known you were still alive. I'd have come for you. I swear I would have.
I know. To show him, I kissed him again. I love you for that. Just then, the constant buzz on my cymbal grew a little stronger. I lifted my arm and pulled my leather jacket sleeve up with my teeth. Sure enough, a faint blue light pulsed from a third spindle on the cymbal. I blinked, my jaw dropping open. No fucking way. Chapter 16. Charles.
It wasn't every day I got zapped by witches. Gotta say I wasn't a fan. My head pounded, my whole body felt itchy, and there was this weird taste in my mouth like I'd gargled paint. No idea how I knew that. More importantly, I felt like breaking out of this van and taking my chances on the concrete speeding under the tires.
No fucking way,
Wren said, staring at her wrist in shock. Then I noticed it too, this shifting, expanding heat on my tattoo. I blinked down at mine and Ash did at his too. The third part of it glowed a little. We were about to gain another harem member, and soon, because the van slowed and then came to a stop. I hoped he wasn't a complete waste of space. I wasn't completely sure, but I didn't think we'd been driving all that long, so I guessed we were near Skillet Lick, Alabama. Right where the map on the bottom of Bronwyn's jewelry box had said we'd find the third mate. Silence as the five of us waited. No footsteps from outside, no doors opening. Vivian sniffed.
Hello?
She called loudly. We shushed her, and she pouted back into her corner. Okay, well, fuck this. I made my way toward the rear of the truck to force the lock when the doors flew open. I reared back, expecting sunlight or another witch zap, but there were just fluorescents bright enough to outline 4 shapes standing outside. Stop and listen for a second, a rough male voice said. If you can get out of the truck yourselves and not ask to get knocked out again, we'll let you. I don't remember asking to get knocked out the first fucking time, I growled with a hint of fang. The female with the blonde ponytail shrugged, and a slight wince twitched her mouth, like maybe she felt bad about zapping us.
For what it's worth, I find it very admirable how fiercely you protect one another. Like we said back at the cabin, all we want to do is talk. And kidnap us.
Wren shot back, crawling up next to me.
All we want to do is talk someplace safe,
the woman corrected, and then moved aside.
Ready when you are.
Since I was closest to the exit, I went first. I stepped out on a huge expanse of concrete floor. We were in an airport hangar, I realized, spotting several planes in evenly spaced intervals. Ours was the only truck in here, which was stopped with its rear facing the inside of the hangar and parked in front of a huge closed garage door of sorts. We were the only people here that I could tell. When all of us had clambered out, The guy who'd opened the van door undid our cuffs, which was a surprise. Then we faced off with our captors, vampires against witches. The 4 of them wore green SFBI fatigues, and their gazes kept going back to Wren with interest.
Queen Wren.
The blonde ponytail started. I had a feeling she was the one in charge, but I couldn't find a name on her fatigues. She looked like she was in her late 20s, but who really knew for sure with witches?
No.
Wren stepped forward, and the witches visibly tensed as if they expected a window to appear that she'd throw them out of.
Just Wren.
Wren.
Ponytail nodded and cast her eyes down briefly, a show of respect.
We're here to help. We're a special unit of the Supernatural Federal Bureau of Investigation called the Witness Protection Program.
A little late for protection, aren't you? I asked, rubbing my wrists.
You're not an easy woman to find, Wren,
she said, completely ignoring me.
We've been searching for you for years.
You know Straker from the Witness Protection Program? Yoga asked. The 4 of them shook their heads.
No, why?
Ponytail asked. Yoga smoothed his hand down his jaw. No reason. Wren frowned at him and then turned to the witches again.
Well, you found me. Now what? We want to help protect you. We know what Ravana is capable of, and we also know that when she gets her claws in you, she closes her fist fast.
Ash scoffed. Yeah, we're well aware.
It was just a hunch, a cry in the dark, really, that you might one day show up at your mom's old vacation spot.
Ponytail waved toward the other 3.
Which is why we got there first.
You're the ones who picked the lock, I said.
You were there this whole time?
Wren asked.
Not all the time physically, no.
She shared a look with the others.
We were listening in, and it took us a while to get back there because we were on another job.
Yoga crossed his arms and frowned so deeply that his chin dimple almost caved in his whole head. I swept the place for bugs and didn't find any.
That's because they were concealed with a spell,
Ponytail said. Yoga scuffed his boot into the concrete. Well, shit. So you just came back to the cabin when you felt like it? Ash shook his head.
Or when you learned that we hadn't been taken out of the concert?
Sorry, I'm just not buying what you're trying to sell. You can buy SFBI badges and combat fatigues on eBay, so I'm afraid you're going to have to keep working to convince us. Wren nodded, her lips pressed tightly together.
How do we know we can trust you? Why is the SFBI involved in all of this anyway? Shouldn't they be separate from the monarchy? We get our orders from the top.
Ponytail shrugged.
And the top says that you need protection.
I believe them, I blurted, and it was the truth. They are who they say they are. When several pairs of raised eyebrows aimed toward me, I continued. Listen, I've been around my fair share of law enforcement, and these guys, and woman, are the real deal. See their expressions? Alert, trained. How they carry themselves, how they stand, all of it. That's hard to fake, especially if you have other motives. They haven't slipped up once. One of the many things Dad taught me was how to read people and their intent. Like him, I was almost never wrong. Ponytail cracked a small smile.
It's nice to know that all your run-ins with the law have had some advantages, Mr. Charles Ford. And given your recent history, Mr. Ash Jensen, it makes perfect sense that you'd be distrustful of the law.
Damn right, he muttered.
Okay,
Wren started.
Some of us are short on trust, but we all have infinite amounts of questions, like who the guy at the top is pulling your strings. No offense. None taken,
Ponytail turned to the guy on her right, a stocky warlock with more shoulders than I had.
Travis, can you get him?
Wren's mouth popped open.
What, top guy's here? At an airport?
The guy named Travis gave a short nod to Ponytail. Be right back. Vivian stepped forward with her finger in the air.
Could you bring me an iced half-calf, sugar-free, non-fat, A-positive venti latte with extra whipped cream and a drizzle of A-negative to balance it all out?
Everyone blinked at her.
What?
She did a one-shoulder shrug.
I've had a hard day.
A look of annoyance crossed Travis's face before he went all stoic again. Anyone else? The rest of us shook our heads, though from the looks of our ragged crew we could all really go for a nap.
SFBI. The soups.
Vivian nodded like her head wasn't firmly attached.
You know, I had a friend once. Not really a friend because, let's be honest, she was a total space cadet, seriously. Anyway, she wanted to be in the soups, and she'd make silver bulletproof vests out of human maxi pads, new ones, like to pretend or whatever.
Complete silence fell as everyone stared at her. Really, I was just too tired to tell her to can it at this point, but listening to her made me even more exhausted.
Okay, fine.
She twisted her fingers through her blonde curls while she dug her heel into the ground as if she were trying to dig a hole and disappear.
It was me. I had the MaxiPad silver bulletproof vest.
Ash gaped at her in horror. Wren grinned and bit down hard on it. You want to work for the SFBI? Yoga asked her. She nodded, almost to China by now.
I love singing, but there's a lot about it I don't like.
Like your manager? I said, suddenly remembering the wallet I'd snagged from his pocket, which the feds had taken from me. Fuck. What were the chances I could get it back without these sharp-eyed witches and warlocks noticing?
Yeah,
she admitted and winced. Poor girl. She seemed too naive for the music industry. Hell, probably everyone was for that cutthroat business.
So do both,
Ponytail said.
We have an opening in the records department. You could sing at small clubs on the weekends. Like me.
Wren smiled, but it reflected inward, a little regretful.
Or like I used to. The singing, not the SFBI-ing.
Vivian popped up out of China like a meerkat, her curls bouncing.
Seriously?
Maybe Wren could, Ash scratched the back of his neck like he was trying to play it cool. Maybe she could give you lessons. Vivian's eyes widened so much I was surprised they didn't fall out, roll, and wedge into the wheels of an airplane.
Seriously?
She said to Wren.
I mean, I've never heard you sing, but your voice is so...
Hot, I supplied. Wren grinned, the kind that brightened all the dark places in my heart.
Sure, I can give you a few pointers.
Yoga took a step forward and raised a hand. This is a fascinating conversation, truly. But could we get back to why we're...
Oh.
Wren stiffened. Perfectly synchronized, she, Ash, and I all stared at our wrists. Mine was heating and itching something fierce. Footsteps sounded, and then Travis and another vampire appeared. Dressed in a navy hoodie and jeans, he looked normal, unassuming, except for the antique black gold mask he wore over half his face. Either he was really ugly and not proud of it, or on his way to audition for Phantom of the Opera. His eyes locked on Wren's immediately as he approached, and they flared wide and bright like he hadn't expected her to be so Wren. She smiled because she had to feel it too, another gear clicking into place. Another gear we needed to reclaim what was Wren's, to right the past and to avenge everyone Ravana had killed. My dad, Wren's mom, all the others who were blinked out of existence because of one thing, greed. As far as I was concerned, there was nothing more honorable than doing just that. But now, standing with real purpose next to the future queen, I wondered what my dad would say right now if he saw me. Maybe that I was putting my colossal intellectual faculties to good use for once. He'd be proud, whether I was in the Royal Knights or part of the Queen's harem. I knew he would. Wren. The man stopped in front of her and stuck his hand out for her to shake. I'm Marlowe. She gripped his hand, and I could feel the current connecting them in the hot pulse of my tattoo.
Why am I here? Is it because of this?
She showed him her glowing symbol. Travis crossed behind Marlowe toward Vivian, who made grabby hands at the cup he offered her. He looked significantly shaken, like it had been a horrible ordeal to order that, or something else had rattled him. The second the drink was out of his hands, he whipped out his cell from his back pocket and walked with it over to Ponytail. No, it's not that, Marlowe said. And quite frankly, my similar tattoo is news to me. But we'll have to focus on that later. You're here because you have friends in very high places, and they want to help.
Who?
Wren asked. Me, for one. He looked at her for a long moment, assessing. And your dad. Wren's face hardened to cold stone. My dad is dead. A dark eyebrow rose, half hidden by the mask. I'm sure that will be news to him. He said to give you this. From his clasped hands behind him, he brought out a long golden scepter, so familiar that it brought back the sound of Queen Bronwyn's laugh, startling and real, like a haunted memory. That was her scepter, the one she held at court. Golden claws gripped the giant ruby at the top, and smaller rubies dripped down the length of gold like blood. I must have made some kind of sound because Wren was staring at me, her eyebrows drawn together in worry.
You recognize it?
She whispered. Yeah. She laced her fingers through mine and turned back to Marlowe, who handed the scepter to her. You'll see your mother's initials on the bottom, he said. From what your dad tells me, there are all sorts of secret hiding places for weapons and other items inside it. But your mom wasn't fond of telling everyone her secrets. Your dad didn't even know you were alive until recently, which was yet another secret. Wren held the scepter delicately, like she could hardly believe it was real.
My dad is alive?
A slight hum emanated from the scepter, and then a loud click. Everyone stepped back except Ash, Yoga, the new guy, and me. The SFBI agents widened their stances, prepared to launch themselves in any direction like a firework.
My voice,
she said softly.
He responded to the sound of my voice and my touch.
She let my hand go to grip the scepter with both of hers and pulled at both ends, and kept pulling until a long silver sword came free. Just looking at the lethally sharp edges made me think my eyes were bleeding, and the size of that thing. No doubt the scepter was bigger on the inside than the outside. Think that's sharp enough to sever the crown, little lady? I asked. She angled the sword so it reflected the fluorescence onto the fierce determination written across her face.
There's only one way to find out. I think you all had better see this,
Ponytail announced, and the rawness in her voice made everyone look up. She turned up the volume on Travis's phone and brought it closer to us, her hands shaky. My stomach slid all the way to my knees at the sound of Queen Ravana's voice. The rest of me almost did too, when I saw who was on the screen. Oh, fuck. I knew that face well. I'd taken pictures of her and sent them to her overprotective brother, Ash's sister. Now tied to a chair and gagged on the main Southern Clan news channel, and Queen Ravana standing next to her with a smug smile. Wren slapped her hand over her mouth and then flicked her huge watery eyes to Ash. He just stood there, frozen.
Because Jessica herself turned over irrefutable evidence that she conspired in Devon's murder.
Queen Ravana was saying.
I sentence her to public execution by fire.
Wren whispered.
No, please no.
Tears pouring down her face. Next to her, Zach touched her shoulder and bowed his head. Tucking a stray blonde strand behind her ear, Ravana leaned close. Her fangs gleamed like a tigress ready to deliver the killing bite.
I'll give you one final statement to make your peace before you meet your maker.
She yanked the gag from Jessica's mouth. On screen, Jessica's face crumpled.
Ash, I'm so sorry. I love you.
She was soaking wet. It didn't take me long to realize why. She'd been drenched in gasoline. Ash staggered back a few steps, like he'd just been slammed in the gut.
Let this be a lesson to you out there.
Queen Ravana continued, her smooth, flawless face contrasting with the cold cruelty in her eyes.
No one crosses me or my sister, rest her soul, or any part of her or my royal harem. If you're even thinking about it, this is what happens to you, to anyone who helps you.
She produced a match and lit it, took a few steps back and tossed it nonchalantly at Jessica. Ponytail scrambled to turn off the foam, but it didn't matter. It was long enough for us to see the flare of an instant inferno and to hear the beginning of an unholy scream. We didn't need to see or hear the rest, because I was sure we felt it shake all the way into our bones and fester like a sickness. Shocked silence ticked on for several seconds. Then Ash let out a gutted wail I would never ever forget. The sound of guilt, the sound of loss, the sound that called for violent retribution.
This has been Defiance, a reverse harem vampire romance, Sever the Crown, Book 2. Written by Mysti Parker and Lindsey R. Loucks. Narrated by Melissa Schwairy. Copyright 2019 by Mysti Parker and Lindsey R. Loucks. Production copyright by Mysti Parker and Lindsey R. Loucks.